英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the CNDPC. We're going to start tonight off with some Division 2 games. We got CDEC against YBB, and joining me today is going to be a cast filled with right angles and farming efficiency, because unfortunately the 4th of July means that B-Cop and our Cryptic are too free to be here, so I have Drag and Drop, and I have Black. Welcome, Drag and Drop. I was going to start with you. How are you doing, my friend?
Yes, I'm feeling entirely unfree because I do not live in the land of the free, apparently. So I'm happy to be here.
And Black, how are you doing? I'm sure you're happy to have a full German cast. Well,
of course, doesn't happen too often. I think it's the first time actually this season. So we're gonna make sure to German-fy it.
Yeah.
Is it a word? Anyway, now it's a word. To the max.
All right, so now Black.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with the viewers here. You've not been impressed with some of these Division 2 games, but CDEC, they are different, if I'm not mistaken.
They're built different indeed, Neff. They have been performing better and better. The first series, they actually got destroyed 2-0. And then after that, they just started winning everything. I think they haven't lost a single series since then. As you can see in the standings too. 4-1 right now. Just on par with IG, who they also beat. So yeah, right now, front runners to be taking the whole thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, meanwhile, YBB on the other side, not looking too hot there, Drag and Drop. You want to talk to us about what that's all about?
No, yeah. Like CDC, they forgot that they're the open qualified team. YBB, they did put in on the first win up against Team Fusion, which is a bit of an indictment on Team Fusion as well. But YBB, they've finally gotten together something. But overall, their results have not been great this season. 1-4 right now. So there's mathematically still a chance that they can avoid relegation. But they would have to win the remaining games, including this one, which is going to be rough.
Yep, and mathematically speaking, it is not possible they get promoted at this point, having only 2 games left to play. The highest score they can end on would be the 3-4, and several teams already at 4 wins right now, which is unfortunate for them. But the important thing is not losing. Am I right, Black?
Yeah, losing feels bad. Losing leads to disbanding. Losing leads to dropping out of the league with $0. Mm-hmm. 0. I think the last 2 places get $0, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
that's right.
Very, very. It's a luxury, living the tier 2 Dota life. Like you drop out of the league, you have nothing to play for anymore. You also don't get any money. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna go on a vacation now.
Is that really $0? You go on vacation? I don't think the teams are going to be happy. That's not the okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go on a vacation because at least you have the time off,
A lot of time off. But actually, as soon as you played in any of the leagues, right? Tier 2 or Div 1 or Div 2, it doesn't matter. You can play in the qualifiers, right? Even if you are relegated or out of the Div 2, is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have something to play for.
Yep. Yeah. You can still play TI qualifiers if you lose in the last league, which is what happened last year, I do believe. Assuming that we're in the same format that we were last year, but it's sounding like we were. In fact, there's even more chance to make the TI because that last chance qualifier that we have now.
Yeah. A few more teams at TI this time around.
Yep. All right, we can look into all the heroes that these teams are playing. Obviously, Tiny and Dawnbreaker are the most popular inside the region. They continue to be such strong openers. Black, why don't you tell us why these heroes are so popular between all these teams?
Well, Dawnbreaker in particular is super versatile, can pretty much occupy any role, but we see it mostly in the offlane in China. There's only really one quote-unquote hard counter, which is the next assassin. So if that's banned out, you're more than happy to just pick that up. And Tiny is just, it's becoming a little bit of a menace again. There was a patch like that, I don't remember when, like 2 years ago, where everybody just first picked POS for Tiny, where TOS was like mega broken.
Into the mid tower.
Yeah, exactly. And
remember that.
now it's like kind of coming back again. You have this +4 hero that just has like 1600 health at minute 10, 10 armor. You can't kill him. He initiates for you. It makes the game really easy for your team to play, in all honesty.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is too solid of an opener. That's why we see it banned out first a lot of the time, which is kind of crazy because there's a lot of heroes that people would argue are more broken at the moment, like Marcy, that people still haven't really figured out, but Tiny seems to be more popular than it.
Yeah, Marcy is one of those that is still quite fun to watch, even though it does seem still a little bit broken with all the things she does.
Wow, look at the Fear support rating here. How is CDC so low?
That is surprising.
It is ridiculous. 1/5?
Oh,
Yeah. I wonder how this one is drawn, because I know that not all these are drawn like perfectly. The lane advantage rate, for example, is which team has the advantage 10 minutes into the game, rather than how people are doing inside the lane. So the viewer support rating might be something a little bit different. But we did mention that CDEC came through the open qualifiers. So maybe this is like pre-season. A lot of people were voting on which team they thought would be superior.
Pre-season is right, yeah.
Yeah,
because now it should be
YBB. They've got.
right?
Yeah, I mean, YB, they've got 928, they've got D-Stones, they have a lot of players that are really good. People support Polison, even though...
and big streamers too, don't forget. Like, I think it's actually a pretty big streamer in China.
Yeah, so a lot of the viewer support rating could be purely due to D-Stone fans coming in and voting
So basically they're Gorgs. Like how Gorgs has the
Yeah.
support rating from all his viewers.
yeah,
I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
that would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, here we see the hero overlap and whatnot. Black, what are your opinion? Do you consider these ones useful stats?
I mean, some of them are. Like, for example, that both teams really love their Tiny and Dawnbreaker, maybe even Cuddle, but yeah, other than that, it's like, me as a Dota critic, what's the smart word? Connoisseur?
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 Dilettante?
Yeah.
It's only smart if you can pronounce it properly.
For me, it's
aficionado.
all in the head already. I know everything that's going to happen in the draft,
Of course.
but for the viewers, it's probably more insightful.
Right, of course.
Yeah,
It's a nice little thing to see, to identify which heroes are probably going to be highly contested. You were talking about the Tiny and Dawnbreaker, but then you still see the Aster. 3 picks for YPB, 6 for CDC. You see the Coddle coming in, and it's quite interesting. Yeah.
can I ask you guys about the Viper?
Look, man.
Like, why is Viper not really popular in China? NA and
It's
EU.
an awful hero.
It's been popular in the past. I know that Tusk and Viper were picked up a lot in the offlane, but I think it's just due to the fact that they play different things in position 3, and China they seem to value the Dawnbreaker and the Tiny a lot more in the offlane than they do the Viper, and that's where a lot of people are running it at the moment. So I would say that's the reason why.
Yeah.
YBB actually picked it up in the games that they won against Team Fusion the other day.
The Viper.
That was in a last pick. Yeah, they had it with Chronosphere in one game with the Faceless Void, just as a bit of extra damage, and then just normally without any big reason necessarily. It's just one of these heroes that's a bit underwhelming when it comes to scaling, right? You don't have that much reliable scaling with it. You're gonna win the lane. You can do a few things with a shot. It can help you push towers, but there's other heroes that do the same thing and more. You think of heroes like Death Prophet, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, all these people have very similar breakdowns on their that.
Which is surprising
On
because
these graphs
CDC is so much
here,
more
yeah.
successful.
Yeah, they all seem to pretty much mimic each other with like the shape and size of these things, but they value a lot of the same heroes. But the main thing that I'm interested about the hero overlap that we saw is how these people are going to value different first bans and first picks. Like they'll maybe grab a Mars in the first phase and ban out the Tiny and the Dawnbreaker because they know the other team values it so much. That's my takeaway from these ones, anyways.
Yeah. I mean, it's always like that interregional, right? At some point, like regional meta forms, and you just ban and pick based on that, based on the scrim information that you have, because all of these teams obviously have like a week, pretty much every week to just scrim and figure things out that way.
Well, We will see what people pick up as we get to the draft here, and I do believe the draft is underway. Oh, it absolutely is, and we're several picks in. The people don't have to wait. They can have the beautiful insight of Black and Dragon Drop. Dragon Drop, look at the openings here from YBB. What do you think? Explain this to the people.
Well, I know that Snare, if he's watching, is probably very happy to see the Warlock being completely first picked. So you have that, with the Faceless Void. So it's as solid as lane gets. Warlock stabilizing it with the extra heal, so you don't have to spend as much money on regen. And with this one thing that carries 8 Neff, it's spending money on salves and tangos. So Void's going to be very happy with this. Dawnbreaker Death Prophet, though, you were talking about it. The Dawnbreaker in particular being super strong out of the offlane, sometimes as a support. Gives you the golden ability, the ability to turn around any sort of gank attempts with the extra heal, the extra +1 coming in. And Death Prophet as well. We've had Sinful Soul, I believe, in an interview the other day, and he was talking about how they think that hero is... it was yesterday, Team Fusion, actually. They were saying how Death Prophet is kind of broken these days.
Good job,
they always win with it.
By the way.
Yeah, they always win with it, they said, but whenever the enemy team would pick it up against Fusion, they would also always lose, so do that what you will. YBB taking that one up is just quite strong too, right? Just the ability to team fight, take down towers, especially if you have some sort of extra heal to make sure that you don't get bursted down.
Yeah. Extra job correcting yourself. I would have had to take marks from you had you not corrected yourself. You are being marked on today's broadcast, by the way.
Oh, God,
Black. Hey, we see the Faceless Void here. You are a world-renowned carry player after all. How do you feel playing the Faceless Void into the Dawnbreaker?
I actually think it's one of the best carry to Dawnbreaker matchups in the game. And not only is the lane super easy because the Starbreaker is not enough stun to actually stop you from healing back to full, or healing back all the damage that you took. But also, it's one of the only carries that can actually, without building a Basher, interrupt that Starbreaker shard interaction later on. I love that matchup. Every time I see Dawnbreaker in a pub, I just pick up Void, and it goes very well.
Okay.
All right. How would you say that Dawnbreaker versus Void is compared to, say, Monkey King versus Void? Because a lot of the players in China seem to think that Monkey King is one of the better counters of the Dawnbreaker.
I think it's just Faceless Void gives you much better and easier team fight because of the Chronosphere, and you can just leave him alone in the lane, whereas Dawnbreaker can actually pressure a Monkey King quite a bit, whereas Void, you just max your time walk, you can never really get pressured by the Dawnbreaker. Makes me also want to believe that this Dawnbreaker is probably going to be a 4, building into that Axe, and the Death Prophet is going to take the offlane instead.
Yeah.
Thank you for your insight, sir.
You're welcome, Mr. Nefuazio.
I don't know what that means. I'm just going to roll with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a new name now, Nefazio. So better go with it. But it's interesting to say to Black, because on paper, like, you would think that Dawnbreaker would be pretty good as a response to the Chronosphere, right? Just jumping in for the heals, and eventually once an Aghanim Scepter comes out, you better have some sort of a solution to the extra evasion that it gives.
Yeah. It's just a problem as an offlane Dawnbreaker, you never really want to build into that Axe. Like, you want to build into scaling items. So that's exactly what makes me believe it's going to be a 4, because you can just rush that Axe, and then Void is going to have a little bit of a tougher time.
Yeah, Ultimate comes out every time the Chronosphere comes out. It does make sense. Absolutely, Dragon Drop. Now, next phase of picks coming out here. What do you guys think that? How do you think YBB is going to continue to run this one out? Because I feel like at this point you need more disabled to deal with this Faceless Void.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
There
I'm going super ham.
Just Doom him, lol.
I mean, to be fair, Doom, honestly, with that shot, like, he has some ridiculous amount of disable with the Infernal Blade. Actually, almost stuns you for 2 seconds if you're on the level threshold. The War Storm isn't too bad, right? It's not like your cookie cutter disable hero.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did see a Doom the other day use Refresher Orb just to get a second Internal Blade off.
Yeah, it's legit, actually. Like, it deals so much damage and stun if you're in the threshold. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
But it's also one of the best heroes against Void. Like, Void, I mean, obviously every hero hates getting doomed, but Void really likes to do this jump in, jump out kind of shenanigans. If he ever gets caught, you're just dead.
Yep.
They're drinking bubble tea. Listen to
Bubble tea?
Looks like it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, bubble tea is super important. Like, it's your mind refresher.
Before your games? Yeah, I should have picked some up before this broadcast. I made a rookie mistake.
Some boba?
Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's hype.
he's also not stopping. You know, he's like for like half a minute he goes ham on it.
Yeah.
Inhale those bubbles. Okay, guys. Important question: do you chew them or you just swallow them? Because I know people that do both.
I chew them 100%.
Because if you just swallow them, you're a psychopath, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. You're not like getting the full experience out if you just swallow.
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
The point if you're
He's
getting
absorbing
them
sugar.
Yeah.
I don't judge kings, so I'm not going to say anything to that about swallowing.
Thank you, Drake. Thank you. Okay, Razor picked up now on CDEC. What are they going to pick alongside this one? I feel like Razor doesn't even counter anybody that hard in this game. Like, this is probably going to be run either in the mid lane or the off lane. Now we see a Winter Wyvern pick. That is excellent for fight resets. The moment you see a Doom coming out on someone, you just drop the Winter Wyvern alt either on the Doom or somebody beside the Doom, and it lets your whole team disengage.
Let me ask you a question, though, Neff. Where is the damage?
The damage. It's not here. They don't have it. It's lacking, and they can't.
It's literally Razor.
Zeus is banned out. Yeah,
Razor's the only damage they have.
It's not even like a ton.
Yeah, like.
Yeah,
you're right.
I'm gonna be honest.
Resets, but...
Hold on, drag and drop. I'm gonna make a controversial take right now. I don't like either of these drafts.
Yeah, like the Dire draft suddenly looks really awkward. It's like a support DP and a support Dawnbreaker, or maybe a mid Dawnbreaker or mid DP.
Right.
But like if you do DP and Dawn support, this is like an abomination. But there's Winter Warlock support duo. It's also kind of abomination-like. It could be a Winter mid though, which I personally like quite a bit.
Okay, you mix things up on occasion there, Black.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love innovating things. You know, carry axes.
You're a creative guy
and stuff. Yeah. So they could pick up the support last. Like, honestly, this looks like a pretty good like Rubik game if they wanted to do that with the Wyvern mid. Or if they just want to have damage, the Skyrath mage against Morphling. I love it. You hate Skyrath? I like Skyrath a lot.
Yeah.
Skyrath Void against Morph is good though.
Yeah, drag and drop. You're the captain of CDEC. How do you run into the trap? How do you fix your damage problems here? It's your job to solve everything in a single pick. No pressure.
Lina.
Oh,
Lina.
Okay.
Lina.
I like
hear me out. Outworld Devourer.
Ooh. Then faces for Chronos while you imprison somebody. That sounds great.
No, Fatal Bond plus Hammer. Ooh.
Oh.
Also, if you want a pure DPS mid, that's probably it.
Yeah.
However, there's a lot of counter picks to it, so they probably won't do it. They're boring. CDC is very boring. They pick very safe heroes, so it's probably going to be the Lina.
Yeah,
or the Fit Ranger. Let's go. Woo!
Sure. I wouldn't be too surprised to Lina being banned out just because it's so obvious, right? You have the damage on side of
obvious, but
Chronosphere.
Night Stalker. They think it's a Razor middle, probably.
That could also be a thing, right? And
but offlane damage from the offlane. What could that be? Outworld Devourer.
Mars is even still in there. No, never mind. It's been banned out.
Yeah, that was one of the more contested heroes we saw. So it makes sense that one has been banned out earlier in the phase.
Yeah, I just put the Razor offlane. Should be fine.
How about
and then you have Lina. It's also good against the Morphling, right? Just blowing up that water boy.
So they've been offlane and support, so they don't actually have a good read on what's coming out. Neither do I. And if I don't have a good read, then probably nobody does, because we just said I'm the Dota connoisseur.
Aficionado.
Connoisseur, aficionado, exactly.
I consider you a dilettante at best.
Thank you, whatever that means. I'm a dilettante, guys.
Dilettante.
I'm gonna Google.
You're gonna Google
what's a dilettante? A person having a superficial interest in an art or a branch of knowledge. Thanks, dude.
Oh,
can you play damage? What is this draft?
Don't expect that one.
Okay, the Clockwork picked up last year. I mean, it is some damage. I'm not crazy about
everything
this.
Is it really, Neff? I mean, I know you like Clockwork, but come on.
That also means the midwife, let's go.
Mid. It could be mid Clockwork. That's been run before.
Yeah, by 9. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah,
if you're not Tundra or anyone of the skill level of 9, do not pick weird mid heroes.
Yeah.
And even if you are, probably just stick to your guns. I'm still going to say that
Rockets?
Winter mid can carry this game. They have nothing to get on top of the Winter right now.
Well, they could fix that. I mean, Morphling could kind of get on top of the Winter Wyvern.
Don't you just pick like Puck or something?
Good, though.
Like Puck is so good against CDC's lineup, no?
Yes, Puck is very good here. I would
How is it
love to
not
see
even,
that picked
oh,
up.
Oh, it's banned actually. Never mind.
Oh yeah, it's banned.
I'm dumb. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. We all make mistakes, but even you make mistakes sometimes.
How about
okay.
Outworld Devourer?
Dude, it's like that bubble tea is infinite. He keeps drinking from the bubble tea and it doesn't go down. It's like bottomless.
Yeah, did you guys
have you seen that?
Is he actually drinking, or is he just like nervously
chewing the
in
straw?
his mouth? Yeah. Do we?
I think they've
know?
got like advanced tech
How
here.
about Grimstroke? Let's go.
I mean, I think you need more to get on top of these heroes. Otherwise, Dawnbreaker's gonna have to buy a Blink Dagger in order to initiate. Doom's gonna have to buy a Blink Dagger. Morphling's damage doesn't really come online until later. You need something to get on top of heroes. You need more damage to come out.
Storm last.
There's the answer to both those things. This hero is dead, though. This is a dead hero, you guys.
But Storm is playing Storm.
Yeah, at least it's not going to be
easy
confusing
for you guys. Yeah.
So it is the Mid Wyvern, though, and Mid Wyvern can cause a lot of problems for a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, 70 has been playing some weird heroes in different positions. I've been very impressed with 70's gameplay so far in Div 2. His Mars has been absolutely insane, so I'm interested in seeing his Mid Wyvern.
Yeah, on paper, again, it's a very good Wyvern game if you just itemize it into an Orchid. They have pretty good heroes against Storm too. Like if you ever get Hookshot, you can just die easily. If you get Chronod, you can die pretty easily. I think the Storm was probably a good answer to what they needed, but the hero is just not great right now. It's so hard to sustain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the reason for that, obviously, is, if I can get a quick word, Dre, but it ended up getting a couple of nerfs because of the Null Talismans. And then when the Null Talismans were changed to not give you the mana reduction anymore, the nerfs to Storm Spirit weren't addressed. So he's in a very awkward place right now.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Neff, for saying exactly what I meant to say. Now you look smart instead of me, which is not the job of a host, so I'm taking marks off you for that one.
Oh, I thought I was making the marks.
You're just taking marks off each other.
I mean, if you're going to be making marks, then I'm going to be marking you as well. So that's how it goes.
Kind of toxic relationship between you two. I'm just going to be here. I'm a neutral boy. I have no favorites.
I thought Drag Drop was your favorite.
You're going to have to pick a side sooner or later. Yeah, you got to get right angles.
Guys, I'm being bullied. Help. Blink 3 times if you need help.
Yeah, hold on. All right. Well, we'll end this battle on a boring note. Who do you guys predict? Drag and Drop it to start with you.
CDC, just because the Storm is dead. They've got the Chronosphere. They've got Winter Wyvern maids can do quite a bit of damage, so they can solve that. They have a pretty solid draft overall, even though it's a little bit unconventional, and they've just been looking much stronger this season overall. So I'm saying CDC. All
right, Black, how about you?
Well, the games of YBB always go really late, and I really like CDC's late game decision making, so it's gonna be tough for YBB to win. But they could maybe, with the fusion win, get some momentum. Let's go. But CDC is gonna win anyway.
Okay, well, boring answers from the two of you, predicting the better or the higher score team here. Okay, yeah, whatever. We're gonna jump into this. We're gonna give a break from Drag and Drop and Black. Take it away, you two.
But give us a break from me and Black.
Yeah, we're getting a break from ourselves. Let's go. Yeah. Enjoy the cast with no one, guys.
Yeah, he's giving us a break from himself.
Oh, they're using TeamSpeak in China. Since when did they do that? I never used TeamSpeak in China. It's a new tech. Dude, if I was allowed to use TeamSpeak in China, I would have been so much better. Now to get all this new technology when I leave is kind of unfair.
Are you also using TeamSpeak generally when you play Dota now? Or?
Yeah. Or Discord, depending on who you play with. Yeah, there's some boomers, there's some zoomers. If you're playing with boomers, it's probably TeamSpeak.
Dude, I've gotten to know a few more German players that I stack with sometimes, and most of them just straight up use TeamSpeak still.
Like Blacklight?
Like, what? Why? Why are you so behind the times? This is 2022, not 2010,
Actually,
it's like, why?
I don't know if Discord actually works in China or not. Like, some apps and programs are blocked over there.
Not, yeah.
I don't know if you can, but I would agree. I feel Discord is just pretty damn good. All the TeamSpeak, you know, carried me through my childhood, so I will always have a special place.
Yeah, I mean, this is nostalgia, but like you have to have your own server and pay for it and be like,
Oh,
"Eh."
Quack! With the slow fingers! Now he's gonna get back to the finger training later. He stood on top of the room but didn't get it. And lost the tango too. Now that's bad economy management.
I just even need that money. But yeah, YBB with the bounty rune advantage, so off to a good start. But Undyne, he finds the ward, which is absolutely fine. Storm also got a lasted on the ward though.
Wow, he killed the sentry and
I
the ops.
believe.
Outplayed.
Man, yeah. It's the way the news goes. And I was joining up with Faceless Void, so it's Ionit down here with the helpful Doom.
I'm just gonna say that I don't really like support Dawnbreaker too much, especially if it's a 5. Like, you won't really be getting too many levels or items. I think this hero really thrives with both of them.
Yep. There's been a lot of controversy around that, like a lot of opinions from both teams, but also the commentators about this 5 position, or whether it's better as a 3 or 4. Or... So.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to figure out. Like, if a hero is so versatile, oftentimes you kind of get lulled into a situation where, oh, this is a really great core hero, but we can play it as a support, so let's do that to throw the enemies off guard. Yeah. Oh, wow, it's actually not that good.
That's unfortunate. Also, I'm gonna point out, YBB's won the bottom lane. 9-8, he's got that mana burn Satyr creep.
Oh,
so
yeah.
He can just walk up and mana burn Undyne. Like, he's not gonna be able to spam nearly as many shadow words as he wants to.
Yeah, they have done some damage control here at least, buying a magic stick, so they will have like one spell at the ready at all times at least. But yeah, like this mana burn creep, I can't believe it's actually not been really addressed. Like, it got nerfed a little bit, but not nearly enough.
What did they do? Put the mana region aura down
by 0.5
by like 0.5 or something? Yeah, doesn't quite do it.
Wow,
Look,
the Void almost out of mana now. Great.
It's amazing. He's got a stick of his own.
Like, if they wanted
Full
to do
sticks
this
and Warlock
with the creep, maybe they like needed to up the level by 1, or put Devour max level at level 3, level 1, or something like that. Yeah, this is kind of silly.
Yeah. Well, just gonna have to be addressed by a couple of mangoes, perhaps, for Undyne, so they can sustain in this lane. Other than that, it's gonna get progressively worse for the Void. Is up top, Imitator. Actually going in very aggressively here, but losing a lot of health in the process. Let's talk about the top lane a little bit. Like, how's this Razor gonna match up versus the Morphling?
Morph is historically considered one of the Razor counters, not just in lane, but in the game as well, because you can just morph into him and then static link whoever you want to. Of course, you get that increased range, plus all the damage that you get when you morph back into like your real form. So the matchup is super strong, the lane is very easy. We'll see what they do with this Razor. I feel like Razor has been overpicked in China just a little bit. But
ooh, mid lane 70.
Maybe they can prove me wrong.
Yeah,
this lane is super easy for Storm. Like, he just free farms here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. 21-3, so the 14-4 right now from 70.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do as a Wyvern. Like, you can't deny any creeps. You have like 57 base damage at level 4. It's kind of a joke. Denying creeps with that hero, almost impossible.
Storm having a much easier time on that. Or at least on getting the last hits, of course, with the extra overload damage too. So
already 1k gold lead for YBB.
Yeah.
And we have seen it with CDC too, right? Like, they won their first game, suddenly they started having this momentum that they never lost. Could be the same with YBB. Because honestly, a lot of the teams in Division 2, they lack a lot of self-confidence. A good win like that can definitely give that to you.
Yeah. Especially when it means that you still have a chance at not being thrown out, you know, just depending on how some of these other teams are playing, I believe. Like, I was looking at the schedule before. CDC is still have to play against Fusion. YBB is up against Saiyan, which is the other team that's also not been doing well, to say the least. So if you win here, there's a pretty good chance that you can make it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always nice to just stay around in the league as well. Get more exposure, get more chances to even get picked up by top teams, you know, if you have stand-up performances.
Yeah.
So it's basically your life on the line, quite literally. Because pro players obviously live and die for these opportunities.
It's just a lot less stressful when you've already got the slot secured, don't have to go through qualifiers.
Yeah, but also, you know, a lot of people work better under stress, or worse, depending on who you are.
Yeah. Certainly a lot of stress down bottom here. Undyne and QQ are just completely out of resources at the moment.
They're doing okay top, but the mid and bot lane are not super easy. One more creep until Storm 6. But yeah, Wyvern also just goes back to the base to heal up.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to feed away a random kill.
How aggressive is Wyvern going to be playing? Maybe he can join up top a little bit later. Polison throws in a hammer, jumps around. The cogs kind of blocking themselves in, but also blocking them away from YPB. Polison starting low and lower, and yeah, Razor's got a lot of damage stacked up. He might very well be the first blood here. Waveform forward to try and buy some space, maybe get the extra kill on Starkrock first, but it was not enough. First blood being drawn for the Razor. Meanwhile, Warlock also ends up going down in a mid, a 7E.
He has a curse if he wants to, but of course no rectal damage from the Wyvern.
Yeah,
so
pretty.
You need that Witchblade to be really effective as the Wyvern. Before that, you deal very little damage. But post that, you deal a crap ton of damage.
Yep. So Storm using some mana to get that extra kill on Undyne as he made the rotation mid. At least it's not the Wyvern. But now Storm picked up an Arcane Rune. He's walking back home. He can recharge and then perhaps use that Arcane Rune in the side lane somewhere.
Doom might just be dead here. Gets cocked. They have a curse too for the Storm as they ping in.
That is a nice catch. 9 to 8. Will end up dropping. Storm down back to half mana. The curse might just have time to be used defensively because 7E, he's just being bullied right now. There it is, the curse.
He still has mana though.
Couple of bottle charges, but is it going to be enough? More right clicks? No, he's dead.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better rune or a better start for the Storm Spirit, honestly. 3-0 already.
Yeah.
We'll see what a nerfed Storm Spirit can really do, because the biggest problem the Zero has now is just sustaining your mana pool. Like, Null Talismans don't do it, you buy into Witchblade, which doesn't really do it. There's nothing you can buy to make your game like more comfortable. So we'll see how you can sort of overcome that barrier.
Well, if you can't do it with this start, then it seems to be very tough, because he's about 1,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent at the moment.
Yeah.
Give or take.
And mid Wyvern, when you have a slow start, like, you can just fall off massively, right? Because you're kind of supposed to snowball with that fast Witchblade.
Yeah.
A lot of kills on the side lanes. Get to a fast travels axe. But it might be a slower start for the Wyvern.
Do you see him go for an Orchid build here as well against the Storm, or?
Yeah. You can definitely do that, like Witchblade Orchid into axe, also very popular. Warlock that again, probably.
Yep, plenty of mana on the Storm Spirit.
Hey!
Oh, whoa! Come on, man. Yeah, there we go.
That's
a quick jump in. Had to use a bit more of his mana pool that he really needed to, but...
Yeah.
At least
it's 2022, you can't get stick juked anymore.
Yeah.
Such an old trick.
Well, sometimes it still gets the best of us, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, YPB off to a pretty decent start at all lanes, even top, like Morphling just slightly ahead of the Razor. Down bottom, of course, there's so much pressure on CDC, and now Iron at level 7 Death Prophet can just use his first exorcism to even bully down this tower just a little bit.
Wyvern is smoking down bottom though. The tower is still pretty survivable. He has a magic wand to get a chrono out as well if necessary. So if they're not too careful...
Yeah. Also this Observer Ward here from the die.
Good chrono here.
Ooh.
Oh,
I don't even need it.
I thought he was going to chrono both of them, but...
Yeah.
I was like, nah. Screw that.
It's kind of rough chronoing a Death Prophet with the Exorcism going on for so long, because it was going to come back and deal up any damage that you do.
Goodbye Clockwork again.
Oof, yeah.
Really not respecting the Storm Spirit at all. Like, he's just fighting in front of the Storm Spirit, getting to half health. I was like, yeah, what can happen? Oh, I'm dead.
Just wanted to get some levels in mid, you know?
And they keep refilling his bottle too. That's the 3rd or 4th refill, I believe. And I guess that's the way to sort of overcome the sustain issues we spoke about.
Undyne right there, and that means he's very, very dead.
They
Once
need
again,
to stop feeding the storm.
he's 6-0.
Yeah.
This can't be right. This is... I mean, Storm
Another
not
10
being
minutes at
popular. I mean, sometimes when heroes are not popular, you kind of forget to play against them, but it should be pretty ingrained that feeding a Storm like this is going to lead to bad things down the line.
Yeah, it's like probably the worst hero in Dota to feed early on, to be honest. Yeah, we'll see. He goes for a Kaya first, which is sort of your hand of Midas on heroes like Storm. And yeah, like if they don't stop him soonish, it's gonna be a big problem.
How do you stop them? Like, because their lockdown is sort of limited if it's not the big ultimates, right?
Yeah. So the weakness of Storm is he doesn't kill heroes super fast, right? So he takes probably like 5-6 seconds to kill a Wyvern. If there's like a random Chronosphere or something to lock him down and you get a kill on him that way, could be pretty good. But he's already way too high level and way too farm. Like he should not be this level and farm level at this point.
Yeah.
If you're leveling with a clock, it's always a good sign for you, a very bad sign for the enemy.
Pretty much. Well, Clock desperately trying to find his own level 6. Warlock, same thing for him. Like he's sticking around together with Razor right now as he's farming stacks to grab a bit of experience and might bring him close. At least you have some sort of extra counterplay potential once the rod comes out. That might do the trick, you know, just feed up the Storm, make him overextend, and then just feed a killing spree to, yeah, to your mid-Wyvern or someone.
I mean, at least Wyvern is very close to having the Witchblade completed.
Yeah.
About, what, 300 gold away from that, so her damage output is gonna ramp up. But we have yet to see a Doom as well.
QQ hanging around the mid, finds himself a DD rune.
If he gets doomed, he might just die.
Oh. Sure if they... Oh, he gets doomed right now. The long zip! And the Dawnbreaker just for good measure. Yeah, this is... exactly what you said might happen.
Yeah. It's a problem if you're... if the enemy +4 Doom is approaching your Void in terms of farm. Morphling is free farming too. I mean, all of the lanes are free farming. Look at the 3 cores. Storm is 7-0-0, but the other 2 cores are keeping up in farm as well. That is not a good sign.
Yeah. Well, looking to make a play right now. There's a lot of vision in their own jungle. Imitator trying to deal with that, but guesses incorrectly. Rest of CDC though, looking for the
So
top
close. Hit ward.
lane. Yeah. At least they're making some play, you know, it's YBB unlikely to come and defend this one, but if they do, CDC will be ready. They have Chronosphere, they have a Razor who can kind of sit around and do some things inside of it. And you also have the Warlock to fall back on, plus 70 also making this rotation with the freshly completed Witchblade. But again, tier 1 top at this stage in the game, very tough to defend and no real reason to.
Yeah. The DP is also super close to the BKB. We all know how strong DP gets once that item is completed. So, no need to rush anything. You're having a very comfortable lead. I really don't understand this +4 Clockwork last pick, to be honest.
It hasn't really been that effective, right? Especially against the
I don't even know
lane.
like what they picked it for. They don't have any backline they really need to catch either.
Yeah.
They usually pick Clock when it's like a sniper or something that you need to get on top of, but there's nothing.
Well, maybe they know something we don't.
Or not.
Or not. Yeah, you
Right
can,
now
you
it's
can
looking
still...
like they don't.
Yeah. You can, I mean, you can kind of control the flow of the team fight a little bit with some nice cogs placement.
They saw the Doom? I believe they did, yeah.
That is first control of the game, connects. That should be
Finally getting on the board. Razor DP's in, does 1 hit. Alright, dude.
Typical carry team fight contribution, alright. Oh, hey guys, I'm helping last hit. Oh, thank you guys. I'm so good.
Yeah. Wyvern's probably pretty triggered right now. Storm is invis. Shouldn't be able to bring down the Wyvern though.
There's a sentry here, there, so they do see him with the tiger on wall. They know what's going on. I've been kind of very careful there inside the trees. Storm won't find much with that in this.
So
They don't need
Razor's
to, they
also
have
getting close to
farm
his
and whatnot.
BKB. But they have so many more answers to the Razor's BKB than they have to the DP's BKB. Like Morphling can kill the Razor through BKB, DP can. If you get doomed before, you're kind of dead.
Yeah. Still rather doom the Void or the Wyvern before the ultimates come out though, right?
Yeah, if you get the chance to, for sure.
Is he gonna get the chance? Does he have... Oh, he's Blink Dagger coming already, look at that.
Yeah,
Oh, Doom
Doom
doing
is pretty
quite
big
well.
boy.
So that's where we might see him also replace that mana burn creep with a centaur, if only there was one. New round of creeps respawning, so there's a chance
Ooh.
for that, and he does not get anything like that, so never mind.
Well, Undyne is just okay.
Okay, just walking in.
Just walking up, and you're probably dead for that. Yeah, no way
Yep.
to be out there. Undyne has been playing very suicidal this game.
Well,
just
better him
walked up
than
to
the
the dome
Void,
and
I
hit
guess, but yeah.
He's like, I'll show you. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh wait, I'm a warlock. Whoops.
Next time when I drop the rock on you, though.
God. By the way, look at this bottom ward above the shrine in the
Yeah,
Radiant Jungle.
it's eluding
just-
all the wards.
It's just on the edge of both of them. It's so sad. I can't remember that one, honestly. Because that seems...
It's a good ward
Pretty
because
nice.
it's outside of the like a little tree,
Yeah.
not tree, the hill wards there.
Oh,
Oh, Morph got hooked.
Mid.
Got cursed too, but he has too much health.
Let's see, yeah, certainly with Bombbreaker coming in, and now Storm kind of low on mana now. It's the entirety of YPV hanging around from this mid lane. They can still turn this into something with the exorcism. That's exactly what they're gonna be doing here. QAQ. Perhaps poised for a fight with the Chronosphere. They also have the Golem. No more Winter's Curse. Storm going off his Region Rune. Couldn't quite cancel it with the Rocket Flare.
They have a rock. They're looking for a fight here.
There it is, Chronosphere only catching a Death Prophet, but no extra heal, so they will be able to burst her down. Storm back up to full due to a Region Rune, but Undyne being helped out.
Doom
By
jumped in too.
7E, they get the Doom as well. So not the biggest of Chronos, but it was on a crucial target. They had the power to bring it down, so...
Now,
now-
I gotta
Big
really
one.
say though, you gotta be faster with your BKB on that DP. Like you know he's gonna jump in eventually. You gotta be ready with that button.
Oh, yeah.
Cause it's not instant, right? You jump in, you lift your arms, everything. You gotta get that BKB out. Because if you don't, you just die.
Might have that anyway, because most of the damage coming through was physical. According to the dev recap, only 267 magical damage from some of the Void Bashes.
Yeah.
So it was just
Which also
the
makes you
Razors
wonder:
doing a lot of
is
work.
BKB first the best choice here?
There's a lot of things to go through it, right?
Yeah. Pretty much everything.
Yeah.
The entire lineup.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, obviously not the time lock damage and the Maelstrom,
Warlock
which might
again.
be enough. Ooh, yeah, okay.
That's free food.
XCJ was playing Warlock the other day. He did not have a single death in one of those games.
Yeah, Warlock is a very like feeling kind of hero. If you're feeling
Yeah.
yourself, you get a super fast shot, high level, everything. Yeah, life is great.
And then you play against Storm and life just is
It's
the
not that
opposite
great.
of that.
The Cape Man loses to the real Cape Man.
What can you do?
Now, one of my biggest criticisms with the YPB has been that they're very passive when they're sitting on a lead, and they have yet to prove me wrong with that. So hopefully they can push the advantage because they have a quite seizable one. No need to let CDC get back into this game for free,
Yep.
at least.
Portalson finds another ward, that's always nice. But yeah, I mean, a Chronosphere on cooldown, you might think that they would be looking for something. At the same time, there's a Winter's Curse again. There's also the Golem from Warlock that we've yet to see. So there's a few things that you have to address, that you have to concern yourself with.
Yeah. Now, so the thing is, CDC, how do I say this in a nice way. It's kind of like a noob slayer lineup because they have a lot of big AoE spells, right? That if you don't respect them, you just feed into it. And YBB have historically been very scared. Nice hook.
Very nice hook indeed. There gets the BKB out though. Imitator straight will TP before he dies. I mean, forcing out the charge.
Yeah.
For hook shot, not the worst thing in the world. There's Undyne, okay.
Right.
He was just trying to shovel, you know, trying to do some honest work. He gets killed off again.
Curse him?
Hey,
Don't curse him. Wow. I would have cursed there. Cooldown is pretty short. A kill on a Doom like that when you're behind.
Strum comes through.
Ah.
Once again, Observer out of range of a Sentry, but I think they sort of place it, so they should still be able to get rid of that one. A lot of focus here from the Dire on this mid lane, like there's one ward on each side.
Yeah, it's a super important ward.
Yeah, that is.
Nice D-ward as well.
Yep.
But you know, Undyne, even though he's having a rough game, he's still doing his job pretty well. Getting a lot of D-wards going. They still have one on the other side, of course, as you said.
Makes sense that YPB would want to find an angle in here. This tier 1 mid, very low, but still standing.
So,
it still offers control for the Radiant.
Storm just finished his Orchid, and Clock is pretty close to his own, so it's gonna be a battle of who Orchids who. Because if you just jump into the backline, you Orchid the Wyvern and commit on him. If you get Orchid yourself, you're just dead. You have to be super, super careful with this sort of itemization.
Yeah. Speaking of Wyvern, 7E going straight up for the Aghanim Scepter, and has that completed now, so...
Which is gonna make him pretty tanky too, like around 2k health, well, 1.8k health, which isn't too bad at all, but Storm can still solo kill you, no problem.
Yep. And permanent Actic Burn, which is not just a lot of damage, but also that free pathing, right? As long as you have mana,
and
you can
25% movement speed, which is kind of a joke. I don't know why it does that. Why do you get faster suddenly? Why isn't he faster before when you fly?
You literally fly. Yeah, it's like, okay, I was gonna say because you're flying, but eh.
It's so weird that they suddenly just add the movement speed bonus.
I mean, it's the power of Aghanim, right? He's biggest powerful mages. They're gonna try again. Iron pushed back, but the damage being done. Has the BKB, has the extra heals, but the Winter Curse being dropped. Damage being drained. Razor clicking away. It's Void goes down in the top lane here, but Iron's still alive for the time being. They really need to commit for him, but they can't. He's still going. Razor, BKB protecting himself. As Poloson kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, so they'll settle. Well, they have to settle for the consolation prize, but again, losing 2 heroes on top. Golem dropped, but no Chronosphere.
Razor BKB was very late. I think it could have easily killed the DP if he didn't get slowed down and everything. But yeah, losing your Void in the top lane. It's tough. You're playing against a Storm with Orchid. You don't really have any way to get rid of the silence yet.
Alright.
But you see, right? This game has been sitting at 5-6k gold advantage for like the last, I don't know, 10 minutes? Which isn't good. Like, you definitely want to be growing that lead.
It's stagnating a little bit for sure. And yeah, considering the kind of start of the Storm, especially had. I mean, it's 10-0 right now still. It's absolutely impressive. 10-0-1, he's like part of 11 of their 13 kills.
He just finished up the Orchid on the clock though, so that's the kill timing on the Storm, and they're looking for him.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest kill ever though. Still got a Kaya Sanj. 70 looking around. Gotta be careful though. Costs a lot of mana now you're flying. And now you don't have mana for curse and stuff anymore. Ooh. Take him with the Orchid.
Ooh, there it is. Orchid comes in. Hookshot did not quite connect though, and do not catch him inside the cog. So this attempt
and
not
now
working out. Now there's the counter Orchid. Well, anything you can do, I can do better, says Storm, as they do secure that kill. 9-8, trying to blink Storm for the back. Once again, he gets out. How?
I really feel like you start having to commit some curses.
I think it was Lotus up.
He was Lotus up, yeah.
That was a bit awkward. Unit having that as the second big item. And you can just finish.
It's just really awkward having so many heroes TP out. Oh, now 9k lead suddenly. We just spoke about 3k. What the hell happened? Or 6k.
60, yeah.
How did I get 3k gold in 1 minute? They only killed the clock, right?
I think so, yeah.
What the hell? Now it's suddenly 10k. Did somebody destroy an item by accident?
I don't think so.
I hope not.
That would be very awkward.
Oh yeah, I destroyed my BKB. Sorry, guys.
Nah, QQ definitely has it in his inventory where it belongs. So.
Yeah.
Still
This game is getting harder and harder now, though.
Yeah.
We spoke about no damage. The biggest problem with no damage drafts really comes when you fall behind, because they get more defensive items and you really don't have any answers to it.
Yep.
Look at the Void 2 building into BKB Lincoln, something I absolutely hate. BKB Lincoln's on the Razor as well. Like, they just have no damage, and they itemize into even less damage.
Well, yeah. Yes, to fresh
For the
acute up now
Dawnbreaker.
Razor, which is all the damage that you need. There's a hook shot across into the side.
Oh, we didn't speak about Dawnbreaker, by the way, but he has an Acceptor, so people in the Chrono are going to be not dying.
Yep. Makes things a bit awkward. Otherwise, on paper, you might think that CDC, like, if they use all the ultimates, then you could still take a pretty good team fight. Like, if they can extend, if the Razor can just click away with the Storm pops a BKB now as he's being gone on a bit. But then again, if you use all your ultimates and those on cooldown, YPP is free reign to do what as they please for quite a while. Gotta be a bit careful about that.
It's a very awkward position CDC is in for sure. This draft can't be falling behind this far.
It's up to YBB to punish them though, right? Because if this game goes late, like eventually Void will have damage, eventually Razor will have that refresher and whatever else he wants.
Yeah,
Raven can also stay on more.
That's what I mean with YBB though. Like, they have such a big lead, but there have been no like attempts to go to Roshan. They don't want to reforce a fight anywhere. Like, if this is like an LGD or something, this Roche would have been dead, and it's probably closer to the second Roche at this point already. We're looking for this Wi-Fi. Oh, close.
At least he had a region rune again, so Storm not too worried about that. But
Oh, they see the DP. Oh, do they? Ah, now they do.
they do now.
No BKB pumped again. But
Didn't think that they needed it. There's a Dawnbreaker ult coming through. The Winter's Curse to follow. Not really doing all that much. Storm zipping across. There's the Golem here. They need to get some kills, and they will now
BKB
come
pumped
back
again.
coming through. 1-for-1 trade though. Wyvern goes down, and that's a doom over the Fizz's Void. He's trying to make his way out.
he's healing up though. He has enough HP. He's gonna be fine.
He might be fine. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But his team isn't. They lost 2 more support heroes. They used all their ultimates, and they get nothing done. They were just wasting it on a Dawnbreaker ult. Both the Chrono and the Curse.
Well, DP at least ends up going down. But yeah, it's very... Like, it looks very confused, you know? Like, it looked like they didn't know that Dawnbreaker had axed the way he cursed, because the curse was way too early. So the curse only lasts half duration. If it doesn't, then the Storm also gets affected by it, you know? It's like a lot of things are going narrowly wrong, and yeah. Might be too late to save at this point. But we'll see. YBB has a history of being a little bit too passive.
Yeah.
And Razor's
Well,
getting
it's
there,
kinda-
right? Halfway to the refresher.
I mean, they've been gifted this opportunity, you know, to take the team fight and then also take Roche afterwards.
Yeah,
So that might push him into the direction of like, there's no reason why we shouldn't be going ham right now. They still have the Exorcism on Death Prophet, and if you look at the minimap, they're making a beeline for this top lane right now. The hookshot comes in though. CDC taking the initiative. Also, Dash comes in full soul for the moment, but don't really find the right angle that they were looking for until maybe now that the
grenade is gone.
with his curse, Morphling. He's gonna lose that immediately. Now with the Exorcism, this is where you have to leave. Surely Razor pops his BKB. Takes so much damage on Simple Soul right back there with round number 2. Bollison going into the back to control him up. The Blink Stop on 3 from 9 to 8 on top of the Dawnbreaker. Oh, they're all gonna die here. As QAQ barely gets to live with the BKB in another time walk. The rest of his team devastated. They huddle together for warmth and comfort. That was just a gift for the Doom Blink Stomp.
Yeah, with such a small AoE too, no easy task to really do that. But yeah, like we could just see, they get decent initiations in, honestly. It's just they have 0 damage output. Like, generally, when you're behind like this, you don't want to be itemizing into defensive items. You really want to have damage to be able to kill those heroes and get the comeback goal rolling. I really don't know how they're gonna get a comeback going with this itemization.
It'd have to be YBB kind of mispositioning a bit, having Inet, Windless Curse next to Sinful Soul or something like that.
Yeah, potentially. But you just saw how long it took them to kill a 1500 HP Morphling, right? With a full duration curse, everything. It's like, this is an itemization you want to see when you're really far ahead. You know, like, you don't want to throw anything away.
This is not gonna get much easier for a while. Yeah.
But the Storm Aeon Disc is so good. Like, it prevents any throw from potentially happening.
And again, another BKB comes through. BKB as well from Razor, trying to burn down this Death Probe. It's just impossible. AQ though, doomed up, but the Chronosphere is already out. It's trying to click away on this Hynet and finally goes down. It's still linked together with the Fatal Bond, but now the doomed up Void. Trouble. Okay, there's some heals coming through. 70
and you're alone
to work with here. As Sinful Soul up to the high ground, back down to the low ground. Nice cogs, controlling him up there.
Nice curve!
On the Storm, that's a really good one. Just take the damage from the other team if you don't have it yourself. 928 with another Storm, but he's just gonna give up his own life. But there's still
more to ping, more to ping.
On Sinful Soul, he's TPing up to the cancel. They do not. He gets out, but at what cost? How? They take almost a team wipe.
I mean, it's a start, but yeah, this is really what can happen with all these big AoE ults, right? Like, they use them pretty much perfectly. 3-man Chrono, 3-man Curse, the Golem hits everybody. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still 13k lead. Morphling didn't die. If Morphling dies there, it's a different story, though. It was very close.
Storm dying, though, there, that was pretty big.
Massive gold bounty.
1,025 plus 700 among 4 heroes.
If Morph died, it would have been the same, pretty much. So, probably down to 10k. And that's where the damage items can slowly come in. Now he has almost finished the Lincoln Sphere on Void. Then after, the damage is going to start rolling in.
Yeah.
Same for the Wyvern, just finished her Shadow Blade based on this fight.
He's also getting closer to Refresher. I mean, Wyvern did 8k damage that fight, mostly, of course, on the Storm with the beautiful Windless Curse, I believe. But Razor also did like 5k. If he gets to live in the fight, like Static Link, you can start right-clicking hard, and of course the Eye of the Storm also chips away quite a bit. And he has two of those. Yeah, he's super close to that, so having 2 of those will just supercharge that.
Yeah. Now, again, Morphling is so fun, but his impact is pretty lackluster. Like, this hero in general just... Like, it looks like he's gonna win this game, or if he gets caught here with a good curse...
This would be big. That is the curse to start with, starting to drain some damage. He is sitting at a very healthy amount of health points though, and does have the Dawnbreaker to fall back on, so it's always going to be rough. They of course. I mean, that Clockwork coming in with the battery assault, but first hit bash also tends to help.
They're smoking down there. There's a lot of Lincolns now, so it's not an easy initiation anymore. So in that regard, it makes it a little bit hard, because Void and Razor both have him now. And you won't really be finding the Wyvern too easily either. Do you have a Dust on Storm? You don't. So this Winter Wyvern Shadow Blade can definitely save you from the Storm now. Like, I would love it if he just bought a casual Dust for himself, so he can kill the Wyvern.
Will be coming in quite handy.
Refresher up down
he's kind of
Razor.
itemizing blast cannon wise, like he wants to be standing on the edge of a fight, kind of chipping in with the quiver with the Arctic Burn.
Yeah. So good news is, when Dawnbreaker respawns, the ult is back of cooldown straight away. I can't believe the cooldown of this ult is so low.
I know, right?
It kind of feels like a black hole sort of impact, to be honest. But actually going in on the Storm, here's Aeon Disc.
He does, to trigger it. That's the first step. They have there all the spells. The Doom comes out though. BKB protects the face void. The Winter Curse coming through. Storm kind of low, but being healed up by the Dawnbreaker old Razor.
There's going to be a Chrono coming
nice
through too.
Golem here. They're all linked together. And so much damage being done. Storm is dead.
There's a Chrono in two.
Oh, there
Don't
it
use
is.
it.
Sinful Soul. Oh, gets the waveform out.
They're chasing, they're chasing.
He's so slow though. Silence up. QIQ doesn't even need the Chronosphere. He doesn't think so, and neither do I.
Oh my god.
Follows them down for the count as well. And just like that, the entire game falls apart for YBB. One survivor barely. Argument finds a TP out. But once again, not even all ultimates had to be used there. CDC still have the Chrono.
Look at the Razor damage, 7,000. The Wyvern, 7,000 as well. Ah, they're the real carries here. Void is just the Doom tanker.
Yeah.
And now 7k lead, 6k lead, it's dwindling. And at this point, you gotta give a big advantage to CDC. Just because of the teamfight prowess.
It's about the refresher that we've been hyping up on this Razor for so long, but also the Fatal Bonds. Three of them at least linked together.
Fatal Bonds are ridiculous too.
Yeah.
How much is it per link? 24%? It's ridiculous.
Starts it up as
They're going to DP now too.
shot forward.
They can't just DP here.
Hydra just always tanking those. Chronosphere being used. Now there's no more heals coming, but it takes a long time with only the Void really hitting, but kill's a kill.
Now 4k.
Respawning play. Don't want to push their luck here.
And that's what we spoke about, right? You managed to make a comeback with all these defensive items because of your teamfight prowess, your execution, and now that's where the damage starts rolling in. Mjolnir almost done, Axe almost done on the Razor. Like, yeah, this is gonna get really brutal from now on.
Axe Razor means next time they have the ultimates going near the fight, near the base, the towers are just gonna melt.
Yeah, but this is exactly what we spoke about with YBB though. They always hesitate so much and don't push the advantage that they actually give enemies a chance to do this.
Yeah.
That has been my single most crucial sort of shortcoming of theirs. They're smoking up again, but you know, they have no Chrono. Other than that, everything is pretty much online again. It's a 5-man smoke.
Yeah.
There's an axe on Storm Spirit at least, so...
Funny, hook shot across, you get this too, Storm, as well as the Morphling here, the Winter Curse will be reflected. Now, the Dawnbreaker ult, pretty good one, controlling all of them up, 17, a lot of trouble, gets burst down first. Storm, Simple Soul still alive, Undyne, 1 second left, and he can barely
Doom
get the
expires.
finish off Undyne. 5x coming through here, wanted to be taken and winning this fight, and with Storm and Simple Soul going down, there's no other way to do it. Razor just burning through them, no questions asked. Like, yeah, just come and try and fight me. You can't.
Yeah, he had the axe there too.
Damage done in this fight alone.
Yeah, with that axe scepter now, double IF to Storm targets. But they're actually GGing out just like that.
Yeah.
I can't believe they were 15k ahead just 3 minutes ago.
Not even, it was 18, almost closer to 20k. And then they just lose 2-3 team fights in a row, and it's all gone. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that CDC fell this far behind, honestly. But we said CDC is a really good team, so to be able to mount a comeback like this is also no small feat. Maybe they just put on some ankle weights, you know, it's like, yeah, let's get behind a little bit, so we can train under pressure.
All right, guys, we're giving ourselves a handicap. We can't win until Undyne has 10 deaths. You know, that's why you fed so much, but damn. Oh, that was quite a game. Neff, what do you think? Can you believe it?
Life comes at you fast, but by the end, we saw why they ended up picking up Clockwork. I'm not sure if you caught him getting his level 20 talent in that final fight. He ends up jumping on top of the Storm Spirit and the Morphling, and they're both leashed up. It was
great.
Nothing they could do. They were just stuck there, couldn't do a damn thing. Storm Spirit probably beating himself up for going this Aeon disc instead of a BKB. Morphling Sinful Soul, he didn't have a BKB either. So they were just stuck there. And yeah, they ended up losing a couple fights before that, but you guys were concerned about it. The late game, even though you have the counters in the form of this Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter, the team fight was just like too strong from the side of CDEC. Well, what do you think the number one thing that went wrong that enabled them to do all this one, Black? Because like the final 3 team fights, outside of those, like it was just YBP all the way.
Yeah, I mean, YBB was just, as we criticized them for often in the past, they're just too defensive. They didn't really force a Roshan, only after they won their team fight. After that, they didn't really get any outer towers destroyed. And that middle lane team fight, they got so incredibly hard outplayed. Like, all the AoE ults hit on 3 targets, very spread, while the Razor Link is going for full duration. Eye of the Storm is giving like minus 20 armor to the Storm, because he can't take any damage during the Winter's Curse. And yeah, I mean, it was just pure outplay from that part on, but it just comes on the back of YBB not pressuring enough, in my opinion.
Well, it felt like it was a long time coming. At the 29-minute mark, you did mention that it didn't feel like CDEC had that much damage, but that's just where things were about to turn around. I looked at the fight recap. Both teams ended up doing like 11k damage, but they couldn't quite finish off any of the heroes on YBB, and I think that was the real turning point. After they got a little bit more XP from winning a 31-minute fight after that, where they got everyone except for the Morphling, that's where things really started to turn around. It was surprising that they won that fight too, because I'm pretty sure what happened there was the Faceless Void got doomed. The Razor tried to drop the Lincoln Sphere onto the Faceless Void mid-cast animation, but was just a little bit too slow. They won that fight anyways. It was crazy.
Yeah, there were a few things happening there. And I think Black is right in the sense that they were so afraid of kind of running into this, into all of these big ultimates, that they didn't do that by just playing passive. But then by the time these fights eventually broke out, CDC actually had just enough to throw in after these ultimates, alongside these ultimates, to actually get the kills. And that might not have been the case if they just fought 5-10 minutes earlier, if they pressed the advantage. Like, even if you get 3-man chrono, Razor isn't quite ready at that point. You know, Void has even less. You know, you have a much easier chance of surviving that, especially if you get this early of an Agnum Scepter on a Dawnbreaker. You know, there's less reason to be afraid than you might have thunk with the kind of start that YBB had. But yeah, they didn't take advantage of that. They just let CDC come back, get all the items that they wanted, and then find a couple of really, really good team fights.
Yeah, no, I've
Speaking of
many
those
times
team fights, a couple.
where you are like playing against a lot of AoE ults, right? You're playing against like Magnus, Enigma, and Faceless Void in one team. Yeah, it's very scary because any single one of the ultimates can like turn the game around. But in this game in particular, you have the best answers to that. You got heroes who can poke, go in and out. You know, you can force some errors of CDC just because of how underfarmed they are. But like every time a team fight started, it was full commitment. You know, they didn't try to poke at all. It was always the DP getting gone on, fight starts, that's it.
Yeah. Even, like, this fight is a perfect example. Like, there's all the ultimates being used, but YPB only end up losing one person. But they did not force out that fight. There was an attempt from CDC that just went very, very wrong. And they reacted to it exactly.
Yeah, and then they get this Aegis at least, which is good for them, but after that, everything just goes downhill. Again, they're just so afraid of really committing to anything. And I'm not entirely sure why. Like, this Stormbreaker ult is literally a jail out of 3 card. Like, Razor has no refresher, he has no damage.
Jail out of
Void
3?
has no damage.
A jail out of 3.
Jail out of 3.
No. That's the American version of it, you know. We can dunk on them on the US a little bit. That's none of them are here now. So.
This is the German power coming through right now, you know?
Yeah.
Like this fight also, Razor, no refresher. They have no business losing this fight. How much gold do they have? 18k? And there's just no damage on CDC. How did they lose this fight? I still don't understand.
Fatal Bonds off onto the 3 heroes, ends up doing a significant chunk of damage there. Then Storm Spirit comes in. I believe this was the Super Sick Winter's Curse, wasn't it?
Yes, it's got a sick heal there on QIQ as well. With that, like, Sinful Soul goes back up and down, and Storm is like, haha, I'm helping! And oh yeah, I'm helping.
Yeah, that blinks right into it there on 928. So they're all on Storm, and it's Beyond Godlike Sprees, and this was the beginning of the end. It was this 31-minute mark, and I'm not sure if you guys saw the graph at the end of the game, but everything just takes a huge swing after this one, and they lose fight after fight on the side of YBB afterwards.
How do you recover from this mentally? It's a real question. Because that was a free win. It really was.
Yeah. And then we see the Lincoln's coming out slightly too slow on the Face's Void. It's dropping him from the Razor afterwards, but it didn't even end up mattering. Fatal Bond's off
does everything with fight.
onto hero again.
They just both disappeared instantly here after...
The fun thing with the curse is, the Eye of the Storm minus armor stacks, they keep stacking up, right? He had that Agams at the time too, so they were both minus 30. As soon as the curse is over, they're done.
Just melt.
And it can really throw you off, even if you know the curse is on you. You're like, oh my god, how am I taking this much damage? And this is the last one. Look at that. The leash that he has now at level 20 on this Void, they're just stuck here. They can't do anything. And then they're cursed up afterwards. They just got completely destroyed in this team fight. And just like you mentioned, the Eye of the Storm stacking up on these people. Look how quick they drop afterwards. It's just like a couple auto attacks in Storm.
Yeah.
He dies, losing, dying.
This was the fight where Razor dealt like 13k damage or something.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's it's kind of ugly. Yep, good MVP choice, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Is quite the performance. Also, shout out to Imitator on clock. Like, I don't think he missed a single hook shot. I can't recall.
I don't recall either. Okay, check this out though. 2.03 gold to damage ratio. Black. We quote this stat a lot here in the China region, but I don't think I very often see it this high.
Yeah, seeing it over 2 in general is super rare. I'm just going to do my own research real quick. He dealt 42,000 hero damage, which is kind of ridiculous. But you know what's also surprising? Or maybe not surprising? The Wyvern actually dealt almost closer to 3 per gold damage ratio, which is also pretty insane.
Oh yeah,
44,000.
Yeah, 15k net worth and 44,000 damage. Damn, look at that.
Yeah, Mid Wyvern is just so dirty, right? Once you get your axe after you hit everyone once, they lose half health. You're like, yeah, I'm a god.
Breakdown. 18,000 damage done with Arctic Burn alone. Holy hell.
Yeah, that spell is. I mean, honestly, the Void had a miserable game. He was more of a Doom tank than anything. He dealt 10,000 damage. It's 0.5 damage ratio.
I mean, it's much easier if you have percentage-based damage against the Morphling too. Like 9k of that Wyvern damage of the Arctic Burn was on the Morphling, as you might imagine.
I mean, the Void did his job, right? He tanked for the Razor to be enabled, and he got some pretty good Chronos out there as well. Yeah. So, yeah.
A unique way of doing things, though. A unique way of doing things, Black. Do you like how they decide to do this one? QIQ not really playing the position 1, even though he's on the Face's Void here.
I think it was probably the best out they had in that situation, just because of how poor he was after the laning phase. Like, if you want to, of course, you want to avoid the scenario, but they realized that Razor is really the big damage here this time around, and the way he itemized also, right? BKB into Lincoln Sphere, just in, out, make me as tanky as possible while also still being an attractive target, because I still have that Chronosphere.
So, I mean, after a loss like that, you're winning the majority of the game, and then everything all of a sudden turns around on you. CDEC end up coming out on top. What is the mental state of them like here on YBB Drag and Drop? And how did they recover from this?
Absolutely broken. There's no way to come back. They just have to wallow in self-pity for the next 2 years. No, for real though. Like, it's they can look back in their own stats perhaps and say, but in most of our games we won at least one game in most of our series so far. So they should have the next one just based on that logic. But it must sting a little bit, having the game in their hands and then just letting it go like that. Can't imagine that to be easy.
Now, Black, if you had to pinpoint one thing where everything went wrong for YBB, one thing you could go back in the past and change that previous game, what would it be so they don't lose?
Just one word that I've been saying since the beginning for YBB: aggression. Just be more aggressive, and things will naturally become a lot easier, honestly. If you're more aggressive as a Storm, they will throw out some cooldowns trying to kill you. Oh, it didn't work. Now Morphling has a free game. Just prod and poke. But if you don't do that, nothing is ever going to happen, and those teamfight ults will hit multiple heroes. It's, just be aggressive. Seriously, just be aggressive. That's how you win Dota games.
Just kill them, lol.
When they played against Fusion, were they aggressive?
Yes, I believe that they were.
Yeah. See?
A little bit.
You're going to be aggressive. If you play aggressively in Dota, you also become aggressively in person. You're like, let's go! That empowers your teammates to go in further also, and then it's just like a snowball, whoop, and they're dead.
Yeah, I remember
You
the last
truly
game
bring
against.
us all to the next level of aggression, Black. Continue,
you.
drag and drop.
Maybe a good example of that is the last game against Team Fusion. Fusion had a Naga Siren, but they weren't really as afraid of the song turnaround because they had ways to account for that. Like they had their BKBs and they had the heroes that were quite far ahead. So when by the time the song came out, by the time they forced it out, they still had the BKBs and plenty of time left to finish the job and always killing God King now on the Naga. So yeah, they needed to have some of that energy, some of that ability to say, hey, yeah, we can play around these ultimates in this way, and then press our advantage that way. So wasn't really much of that in this game one.
Well, unfortunately, I hope you guys have a lot of energy because Drag and Drop, we are not going to give you a break. Instead, we're going to go straight to the next game because the draft is underway for game number 2.
Yep.
Incredible.
No rest for the best, like I always say.
Mm-hmm.
Black, if you need some time though, we can cover for you for a little bit.
No. I got a bladder of steel. All good.
Man's built.
I don't think that's healthy.
Hey. We don't judge like that here. It's a judgmental free zone.
All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Going back to first pick Tiny, of course. Every team is going to do that. I'm going back to Death Prophet Dawnbreaker. Honestly, do you really have to change anything if you're YBB in the draft? Probably not, because it worked out perfectly.
Until it didn't.
Yeah, that's purely based on execution, though. Never do the draft. Like, this is the kind of game where if you go back to your coach, it's like, oh my god, why did you draft this way? The coach literally just slaps you.
Yeah. Dude, bam. I mean, maybe you ban out the Faceless Void here if you're worried about that.
Coddle again.
Yeah, I also like CDC's approach, though, right? They banned out the Warlock that they picked themselves in the last game. They were like, hey, yeah, we just won game 1, but we're not going to go for a similar strat. We're not going to try and repeat that because they did have some struggles. Like, maybe they also think that, we had no business winning that game, so we need to shake things up, but also keeps YPB on their toes, just having to rethink. Can't really rely on their lessons from game 1, at least when it comes to the draft analysis here. There's a void ban from CDC, actually. All right. Don't have to worry about that.
Okay, so interesting they'd get rid of that one, even though it was one of the keys to their success. It looks like they're planning on running a different strategy from the bottom up, and they're fine with playing against this Dawnbreaker. Again, the Nyx Assassin, like we so often talk about, is not banned here. Black, is this one going to be a problem?
They banned it out in the very last phase last game. YBB did.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to run Nyx plus Tiny? It can work if you run the Nyx as support and the mid Tiny, but it would probably give away your whole laning phase pretty early, right? So if they pick it up, maybe it's like as a last pick again. Or if they just really think it's a mega hard counter, they can just pick it now and be happy with that. But that would make things a little bit awkward because then you have to lay in Tiny Nyx together, or like Kotl 5, which is also not that great.
Mm-hmm. Now, something else that people have been running as a counter to the Dawnbreaker is actually this this Winter Wyvern. We saw 70 play it in position 1 in the last game, and one of the times it didn't end up working, but he tried to drop the Winter's Curse the moment the Dawnbreaker ends up coming in. Just like Dawnbreaker is a great way of turning fights around, Winter Wyvern resets fights that Dawnbreaker comes in. So that's starting to become a more popular counter. However, I still think Nyx Assassin is probably the number 1 hero against the Dawnbreaker. And I think Nyx is great against the Mards as well. So very little reason for them to not pick it up here on CDEC, in my opinion. Black,
and
do they dodge
DP
this
well,
one?
right?
Oh, yeah. And the DP, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nyx is a good pick. It would just lock them into their roles, which is something you usually don't want if you pick these flexible heroes, but they could definitely do it if they wanted to. It's definitely a strong pick here.
Well. They're going to have to reveal a lot, right? Razor again.
Back to Lightning Boy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys mentioned that you were Black. You mentioned that you thought this was a little bit surprising that the China region values the Razor so much. You think that's a little bit of a remnant from season 1 of the DPC, where it was picked up almost every single game consistently?
Yeah, potentially, because Razor also didn't really get touched or nerfed, right? And the refresher timing is still super strong. Your BKB timing is still really strong. It just feels like a lot of carries just free farm against you, which is why I don't like it all the time.
Yep. And on the other side here, ooh, okay. We see a Trim Protector come in. Dragon Drop, I know you're a big fan of this hero.
Yep. Big lumbering giant, but still helpful. That's me right there.
Close.
Train Protector.
Do you like it here?
Yes and no, because it's the enemy.
Please show your work.
Okay. So the thing about Train Protector, right? The way he changes the game is that he forces the enemy to really commit for towers. Which is normally a thing that extends the game, kind of makes things a bit awkward, gives you more time and space to farm up your own heroes. But YBB, they have very much the ability and willingness to do just that, to commit for towers. They have the X-System to burn them down in one go, and they also have the Mars and Dawnbreaker to fight around them if CDC come and try and slow it down. So it's not necessarily going to be effective in that sense. If YBB play very active around the Death Prophet Ultimate Timer, then again, they've also shown that they've been willing to take it slow a little bit in the first place, which is where the Dream Protector also comes into as a defense for your other lanes. Just put a living arm on heroes to help out.
They go for the Nyx instead.
It's hiding behind the Master Shield on my screen.
You're Nyx fan. How good is it for YBB?
I think that the Nyx Assassin is awkward here. It is okay, though, because you can always stun out and catch out the Train Protector. You can find him inside the fog with how Spike Carapace works, I'm pretty sure. It reveals the
you get like spikes in the fog.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. That thing probably needs to be fixed. So you can usually find him if he just throws a Nature's Grasp out. You just walk on top of your Spike Carapace and you follow it up with an Impale, and your team will pretty consistently kill him. It's good at grabbing the Keeper of the Light as well, being able to just hop on top of one of his Illuminates that he throws out, set up with an Impale afterwards. You're great at getting on top of heroes and starting fights. However, I'm going to disagree with Dragon Drop because I'm a big bully, and I'm going to say that it is not easy for YBB to take towers from the combination of the Keeper of the Light and the Tree Protector together. Nyx Assassin kind of answers that problem. Since they end up decreasing the damage that the Exorcism does to towers by 50%, you want to be able to pick off the Keeper of the Light and the Tree Protector in order to ever be able to push these buildings, and Nyx Assassin might be able to do that for you. So I think it answers that problem.
Yeah, it's very good. It's punishing the Coddle, just getting that stun out. A lot of extra damage being reflected too on that Illuminate if you catch him with that. Yeah. I like it.
You're agreeing with me. All right, like cool. It. Black, do you also agree with me? I'm a genius after all.
You're very smart, and we all know that.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody that is very interested in anime, to be honest, is very smart.
Man, true. This is you're spitting facts now, Black. I like that. You know what? Continue going on with your analysis. They get rid of anti-mage, unfortunately, because they fear your power and analysis.
Yeah, of course. I mean, banning AM, it doesn't seem like a free win here or anything, but they know that I'm casting the game, and they know me and AM. We have a good relationship. Every time AM is in one of my games, it gets like plus 50 extra stats from the very beginning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Gotta get that out of there. And in all seriousness, though, like the CDC draft, again, I feel is sort of also capitalizing on YBB's weaknesses as a team, that they are just never really going for the jugular, right? Like, they don't like to go for these all-in-tower pushes. They don't like to force team fights. Treant is very good at that. Treant is also very good at setting up Razor. Like, DP BKBs wants to run around in the team fight. Overgrowth, Razor sticks on top of you, you die. Makes a lot of sense. I like this draft so far.
Yep. And they ban out more elusive heroes on CDEC, both the Anti-Mage and the Weaver. I imagine they're afraid of both these in position 1. Which is kind of interesting. It means whatever they plan on picking up last year on CDEC, it is not going to be a stun. They have something else in mind here. They do have a decent amount of reserve time left to think about this one. Do you have any predictions, Dragon Drop?
I'm not so sure. Like, banning anti-mage generally makes sense if you want to be looking at Medusa. I'm not sure if this is a great Medusa game even without that.
Honestly, this Medusa Nyx matchup is...
I was just gonna say Spectre, yeah.
I thought about Spectre, but I was like, why are you gonna give Mars a free lane? But then I also remembered that they have Nyx Mars, which is like a terrible lane. Now, YBB needs a great mid hero. Honestly, for them, what about mid Wyvern for them? Let's go.
It's banned, my dude.
Oh, the band is super early. Okay. Necro? PA.
Okay.
Into the Razor. That's a Brav.
You got a break for 1400 gold, very cheap. So
yeah,
it's good.
But you also play into Razor, Treant, and Coddle.
Yeah. Huh.
And it's a mid Mars.
Gonna need BKB,
So
maybe
DP
Manta as well, just to defend against all of that nonsense.
I don't like it. I don't like this PA to round out the draft. I don't think it solves many of the problems that they want to solve. It's like okay against the mid coddle because you can get on top of the targets fairly easily. But outside of that, I feel like it plays a little bit too slow for how CDC want this. And everyone other than the Phantom Assassin is going to get just destroyed in the late game by the Spectre. So I personally am going to have to go with CDEC for game number 2 here. Dragon Drum, let's hear your predictions and final thoughts on this draft. Then we'll pass it to Black. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, YBB, they have a lot of ways to just play and be aggressive and try and, as I said, get right on top of people, but you're also right when you say that Phantom Assassin is very slow. Like you kind of need that Battle Fury, and then you need to start slowly building up defensive items, and then you can start building into damage. It takes a while to get that going. And almost longer than Spectre really needs these days to get online, because you can need a couple of intermediate items, and you go Ags, and then you just start joining team fights that your team is setting up for you, and start snowballing that way. So you have more of an impact earlier. I think CDC's draft a little bit better, but I do see a way for YBB if they play active enough that they can kind of throw enough wrenches into CDC's plans.
Okay. Well, they picked an answer to Spectre at least, but this is going to give Razor a 100% free lane. And the Razor with BKB this game, there's no answers. So it should be a super strong Razor game again. We have seen what he does in game 1. And sure, maybe you have a Spectre answer for a mid-late game, but you don't have any Razor answer whatsoever. So I got to give CDC an advantage here.
Well,
I was going to say big advantage, but I don't want to dishearten YBB anymore because we all know they can hear me.
Yeah. And that's why Anti-Mage was banned out, because everyone was able to hear you and whatnot this game, of course. Yeah. Well, as much as I'm a fan of 928 and his Nyx Assassin, I'm not so sure about this one, but we will see. Dragon Drop, Black, enjoy your last all-German cast together and enjoy the game. Good luck.
Our last, so you're saying it's going to be...
All right, yeah.
All right.
Damn. Neff, okay, he's completely curses now. Like, we're all saying CDC, so naturally YBB will be winning. They've got the buff of winning at least one game per series, so we're working in their favor.
Yeah, I'm just really afraid, like, what the mindset is going to be like after the game 1. It can't be good.
Yeah. Unless they're just really able to take it as a learning experience, as it were, just saying, all right, yeah, we kind of screwed up, but we had a solid base to work on.
Well, 4 bounty runes for them, though. Where was CDC? Where was anyone?
Kind of bullied out of mid. No one was...
like 4 bounty runes is no joke. It's a big gold lead at the beginning.
Yeah. Maybe it's CDC handicapping themselves again. It's like, all right, last game was 10 kills on our support that you get, and then this game you get all the bounties. It's a bit awkward.
Well, why make it hard if you can make it easy instead?
Alright. So we'll see how Sinful Soul can do up top. 7E as well against the mid-Mars.
But he's a mid-Mars expert, so he should be very comfortable against the 0.
Yep. Eventually,
once
7E gets 3 levels, like he just starts spamming the wave down and then farm scams in between, right? So
yeah, the Coddle special.
Yeah.
Here's my question for you.
Yeah.
If you were to play like a World Championship, Okay.
Okay.
And the enemy like broke a rule, and you have the choice between winning for free or making a match like restart with a penalty for him. What do you do?
You know, I'd take the win for free if the rules would allow it.
Same.
I mean, those are the kind of decisions as well that if you put them on the teams in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna say I'm gonna win, right? Like, I'm not the kind of guy that will be like, yeah, I value good sportsmanship over everything. No, dude, give me that championship.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. The hell.
Break
If the admins can't make a good call, then I'll make the best call for me.
Yeah. These are the kind of calls that should never be made by teams. Like admins will say, like, "Oh yeah," I mean, at least publicly say to the team, "Say, yeah, hey, do you want to give your pause time over to the other team?" It's like, no, that's you don't ask that kind of stuff. You're the one who
always makes it look bad for the players than if they say no.
Yeah, it makes them
But I
look
do
bad
that
if they.
Giga Chat.
It makes them look, and maybe you'll even feel bad. You know, if they volunteer that themselves, sure, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But you never put those kind of decisions on the teams.
That's why you should never feel bad. Ever.
I wouldn't. Nah.
Just don't have feelings. Dude, life is so much easier if you don't feel.
I think you're right, and I'm very sad about that.
Me too. I'm very sad about that too. Oh no, the German aura is coming out of us. We need to stop.
Weltschmerz, as we call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Coddle already doing his thing. You know, a lot of his last advantage can come from the small camp.
I want to see more spears to cancel illuminates.
Oh.
Like if you spear while the illuminate's halfway charged, you just get the range creep deny for free. But he's kind of just giving him all the range creeps. And just spear him right now. Like,
yeah, you're absolutely right.
The Storm is kind of like, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I choose to miss the spear instead.
I throw it out when there's...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 7E also forgot that he already farmed the small camp. He's like, oh, what?
Whoops.
They're gonna Razor.
Oh, dropping very low, and he's draining damage at the very fire, but it's not enough. First blood being drawn.
Yeah, out of position there while Imitator's pulling the wave. You gotta respect the PA slow that's coming out with the Orb Corrosion still. And Razor's actually getting super pressured. Wow, I thought it was gonna be free lane for him. Or should have been at least.
10 and 5, 15 and 6, only for Sinful Soul at least.
And
QQ
YBB,
currently doing a lot better.
like, how did they always have such a good start?
I don't know.
I hope this time around it can translate into a strong mid game as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you lose another game like this, like, I don't know how you recover from that mentally.
Well, Lane also not doing too badly here. Undyne kinda need a bunch of levels for Treant Protector to really feel comfortable, but you can already spam some Living Armor here to help QAQ out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, I gotta admit, that they did end up picking that Spectre. Because you are going to give whoever's coming to that bot lane free farm, basically.
Yep. Especially in Death Prophet, right? It's even in the offlane, very hard to kill with the Spirit Siphons.
Yeah.
With the worst lasted damage, you can also secure last hits with the Crypt Swarm and Harass at the same time. So a lot of the advantages that you have out of the mid lane also apply down bottom. Maybe with a bit less sustain because you don't necessarily gonna build a bottle to help you out with the mana.
I mean, they're just playing for the ultimates, right? But it's always weird when you have a Spectre deck together with like a Razor and not a teamfight offlaner. Just because the Razor wants to farm, the Spectre wants to farm, Kotal kind of wants to farm too, like who's gonna make the moves?
Yeah. I mean, eventually you're gonna have Treant as maybe...
Blasted the small camp again, like... What? He is very forgetful this game. Let's put that
Okay.
away.
It's just automatic, you know. Oh, I need to be efficient. I need to use it on the camp. Ah! Oh, the camp's already gone. Whoops.
Oh, I was too efficient.
But eventually they're gonna have the Dream Protector, right, as a sort of counter initiator.
Yeah,
So that
yeah.
is,
It's just I feel the drafts of CDC today they're very much meant to sort of just give up the early game and then outplay them in the mid late game, which is very
Good play
scary.
top. Storm with the arena. Oh, beautiful toss out actually from Imitator. The Avalanche buying some more space. Is it enough? No, not quite.
Yeah, haste.
Oh man, that's so sad. He deserves to live there with a crazy play from Imitator, tossing him outside the arena.
I like what they're doing here.
Yeah.
They're also recognizing that Razor is going to be the biggest amount of damage of theirs in the mid game, so they're completely shutting him down.
Yeah. They have the solution for the Keep of the Light. Not too worried about that. Spectre's gonna take some time to really get online. Already has the treads in full wand. They're going for the old man, the style. Not having the worst time right now, but YBB overall in a pretty good spot on all three of their cores. And like the moment they got their ults down bottom on Init, as well as on Storm and mid, they made something happen with that, right? Get a kill.
Yeah.
Not necessarily getting a tower just yet, but
No, I don't know if they have a coach or not, but he, like, if they do, he definitely identified the problem in the first game and would have talked to them about it, right? So
Yeah.
I like that they're being much more proactive this time around. There's already a Vessel on the Coddle though. No charges, of course, but early Vessel like this can cause so many problems for heroes like Mars and DP.
especially DP, right? Just relying so much on the Spirit Siphon. Also in any game with the Dawnbreaker, just if you rely on that heal to turn around, so if once the charges come up, that will not necessarily be enough to keep you safe. Undyne, take it over mid. 928 is there, and oh, they see him now. Okay.
He's looking for Arena on him.
Ooh, 70's hanging around.
Yeah. 70 is a little bit too tanky right now with the Vitality booster. It's not a free kill. They got Haunt available as well, so they're definitely looking for a play somewhere.
Maybe top.
And they plays top.
Sinful Soul all alone, like losing all of his damage.
It's gonna be a, they don't even need the Haunt. Wow. He was definitely waiting for him to jump away though to Haunt.
Yep. Must still hanging around, no blink, we can just walk in for the arena. And Razor will pay the price for his insolence. A little bit too late, of course, to save Sinful Soul, so his Bad Fury is going to be a bit delayed because of that, but hey. Once again, arena use leading to another kill.
Yeah, I want them to get a little bit more active with the Coddle now. Just be around for some kills, because you need some charges on that Vessel. And if you itemize into a Vessel this early, you really want to start pressuring heroes like DP and whatnot. And DP is actually going for a lot of ATOS rather than BKB first. So that Vessel timing is going to be quite long, actually.
Seeing some stacks here, following those up. Imitator, though, will be punished for
Bye.
928. Also C7E, he has 4 Dire Heroes hanging around. Razor coming in to try and help, but 70 in the front line is not exactly where he wants to be.
Those body blocks, though.
Jiving and should... Okay, no, never mind. Paulson right on top of him with the spear. Ow! But he's still alive, another dagger, though. That'll finally put an end to it. And the extra follow-up stun on the Razor.
It's a tiny DP
Save
though.
charges
Good
to work
turn around.
with, and Tiny with the Avalanche, tossed back under the tower. On Sinful Soul, it does find a jump back, but now Spectre says, yeah, I want to come in, I want to kind of snack somebody here. QAQ, 26 charges, can turn around.
Oh my god.
Finds it, needs to get it off, and there it is, but is it even enough to escape? Looks like it is. Sinful Soul, beautiful extra jump here, the arena though, kind of unfortunate. Imitator still in a rough spot, speared off to the side of the cliff.
Man, this early game is completely one-sided again.
All so low, but the CDC had no way to actually finish anyone off.
Yeah. Nah, I don't know. I was with the CDC, but they're getting destroyed again in the early game. And is YBB just really good in the laning stage?
Maybe CDC.
Honestly, I never really paid too much attention to that because I just get kind of angry when I see their mid-late game, you know. But yeah, it looks like the early game is actually really strong.
Certainly in this draft.
And in the last.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you can't lose again like this. There's no way. Like you are actually going to be so mad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Coddle. No. Still haven't found that.
Looking for the PA. They have no overgrowth just yet. But the diving.
Yeah, he's
Should be a
all
3-1.
alone, pushed in. That's a lot of damage
Oh, I
here.
say that,
Field
but-
coming through though. Sinful Soul, he's low, but he's still alive. He gets to live. 70, not so much. And neither does Tiny. Mass reactions. Save Sinful Soul's life.
Not that free. Dawnbreaker is there. And yeah, Razor doesn't really want to participate. He's too poor. He needs to catch up himself. That's again the weakness of the draft, right? If you lose laning stage, what are the plays around the map really? Coddle is falling behind so far in terms of farm 2.
Yeah. It's kind of double-edged sword. Like you, as you said, you want to be kind of joining in on these pickoffs, on these fights, build up some muscle charges, build some momentum that way. But if that doesn't work out, you're not getting ahead, and you're not farming either to make up for it. If he ends up dying like that all the time, so
Dire's bottom tower is
it's a
under
bit rough for all the cores right now. At least Spectre, comparatively though, is still hitting creeps quite well.
Yeah,
I don't think QAQ can be too unhappy with his own progress at very least.
you know one big problem I've seen from 7E this game? He just popped Spirit Form off cooldown, and every time a fight starts, the Spirit Form is gone. Like
Okay.
it's so important to have that free Illuminate charging while you can still be mobile.
Yeah.
They would have won at least 2 or 3 fights with that. I feel like he's being a little bit too free with that usage. Too what's the fancy word? Liberal.
Liberal is a fancy word now, okay.
Yeah.
That was a very normal word, but...
He is discombobulated.
Oh god, that's a good word. As up top, Arena looking to punish QAQ, hanging around a little bit too long up here. He's
pretty tanky,
quite
though.
tanky, yeah, with the living arm on top of him.
Oh!
Is he fast enough? Yep, he is.
Blinking 2, blinking.
Oh, never mind, Paladin's right there. Whoops.
What a sniper.
And I'm dying, also not long for the world. 4 against 2.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nyx Assassins getting solar bound.
So this is by Carapace. Doesn't actually get it off properly though. Solar Guardian comes out. 70 up in front, slowed down. This time he has some help. Avalanche. It bursts down. Apollos and
Now that's
doubling the kill
charge
score.
coming in.
They just doubled the kill score. CDC is just on fire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No?
Radiant's top
Okay.
tower.
TC on fire! Wow! No, yeah, at least they have vessel charges now. There is opportunities for more kills, right?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a big source of the damage. Razor still no intention of joining any fight, I don't think. He needs that BKB ASAP. How do you feel like if you're CDC though? Getting clapped like this in the early game again? As we see Nyx getting maybe taken out? Probably?
Yep. Very nice.
Get thrown back. You made your bedrock and now you're dying it.
Like the tiny voice lines. What have we here? Oh, we're running top.
Death Prophet does have the Rod of Atos, so Spectre.
Kind of
tanky,
stuck between a rock and a tree.
Oh, it's a vessel.
Yeah.
And
Not
blast.
healing all that up, but oh, the overgrowth just in time.
And Nyx 2.
Even after the nice stun there from 98 to try and buy some space, but
It's happening again, Dragon Drop.
it's happening much earlier too. Like they're starting to get some things going their way. YBP this time not ready with the response, even though Storm was hanging around that area at a TP. He has the Blink Tag online too. No Solar Guardian for Polos and was still on cooldown.
Yeah, I think they need another jail out of free card.
Again, as we said, like even with Solar Guardian, that heal's also going to be mitigated. I mean, he even has a Holy Locket already, so good
Man,
on
it's so
him.
farmed
but-
again on the heroes.
Yeah, it's crazy. But Spirit Vessel is going a long way to offset even that.
Do you like it in Dota that the further you're ahead, the more gold
Radiant's bottom tower
the enemy gets
is under
for killing you and stuff?
Yeah.
Are comebacks too easy is what I'm asking basically.
No, you still have to make it work, right? You still have to actually get the kills.
But I kind of feel like in Dota, like if you do like a football analogy, maybe we see Paulson die actually. Nah, he should just be gone. Like it's like every time the enemy scores, they have to make their own goal bigger, you know? It's like, yeah, you're really far ahead. No.
Yeah, those are very different games. So 9 to 8. Oh, using it by Carapace, setting up for 7E, the arena to follow, trying to. What?
Oh, nice.
Okay. That was.
Tossed him up behind
interesting.
himself, so he tanked the spear instead. You have to be careful, Stephanie. You Carapace yourself again. Stop.
Yeah. All right. All right. That was the thing that happened. 7E, someone survives there.
Imitator is awesome
Imitator.
on this arena disengage thing.
How did they even think he tanked the spear? Just tossed him up into the air. But then
No,
the
he
spear didn't
tossed
last
him?
because the positioning after the toss was just.
Yeah, so what happened is he
Overriding.
tossed him, but he tossed him like behind himself, so he
Yeah.
was in front of the spear first, because
Okay.
otherwise... I think they fixed that when you get tossed, you get speared out of the arena, right? That's not the thing anymore?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so he would have definitely gotten a shish kebabbed and then
Okay.
probably died.
Well, Imitator once again impressing.
Yeah. DC close to Blink now as well. Razor with BKB done. Now all the pieces are slowly coming together again. At least YBB has Battlefield up very early on the PA, so they're going to be very happy with that.
Not the worst timing in the world here, top of the net worth chart at the moment, sitting at 9k. As that's slowly starting to kick in.
is under attack.
And Spectre
has
plus 12
recovered all
armor,
the-
so hard to kill.
Yep.
They're looking for a smoke rotation, but nice positioning from the Knicks.
They have the BKB ready on Razor, don't want to use it just for this by Carapace, because they also have Imitator once again coming in.
Yeah,
That's-
now it's
that's the
only
thing
the other
about-
way suddenly.
Yeah, it's the thing about Nyx Assassin as well, right? He can set up for so much, especially once you get the levels on the Spy Carapace and the Impales, you have a lot of stuns to work with, but if you do get caught out, and if there's no follow-up to those stuns, he just dies like the squishy bug that he is, you know?
Yeah, time for the bug spray.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
Alright, CDC. We can gain some momentum again. They have the Black King bar freshly completed on Razor and Imitator. Didn't quite find the range for toss back. Might not have been the best idea anyway. Storm
He's
getting
pretty
the
tanky,
arena.
though.
Didn't have the spear to follow up. A couple of heals coming through, but 4 against 1. Overgrowth is immediately cancelled out by Iron and Undyne. Will give his own life for the cause. 2 supports dead. BKB used for Razor. Whew. Just a TP out, so this time a little bit too deep.
Yeah, they should be getting a mid tower though. They still have
Radiant structures are
exorcism.
fortified.
They might actually have to pop it if they really want to get a tower.
Sinful Soul being involved there, like he got an extra kill and now he almost has a BKB of his own.
Yeah, he's very rich. And so is the DP really. Like, even though the last couple of fights didn't go too well for YBB, the net worth is still very high, so...
Yep.
I would love them to force some objectives again though. Like, I feel that Roshan is pretty free with Exorcism BKB on DP. Just they're always so hesitant.
Yep.
Like, get that BKB on the PA, get that Aegis, then you get the shot, and then Spectre is also super easily killable. But yeah, just be proactive, because it's always CDC that's aggressive, and then YBB is just reacting to it.
Yep. Once again, spoke up towards the bottom lane.
No overgrowth this time around though, and they were looking for the PA on the lane, but she's not there.
Hoping we can maybe bait out the Spectre down bottom. Like there's no tier 1 towers, farming relatively aggressively here, away from potential support. So, but yeah, they're going down mid instead of the 7E. TP a little bit too late, so that'll be cancelled. Wisely so.
And that's
Oh.
Roche.
Alright,
Radiant's
no
middle
tower
tower
against
is
Roche.
under attack.
No Caudle to worry about. Yeah, I can see that working. And let's
Go
finish
and
up the
feed
BKB.
my beautiful sisters.
I'll also finish up the third BKB for Storm. It's not
How
too far
beautiful
away
are
from
his sisters? 1 to 10.
my sisters?
No, the DP sisters.
The DP sisters. I don't know.
No, not that beautiful, right?
No, no.
Yeah, she's like a little bit delusional, probably.
I mean, even if they're not beautiful to other people, you know, they can be beautiful to her.
That's right. That's right.
You know,
Did you watch
just,
Stranger Things, the new season?
I did not know.
Oh, did you watch any of it?
No.
Okay. Are you going
Not
to watch
mine.
any of it?
No.
Okay.
Just for these things that I just skip and I was no interest in it whatsoever.
And you don't watch anime either?
No.
Jesus Christ, dude. You read a lot?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that explains it.
Also watch sci-fi. And,
I feel like anime watchers like they cannot read. Like they need action to be interested in something. Like me, you know.
just need pretty
I-
pictures, yeah.
I can read like a book for 10 minutes, like okay. But I can watch like anime for like 10 hours, like oh yeah, like,
Oh god.
you know.
It does
It's like
check
a little
out,
kid.
yes.
As long as there's explosions and cool effects, I'm all in. Now, are they gonna make the same mistake again? Drag and drop. Are they gonna give him another chance back into the game?
Oh, I think they double smoked, so IBB kind of gimping their own aggressive potential. Unfortunately, but
Oh, look at the mid tower, just not taking damage with the 3 and armor as well. X assassin though. Follow up? Where?
forward, but
No follow
there's
up.
no follow-up here until just now. Storm comes in, BKB from 70 protects him now. Hon coming forward, Storm, bit of a trouble here. Damage is
Taking a lot of
being
damage.
drained. This is no way out for him. He is dead.
Now DP is alone as well.
And also,
There's too much damage, can't be-
Oh,
No.
gets bashed too. His bash on Spectre, by the way. Thank you very much indeed. And it was way too disconnected there from YBB.
Yeah, there was a Nyx alone, Dawnbreaker kind of in the neighborhood, then Storm was like, yep, I got this cuddle. Didn't know he had BKB. Yeah.
Where was Sinful Soul
Again,
there?
fancy words. Discombobulated, man.
Yeah, where was the PA? I did not see her anywhere close to that
Farming
fight.
Ancients.
Like, why would you take a fight without your Aegis hero?
Because... dot.
Yeah.
We let the viewers fill that one in.
Exactly. Any answer is incorrect, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a trick.
Sometimes in life there's just no good answer, and that's one of these moments. They're looking for Polar Sign, he's probably gonna try to TP out, but Imitator... Yeah, he won't even try. No chance. Who gets the kill? Imitator says, thank you very much, I got it.
Oh boy. But Spectre getting to a point where she's dangerous. Again, I guess in Full Soul he's still farming, right? And PA, one of these heroes that can get out of control herself. Certainly once she has that shot, which she has not picked up yet, and doesn't look like she's going for. Look for Skadi instead to count out some heals on the other side. Also very useful against
Shot it,
Keeper.
yeah. Very interesting. Usually you would at least see a Basher, but the Skadi is a very interesting choice, because Razor with BKB, you have no answer to that without that Basher.
Yeah, you
Very
have no answer to
interesting.
Spectre without the shot, but
Yeah.
at least this way you have an answer to the Cottle heals, right? With the Illuminate. But is that
Yeah.
really the biggest problem right now?
Probably not. But Coddle, mana your Spectra. Hello,
What?
Coddle.
No.
Spectra's out of mana.
What's
He's like,
with
I'm
mana?
coming. I'm coming.
Control! There we go. Cool
He didn't drop his
daddy.
ultimate orb. No efficiency. GG.
Well then, why do you keep using mana? If you like your mana so much, then why are you using it all the time?
And one more. Give me a refill. He's just running past. He's like, nope.
Team?
Radiant's middle tower is
Team?
under attack.
Oh, refresher is soon to be done on Razor once more. Just needs one more component.
Storm accidentally buffed his BKB.
Indeed.
No one saw that.
Storm.
Why you gotta
Nah,
call him out like that? Come on, now.
We have to, respect the integrity of the game. Storm did try to test his BKB once more because after the last fight he wasn't sure it still worked.
I mean, he had it going.
It still does. It still works. It still works.
Yeah, best to make
Yeah.
sure.
And now they're smoking up on CDC. Thank you, Neff, for calling out that he used BKB. Now they know it.
Yep. Talk about competitive integrity. Yes, they'll smoke up
Yeah.
and they might.
Oh no, DP's right under the ward and...
Yep, BKB is available for Einit, but again, there's so much physical damage just from the Razor. A couple of heals, I mean, it's taken some time.
Yeah,
but Razor's
refresher.
not friendly. Now the Overgrowth comes into play. Q joining in, it's 2 heroes down.
Storm has no
He's to the
BKB.
third Storm. He's just straight up dead. BKB
Wait,
was
he has BKB either.
No, there was no BKB to still taking
Bash,
so much
bash,
damage.
bash.
We need a little bit more. They got it.
Didn't
Double
need it.
kill.
Dyer's middle tower
Didn't even need the bash. He has a double arrow for Storm. 108 gold. And again, man, YBB, the masters of the early game, the disasters of the mid game.
is under attack.
Master and disaster.
The problem with Dota is your early game really doesn't matter if you can't transition that into a strong mid game. It's a brutal game in that aspect. Like imagine football, you score 10 goals in the first half, and you're still in a great position, right? In Dota, it's not like that.
Come on, man. You can't keep comparing Dota to football.
Okay,
It's so simple in comparison.
What about squash
So
then?
undynamic. I don't know what that is.
The one where you hit the ball against the wall and then you have to like chase the ball.
Yeah, I don't know the intricacies of that, so I don't want to judge. But hey, like,
Dude, how about the one where you ride on the
But
horse
Dota,
and you
like-
have to like...
you gotta play well the whole game. Like you can't just
Exactly. Which means it's very difficult.
Yeah,
Would you say it's more difficult than real sports?
in some ways, yeah.
Dire are scared.
Same. Esports for life.
It's,
Let's go!
Attack.
That's the beautiful thing about Dota. Like you also asked earlier about the comeback mechanism, right? And
Yeah.
I think if we didn't have them like that, it's the game would be a lot less interesting because
The
then we
top
would have a
teams would be
situation.
super happy though.
Yeah, obviously, like YBB
no
would
comeback
maybe also be
mechanism
happy if it was harder to do, but it would just mean that the early game would matter a lot more, but that would make the games less interesting.
Yeah, I
Because then you
agree.
just win the early game, and would be impossible to come back, and that's like why you
Yeah.
play the rest of the game, right? So, and I think it's well tuned in. Like if you're super far ahead, one team fight won't necessarily break your back if you cover your bases, if you have buybacks and whatnot. If you lose 2 team fights, it's back to even, and then if you lose 3, it's you really deserve it anyway, right?
I am gonna say though that I think the numbers are a little bit too big. Like that Storm kill last game, like 1700 gold it's a big number. It's like
He was
half a
also
core item.
beyond godlike, so.
Yeah, he was, of course. It's just like you get one kill on him, one mistake, even though he played perfectly the entire time. Suddenly, the enemy has like a core item. You're like,
Big on mistakes here, some being gone on, but tiny bit of a counter initiation. Just Razor's
Razor's
right there, double ults. He's just burning them down. Simple Soul's going in. It's like, team, oh shit, I'm all
Hey, you
alone.
can't go against the
Heartbreaker
Razor like
coming
that.
through with some extra heals, but there's just no damage. Another jump back towards Q. Q, double kill. Get a third one, surely. Any moment, another jump
the
back.
dagger. Oh, he was about to cast it. He was in animation, but can't get it.
Can't believe he
Fine.
got out there, but yeah, there's just no response to the double
And-
Razor ult.
Yeah, Roche is up in a minute. That's exactly what we highlighted though in the draft discussion, right? Like once
Yeah.
Razor is online, what did you do? He just runs at you, and you're like, okay, he runs at me.
And P is not ready yet. You need more damage items. I mean, Skadi is nice and all for the utility, but it's not really.
I really hate Skadi on
damage
PA, I
items.
gotta admit. I feel like the entire hero is all about burst damage,
Yeah.
and you're building a Skadi on it.
Dyer's middle
Needs.
Like no Desolator, no Basher, no Shard against the Spectre either.
Yeah.
Just everything is very wishy-washy, and like the ideas are just not coming together at all for YBB.
Dire's top tower is
Roche up
under
in 30, or 20 rather. Spectre, of course, with Manta Style is an absolute Roche nightmare as well. If they're lucky, maybe 2 Roches will spawn even.
Uh,
But, you know, if 2 Roches spawn, Spectre is terrible against Roshan.
okay. I guess that's true.
Yeah.
What if there was a 1% chance that would actually happen?
That would be so cool, though, if it did
Yeah.
happen. And we'll find out in 3, 2, 1. Why is the timer bugged?
Voice bugs. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2,
Half.
1. 3, 2, 1.
0.3. 0.2.
I'm looking at DP.
0.1. 0.05.
Wait, so it's like
I mean,
30
seriously, what?
seconds after the timer, yeah?
is under attack.
Ish.
No, normally it's just a couple of seconds, and this is the longest I've seen it bugged out, honestly.
Alright, Treant is there, says, he respawns, Spectre, go now!
What's the gold? Why is he gold? Okay, he's not anymore.
It's a special breed.
I'm very confused.
Spectre, of course, takes Roche super fast with a Desolate. Easy peasy. Now, Shard also available. Could be pretty good on Spectre too to throw out a dagger on whoever damaged you last. They're coming, but they're delayed.
It's a little bit delayed. No free shot. Spectre's soaking that one up, so Dispersion throws extra daggers when you get attacked.
Yep, Spectre being top 1 net worth is usually a bad sign for the enemy team. And now he has Haunt plus Abyssal Blade, so whoever he goes on.
Double avalanche here on Storm's
Imitator.
198. Arena comes through, but Rice is already there. There's the
again.
refresher. There's the extra ult. Storm trying to get out, but the Overgrowth says, nope, you're not doing that. 69 seconds on the sidelines. Nice indeed for CDC at the very least. As get more and more, and this is just going from bad to worse. This game might very well be over.
Yeah, and it is.
And it is, they call it GG. Well played. It's happened again, Black.
Yep. I mean, I like what they did in the early game. I really do. YBB again, they absolutely dominated the early game. They shut down the Razor because they had no answers to it if he got too farmed. But yeah, if you run a lineup like this with a weakness like this, you mess up 1 or 2 team fights. Like there's no way back, right? It's unfortunate, but yeah, CDC is just a strong team. What can you say? What can you say?
Yeah, you offer them a finger, they chop off the entire hand. Sinful Soul unable to, even with 18k net worth, like, it's not like he wasn't farmed. Just the itemization, just the hero in general, perhaps not as strong as it needed to be to kind of carry the team on his back this time around. So, Neff, what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are YBB, they're going to take a while to recover after 2 games like this one. It is rough feeling yourself that far ahead and then seeing them turn around. And Black, I mean, you were talking about it was the first time we saw YBB win a team fight. Do you have an idea what the score was at that point in the game? 15 minutes in. It was
No.
3-13.
Oh
And
yeah,
then the game
yeah,
ended
right.
21-16. That was insane seeing that turnaround. The Spirit Vessel got completed. It took one good fight against a unit, then kill after kill after kill they found, then turned the game on its head right there. Both these games, there's like one single defining moment we could feel the games turn around. CDEC have to be incredibly practiced to be able to pull that off. It was insane to be sitting in the viewer seat for that one. There were some pretty unfortunate moments, like the BKB being activated just before YBB was like ready to take a team fight, and CDC just ran them over, almost as if they knew.
Yeah,
they didn't know.
Neff,
I don't
almost
believe
as if they knew. Thank
they
you.
can't hear me. They can't hear the casters. Black. Okay, you're exaggerating.
Okay, why did we say the band Anti-Mage? Because they can hear me. Then remember
They
that
can hear
part.
Black. They want to listen to his advice. Yeah, but
Yeah.
my God, CDC, they have to have extreme mental fortitude to be able to come back from 2 games in a row like this. You mentioned some things that the coach might have been talking to them about, Black, on each of these teams. How do you think CDC does such a good job of recovering 2 games in a row?
I don't want to take anything away from them, but I do really feel like they played absolutely into the scenario where YBB is just not good at closing out at games or pushing the advantages. Like both drafts were completely built around that. They win one deciding team fight in both games. It just felt like suddenly it's just over because YBB just couldn't really close it out when they had to, you know. And it sounds really disrespectful when I put it like that, but You just saw CDC play. They did exactly that. Sure, they lose the early game, but they didn't lose their composure at all. They're like, yeah, eventually it's going to happen. And when it's happening, we'll pounce on them and we'll destroy them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like YBB has maybe not a lack of a game plan, but one that's not sturdy enough. Just one that's that they're also a little bit slow on executing, so they don't hit these timings, and there's just too many problems that they cannot account for. When there's all of a sudden Raze who has a BKB after all, who has a refresher very early on, even though you've killed him a bunch of times before you're ready to, and then by the time you're ready to actually try and engage, you're also maybe not taking the best angle. There was one time when Nick's assassin kind of initiated, but then the rest of the team couldn't really follow up. There's just a lot of these things that add up to a very disastrous situation, and that they couldn't really dig themselves out of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it felt like eventually these games were... Well, game number 2, it felt like we saw a point where it was too far gone. Game number 1, it happened so quickly. But for this to happen 2 games in a row feels kind of insane. We're going to look at some of the highlights. We can see just how far ahead YBB was in the early game before CDEC managed to turn this around, because everything was turning up YBB.
Yeah, being 8K
heroes,
gold ahead in the early game is no joke, right? Like, especially early on, gold means so much more than it does like in the mid late game. And for them to be able to come back like that is... Like, they understand their heroes and the scenarios in which they thrive in very well on CDC. I mean, obviously they do, because otherwise you wouldn't be beating IG and teams of that caliber, right? Yeah. I gotta say, though, that I am just a little bit worried that if they play like this against IG or any of the Div 1 teams with like a lackluster early game like this, they will not recover like this. There's no way.
So IG is a Div 1 team now.
Potentially. Probably.
Potentially.
I still think it's IG and CDC, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Looking like it, yeah. I mean, then again, IG has also been a bit shaky, and they still have to play against Magma and Shenzhen, who can... Like, if IG is on a bad day, they can probably take a series off of them.
Who's their last opponent? CDC's?
CDC is up against Fusion.
Oh, that's a pretty important match as well, then.
Yeah.
Although Fusion lost how many games? 2 or 3 at this point?
They've lost 2, I believe.
3. They're 3-3 right
Hold
now.
on.
Oh, they lost 3, so they can't get promoted anymore. Or not over CDC at least. Only over IG, if there's like a tiebreaker there maybe. But yeah, CDC, aren't they secured pretty much then? With 5 wins?
I believe so.
Magma could win. Magma could win. Would we put them at 4-2 against IG? Would also put IG at potentially 5-2 if they then win against Shenzhen.
Do you guys talk? I do math.
They can potentially tie. IG is 4-1 right now. Magma is 4-1. If Magma ends up winning, we could potentially see tiebreakers for first/second place at the moment.
Yeah.
There's a small chance.
So Magma only has
Magma
one
needs
loss
to
right
win.
now as well?
CDC needs to lose. IG needs to win against Shenzhen, lose against Magma. Yeah, there's some ways for 3-way ties.
So it's between Magma, CDC, and IG then, yeah?
And IG, that's correct.
Alrighty. So the Fusion hype is dead.
Yep. They should be safe. Like they've 3 wins. They should be safe from relegation now. So certainly with YBP's loss, Cyan also only 1 game left from them, I believe. So no way for either of these teams to dig themselves out. I think it's YBB and Cyan. They're playing against each other actually. So
with a whooping,
we can say goodbye to them right now, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a real tragedy. Yeah, unfortunately, that means that they are going to be out of the Division 2, I do believe. But they do still have the opportunity to play in TI qualifiers. Stranger things have happened in Dota. There was a team that ended up winning all of the international that was in a very rough place one year. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that team.
Actually, I am lying. There's this one, like if LBZS lose against Shenzhen, then they're also sitting at only 2 wins, so there might be a tiebreaker if that happens. Mm-hmm. And that's the very last match of the season. So.
Wow.
Well, we can discuss,
and it's a tiebreaker for elimination.
We can discuss these relegated teams later. For now, we're going to discuss winners. In fact, we're going to discuss with one of the winners. Imitator is here with an interview. We can hop on over to that one. With, of course, Marshall doing our translation for us. Imitator, congratulations on the win and congratulations on your first place record so far here. My first question for you is, how did you manage to have the mental fortitude to recover in both of these games?
恭喜你们拿下了这场比赛的胜利，然后现在你们积分情况也是非常好。想问一下，就是在2场比赛里面，队伍是怎么样从这个思想上调整的，从前期去那个扭过来，然后打到后期打赢比赛的？你的麦拿下来了没有？听不到。
Oh.
Imitator， 你的麦。
Yeah, he's got some mic issues, but we get that one solved pretty quickly, I hope.
Okay.
Imitator， 你可以调一下你的麦吗？听不到你说话。
Do some lip reading.
你可以用一下你队友的那个电脑吗？
Our translator's good, but he's not, good enough to do quick lip reading translation. I don't think. Maybe he is. We're going to solve that one real quick. It gives
He's gonna
Black
take
more
a
time to
teammate's
come up with
headset.
questions for him. He's going to take a headset. Okay.
Yeah.
You got, Black. Why
Maybe
aren't you helping us translate some of these times?
I mean, I'm good at Chinese, but not great. Definitely not Marshall level. So let's keep it on the
Marshall is
professional
goated.
side, But
Yeah.
every time we do have these interviews, I am like, you might see me chuckle every now and then. It's because I understand most of the answers. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then he translates, and I'm like,
languages do you
I
speak?
knew it. Sorry, what?
And then Marshall says something.
How many languages do you speak?
Chuckling is like, what?
How many languages do I speak? So English, German, pretty fluent.
Okay. Looks like he's got his teammate's headset. We're gonna grab him back again. Yeah. So again, I'm not sure if I need to repeat my question for you, Marshall.
就能重新 ，Yeah, sure。你能再回答一下刚才那个问题？我们重新开始一下。
就因为就前面稍微劣点没关系吧，就别急啊，还要打住期等团队装备，就等装备好吧。
So our communication in the team is it's okay if we falling behind in the early game. We just need to wait for the key item and wait for the mid game so we can win the team fights.
All right. My second question, this one is very important. How is your teammate's headset compared to yours, and is it sweaty at all?
第二个问题想问一下，就是你这个队友的耳机跟你的耳机比起来，你觉得哪个更舒服一点？
我肯定喜欢戴自己的耳机啊。
I prefer my own headset.
Fair enough. Drag and drop. Give you an opportunity to stop you from asking such silly questions. Go ahead.
Imitator, congratulations. I'm very impressed with your play in these two games you've been owning today. So, my first question: what did you have for breakfast this morning to be this good on clock and tiny?
今天你的发挥非常好，然后2场比赛的话，你都打出了很好的效果。想问一下，你早上吃了什么，让你今天的发挥这么漂亮？
说并没有吃什么东西，喝了点饮料吧。
I didn't eat anything, but I had some beverage.
All right, just some energy drinks, I presume. So just giving him the game of power. All right, now enough of a more serious question. Just looking back, you guys came in through the open qualifiers. You started off the season losing the first series, and then you've just been winning since. Like at the start of the season, did you expect to be doing this well, or were you always thinking that's okay? Let's see where it goes.
就是开始的时候，从海选打到这个 A 级联赛，然后第一场上来输了，但是现在的话状态非常好，一直赢到现在。就是开赛之前有没有想过会是这样的一个结果？
没有吧，主要打的时候也在进步吧。
Yeah, we didn't expect the result as good as this, but I think we are improving all along the way.
Okay, pretty cool. And just last question from me. Looking ahead, the last game against Fusion, like another win would secure promotion without any potential tiebreakers. So how are you guys going to prepare for that matchup?
最后一场比赛打 Fusion， 如果赢了的话，就能确保自己的晋级名额。你们将会怎么样为下一场比赛做准备呢？
就因为别人训练被赢过别人，就做一场尽力打吧，打好自己的。
So we scrimmed with Fusion recently and we couldn't win them again. We will try our best to for the last one.
我跟三方说了，特别小心这点，开局就说了，帮他忙。他妈
Yeah, so
开局这火踩
in
电
your
往
game
下
today,
打，
your
他妈急
drafting
的
style
然后
was,
他妈打
especially in game 1, quite a bit different from usual. Is that because of YBB's weaknesses in their draft, or did you just think it was the best approach to the game?
Sorry, Black, can you repeat the question? 那个 imitator 你能用对手稍微轻一点，声音轻一点吗？
可以。
A little bit loud, huh? Okay, yeah, sure. So in game 1 especially, your draft was quite different from like the rest of the season, like pretty defensive and very reactive. Was that because of Team YBB's weakness, or was it because you thought it was just the best heroes for that situation?
第一场比赛就选出来的阵容有点那个非常规，然后今天的话可能是觉得对手实力比较弱，所以想尝试一下比较新鲜的阵容吗？
没有啊，感觉都挺厉害的呀。然后那次阵容其实我们训练时候也比较玩过吧，所以感觉到还行，就拿出来了。
So no, we actually think those are some strong hero picks, and we tried them in our scrims, and we felt they are really good. That's why we bring the lineup in the real matches.
Okay, and then a question about 7E. Do you guys watch Tundra a lot? Because like he is playing a lot of heroes that 9 has been playing recently in the European DPC.
然后想问一下7E的英雄，就是问一下你们队是不是经常看 Tundra 的比赛？因为感觉7E的中单跟9神的中单非常像，然后英雄池也很像。你们是不是经常看一些欧洲区的比赛？
九神是他偶像呀，他打的比赛他天天都看。
9 is 7E's favorite player. He watch all the Tundra game every day.
Yeah, I can tell by the way he's playing. Okay. Then one question for you, like so Chinese players have some really awesome names. How did you come up with Imitator?
想问一下关于你，就是许多选手有比较帅的新 ID 嘛？你自己是怎么想到起 Imitator 这个 ID 的？
就因为天天看别人录像呀，然后各种学别人呀，就模仿者吧，国内的模仿者。
Yeah, so I'm also a guy that watch a lot of replays, learn from other people, trying to still try to like copy the tech from other people. That's why I'm the imitator.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Imitator, for taking the time answering our questions. And again, congratulations on the victory and the 5-1 performance so far.
感谢你接受我们的采访，然后祝你们以后能好的发挥。
谢谢。
Thank you.
再见。
谢谢。
All right. I probably should have had the opportunity to ask him if he was a fan. Yeah. I probably should have asked him if he was a fan of Emi Yashiro, given that he is an imitator. I know that you're going to be familiar with that one, Black. Maybe not Dragon Drop, though.
Dragon Drop, probably not. Probably not.
I guess I'm gonna
just
now.
look at his face, man. Yeah. Bye.
You can't do that. You're supposed to stay for the entire game.
Yeah.
Dragon Drop.
Let's get him start talking about anime. There's some breach of contract, so I'm free to leave whenever.
Unfortunate. But it is super exciting to hear that they're actually watching a lot of Tundra's replays, and not being.
It's not surprising though. Like 7E is copying so many things of what 9 does. Like when I look at his item builds and his hero choices, even some of his map movements, like they're literally like step by step 9. It's it's fun. It's fun. I love watching 9 play as well. I love watching Thompson. Like their things are very fun to do.
Yeah, it is interesting to see. I'm just waiting for some of these players to copy what people in the NA region are doing. No one seems to be following NA players, man. What's up with that, Black?
You know the reputation of NA. Yeah, exactly, Dragon Drop. He also knows the reputation of NA. Oh, NA region, 8k NA, 5k EU, lul. Like all that stuff,
I need to replace this all German panel. God,
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that's a reputation you guys have. Like, if you want to change that, by all means, feel free to. I would love it if you did it. But for now, you guys are considered diamonds in the rough.
Diamonds in the rough. Second place, major places. That's how I'm going to look at it.
Hey, it's not my fault. I am not the voice of the community. I'm just an anime spammer. Okay?
Well, Dragon Drop, you seem like you want to get a word in before we close this out.
I want to, but it would be too rude, so I'm going to skip that for now.
I see. Thank you very much for that, buddy. But that is going to be it for us for our first series. I do believe that we have 2 other series right around the corner coming up later tonight. And that is going to be VG against Aster Aries and XG against Aster. And Black, you're actually going to be on that VG versus Aster Aries series. A bit of a tongue twister there. Are you excited about that one at all? I give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about that. Aster Aries has impressed the hell out of me. The mental fortitude to run into a double Roshan and then just continue to play out the game. It is a scary thing for VG to have to play against.
Yeah, but mental fortitude, unfortunately, doesn't win you games. What I do like, is that they pick a lot of touch. I mean, it does, but at the same time, it's not all you need, you know? Mental fortitude is good, but you need the skill to all back it up. Although Paparazzi did say that their mid laner E, you know, he considers one of the strongest in the entire world. So maybe he can make some impact happen. But VG probably has to be the favorite. But if Aster Aries picks Patch, of course, I'll go for them because I'm a Patch enjoyer. No one else is really disgusting. If you pick Patch, you win. Yeah.
Well, before you two start fighting, I expected a little bit more cohesion from between the two of you, but I know Dragon Drop hates Pudge with all of his heart and soul. I'm going to have to close this one out. So it's going to be about a 50-minute break before our next series of VG against Aster Aries. So you guys have to stay tuned. Get yourself a drink, something to eat before this next series. But this one should be exciting, especially given how Aster Aries ended up playing in their previous series. So with that said, we're going to hop off for about 50 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you in about just under an hour. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Brandon.
拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧！在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
It is time for another day of China Dota 2. That is right. Strap in, friends. As the roller coaster is about to leave, please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times because it is going to be a hell of a day. We've got 2 fantastic series on the cards for you guys, and I'm very excited to have the honor and the privilege to take you through it. And joining me, of course, on this journey, we have my 2 excellent analysts. It's Lizard and Black taking us through this one, guys. It's going to be a hell of a day, as I just said. And we've got 2 great series on the cards. Which series are you guys looking forward to the most? We've got Vici versus Aster Aries, and we've got Aster versus Xtreme coming up after that.
What do you think, Black? Both
well, I'm only doing this one, so it's going to be this one for me. But Arias also picks a lot of Pudge, so that's what I'm looking forward to. Can they pick more Pudge? Can they please my curiosity? Because a lot of Pudge are going for the wrong item builds. I'm like, oh my god, have you even played this hero, bro? They certainly have, because they're doing the right things with it.
So doing the right
Unlike
things
me.
in the wrong way.
Like you or unlike you?
I don't know. I'm a mix. I think I'm a mix of both. I can find a good thing and make it bad. I can find a bad thing and make it work.
Oh, I thought it was my specialty, but okay.
I'll
allow it. I'll allow it.
Can I have that as well? A little bit of your...
Yeah, sure.
It's your perk. It's a perk you unlock, I think, when you start playing.
Yeah, we can share that one, surely. No problem.
One thing that I did start spamming a bit is Marcy.
What about Beastmaster? Are you a Beastmaster spammer?
I mean, I can play him. I'm not a spammer. It's if I want to win and I'm having offlane, I pick Beastmaster, right? Like, is there anything more simple? I don't know.
No, it sounds like Thompson. That's what he does all the time. Oh, I'm playing offlane. I'm picking Beastmaster.
It's just stupid. You know, you buy that Helm of Overlord, you take a creep, you push everything. You're faster. No matter what he picks on offlane, you're gonna be faster at taking objectives. So, but this is not about us.
No, it is not, Lizard.
It's not. Even though we try real hard to
make it about us,
make it that way. Yeah,
let our egos take over. Absolutely. But no, this is about Vici Gaming, about Aster Aries, the series we have on our cards. And as always, when these teams are nestled nice and closely together on these standings, it makes it all the more exciting. And that's exactly the case right here. Vici Gaming and Aster Aries are currently sitting at 4th and 5th. So if Aster Aries are able to take the series, and that is going to bring them one step closer to very possibly making it into that top 4 spot, the qualification spot. But it is a long way off for them, and Vici Gaming have been playing very, very well recently. But one extra thing to think about as well is that if Aster Aries do take the win here, then that does mean that LGD it's even harder for them to qualify. It's even harder. But then again, at the same time, if Vici win as well, it's also really hard for them to qualify because then the top 4 get even stronger. So it's basically really hard for Vici to qualify, for LGD to qualify either way. They're in a pretty rough position. So, guys, Vici Gaming, they've been looking stronger each time we've seen them. Aster Aries, I would say they have been improving a bit, but perhaps not enough. What is it about this team that have allowed them to actually get some wins here in Division 1, despite being coming through from Division 2 and being an academy team?
I mean, they did run through on the Div 2 last time, right? Like last season. They lost, 1 to Dandelion or something like that. Overall, they have some pretty strong players. They have I believe they have what it takes to take games off of big teams, off of Division 1 teams. The only question is, how well prepared do they come into the fray, and what kind of drafts do they get?
Wait, sorry to interrupt, but it looks like the player in the middle is like grabbing the other player's hand. You see that?
Oh yeah. I
Sweet,
didn't have it open. Yeah, I see it now.
Like a launching pad.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they like the next team that does this should mix their profile pictures somehow? You know, like they should mix them. So it's all a combo, one big combo. We haven't seen that before.
True. Or maybe if you've got a team with like 5 letters in a team name, then you can each do one, like the YMCA style. I'd be super down for that.
You mean Ginyu 4 style?
Do you remember? Do you guys remember? Like, I don't know. It was long time ago when you would load into the game, you had like a list of all 10 players just showed in front until everyone loaded. Do you remember those times? And then people would combine like Terry Crews.
Oh,
for profile pictures. And
Yes, and the glorious leader of North Korea, indeed. Those were
Kim Jong-un picture as well. Yeah,
his glorious hair, Those were great times. Indeed. Last era of a bygone age. And here we can see the most common picks of these two teams, the things which are going to be hotly contested. I think the most contested should be the Xtreme Protector and the Tiny. And indeed, that is the case. Both teams absolutely loving this hero. So when it comes to the draft, we will certainly be expecting to see these two heroes being picked up by one of these teams. And in fact, speaking of the draft, it's already underway. So I suggest we jump into it as these two teams have they're on the ball. They're on the ball, starting things up nice and quickly. So let's jump into that one.
That's really fast.
It is, isn't it?
Did you do that? Did you do that, Nomad? Did you make them start to draft this fast?
Yeah. I slid into the DMs.
You're on point today, you know? Like, people flame casters and hosts for not giving us the draft, but when they give us the draft, they don't praise them. Good job, Nomad.
That's true, yeah. We get flack because, I mean, to be fair, we do that. Sometimes we say, guys, let's not start the game yet because I want to keep talking. And the admins go, come on, guys, you know, we need to get a show on the road. But as casters, we have a quota to fill, right, guys?
Yeah,
most certainly.
Some quotas. We don't always know which ones. You know, sometimes they're different. Others, sometimes there's like a clown quota.
Yeah,
that's where I come in.
Wait. I'm the clown quota here. You're the ex-pro player that went to TI quota.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll be a little bit more serious because I have Lizard with me here today.
Yeah,
usually with B-Cop with his like unfunny sports jokes. Sorry, B-Cop.
What the
if it's B-Cop, then you take over. You know, it's all
B-Cop like that. I mean, I do hate sports references because, you know, as a Brit, we're just at opposite ends of that. You know, he goes,
I don't even get them. I'm like, I don't even know who that is or what sport that guy played.
You mentioned soccer. I go, do you mean football? He mentions football. I mean, I say, do you mean rugby? You know, it's just very confusing.
What about Squiddish? No,
Squiddish.
Sorry. No, I mean the thing.
Cricket.
Cricket. Yeah.
I knew it. I knew you were.
What? How did you get that?
I knew he meant cricket.
We're the same wavelength here.
Yeah.
I don't even know why it said Squiddish.
Genuinely impressive that you got.
It's the same wavelength. It's the same wavelength, man. I get him.
All right. Well, can you help me make some sense of these heroes? Because Aster Aries have first phase of Morphling. There's no Treant coming out in the first phase either. We have Marcy Razor, which is a super duper strong lane. What are we thinking about these drafts, these openings? Because I certainly have a favorite.
I like Vici Gaming's a bit more. I don't understand the Morphling first phase. What about you, Black?
Yeah, Morphling is not in the greatest spot. We all know that. Generally, Morphling is always an answer to an offlane Razor, just because the lane is super easy for Morphling. But yeah, just ever since eBlade was removed, the hero is just so weird. Like, I just casted a series. They were like 20k ahead. Morphling had like he did nothing. 23k net worth, and he just died every fight, as always.
Yep. Classic. I completely feel the same. And on the other side, you have this Marcy Razor combo. Even if it's the duo on the offlane, it's strong.
It's so
you
strong.
get yourself some edge for the safe lane, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
There's just too much synergy, honestly, between Razor and Marcy. Like, you give him 50% movement speed on top of his 20% he already gets innately anyway. You throw people back into his link. Like, you can never run away from Razor when Marcy is around.
Interesting pick on Ench. Like, I can't say that it's a great Ench game, or there's no Beastmaster, nothing like that. It's just an Ench. So nothing to analyze about this, Nomad. Don't ask me about the Enchantress.
Don't worry, nobody did. But Xiaoma, that is a hell of a yawn coming out from this man. That was a full 10 out of 10 yawn from that guy. So we'll make sure we're keeping an eye on his plays. No sleepy Dota here. Get your yawns out now. But I want to see some high octane Dota coming out from you, Xiaoma. That is for sure.
Yeah, on it, Marcy, probably one of the better heroes to do it with as well. But Enchantress, I think it's usually pretty good against this new Morphling, right? Because like right-clicking her down is pretty difficult. And you don't really care too much about Tiny. But yeah, it's a pretty random Ench pick.
Yeah. Don't you?
I don't know.
Don't you just love Marcy in this game? Like, in every single match? It's a support that gets a free, like a Blink Dagger early on with a stun, with a heal and a lifesteal and like everything. I don't know. DP,
yeah, it feels good.
Wyvern. Okay.
Yeah.
Wyvern, DP.
It's like when you look at the drafts, it's not like something crazy between all of them. All right, like it's not like there's some counter picking going on here. I feel like the teams are just drafting what they want to. That Prophet here, versus Razor, you pop your ulti, he can't run onto you, right? That's nice. Okay, this is the first one. You get a ton of magic damage versus the Morphling, versus the Wyvern, decent lane versus the Prophet, and this should be your mid Zeus as well. So
yeah,
the first big counter pick or whatever. Let's put it that way. I think maybe Black has some more insight.
No, unfortunately not.
Insightless?
Insightless. But do I like the Zeus super much? They have good ways to get on top of him, right? Like even just a DP with BKB can run past most things. You have a Marcy to save, I guess, but if Tiny gets on top of you, you pretty much just die. It can be a risky one, but if you have a good mid lane, which most of the time you have, you should be like fine just positioning yourself with an ether lens, so maybe just go act fast so you don't put yourself in danger. I like Zeus always. I think Zeus is super, super strong. Just offers so much burst damage.
Yeah, and his escape is ridiculous. Like, it's so good now. He just bounced.
Mario jump?
Yeah, you use like one spell on him, he casts like one right click on him, and he just like flies across the map at 1,000 miles an hour and like slows you in the process. And like, you're just like, where did he go? What the hell?
You know what a lot of players always forget when they play against Zeus? That his jump actually also slows your casting speed by 50%. So every animation takes double as long. Like, that is really important. And a lot of spells actually don't get cast because of it.
That's a great point. And I've always enjoyed that kind of thing.
Like, imagine you do it on a Bruce split, he goes like, 3 of me!
I imagine Black is still casting that ulti in his chair.
Of course. I lifted my hands, you know.
Arms in the air.
Hands up.
Important question.
Chat, give me some. What do you get here? Some Doom, something like that. What do they need?
Yeah, unless they want to do Razor offlane and pick something like a Phantom Lancer. They're pretty light on the stuns.
Yeah.
Which of these?
Probably something stunny would be nice.
Which of these heroes would you most like to ride into battle, though? I mean, I think it's got to be probably the Wyvern and the Tiny, right? I think Tiny would be pretty cool. Imagine just riding a giant mountain into battle.
Can I pick Enchantress?
Yeah.
Or Marcy, actually. Marcy
cool.
is like.
What about Morphling? You just fall through him.
She's really strong. Yeah, but do you fall through Morph? Like, what would happen?
He's just water, right?
Him, right?
Or drown.
He's water, but it's very pressurized water, I guess. So
it's a heavy
maybe it would even cut you to shreds, you know? I'm not sure.
King. Okay, so it is the Razor offlane.
Tis indeed. Yep, so it's going to be Xiaoma and Razor, being played by Yang, of course, in the offlane duo. That's going to be a pretty scary one. And an Erica Monkey King carry.
Mid Brewmaster? Am I seeing that right?
What? All right. Aster Aries getting spicy today. Mid brew into the XM Zeus. Is that?
Hey, Nomad, you heard the man. You heard Paparazzi, man. He said E is the strongest, or one of the strongest mid laners in the world, or in China at least.
Yeah, he did. He did absolutely say that. But surely this matchup can't work out well for Yi, right?
It's mid lane, right? You just farm and then you get level 6 and you rotate. Like, I don't think you're going to get pressured out of the lane, in all honesty, with all that bottle refilling going on and all the rune spawning. You're probably just going to be fine, get fast 6, try to rotate onto the Monkey King.
Yeah, you get some sticks. You farm up. Should be fine. I don't think you lose the lane, just like Black said. The only question is, like, you're a mid laner with a really long cooldown.
Yeah,
that's kind of sus, you know. And with that cooldown, what can you do? Do you push? Not necessarily. You take team fights. Every time you have that, I'm just not a big fan, but we'll see.
Yeah. So is this just in order to get the Death Prophet into the offlane? Then is that what they really want? To have the DP against the Monkey King?
Well, then you can pick other heroes though if you wanted to.
True. Well,
like if you want to have options of versatility, then picking Brewmaster is probably not your best option. But I mean, it can work out. We have seen how much damage Brewmasters can do, right? Especially in CDC's arms. It's like, woo.
In their arms, yes, indeed. Alrighty, well, what way are we leaning for this game number 1 then, my friends? Which draft do you prefer? Which is buttering your crumpet lizard? Starting with you.
I'm leaning towards you, Nomad.
Ah.
There, a kiss. Yeah, I'm for Vici Gaming. Let's go.
Excellent. All right, Vici Gaming. Black, are you following your comrade here?
Yeah, big Zeus fan.
He's leaning towards you as well. Nice.
That's the wrong way.
Oh, he's leading away. A tragedy. An absolute
I was leaning towards my cat. I have a hard time choosing. Wait, where do I go?
Yeah. Is that a linen shirt, Black? It seems very comfy.
It is very comfy.
Yeah.
It is incredibly comfy, especially because I've had, like, you know, I told you guys about my cat door that I just got, right?
Mm-hmm.
And ever since I got that cat door, I've
Wait, is it the white one?
The cat door.
White one.
Yeah.
Cat door.
A cat door. Oh, okay.
Yeah, cat door. So you can go in and out of the room whenever you want to. But ever since I got that, it's a lot harder to regulate the temperature in my room because there's just a little door now, so the heat goes out or in. And sometimes it gets really cold and sometimes really hot. I don't know what to do, but the game started, so let's get going.
Thank you very much, Black. Yes, indeed. Let's get into it. Game number 1. Now get going. We did have a little bit of a pause, but that is now over, and we can jump into the game. I'm excited.
Through the cat door, we go straight into the match.
Yes, indeed. And it is going to get hot, and it is going to get cold.
What's the temperature in Singapore?
We are always in the 30s. Honestly, temperature-wise, just pure degree-wise, we are not that bad. It's just the humidity that's making it pretty unbearable at times. But when you're just talking about pure heat, like, other countries have it way worse than us.
It's becoming crazy here as well. It was 38 a couple of days ago, 39.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
there was a heat wave in Japan last year. It got like in the mid-40s, and people actually died because of that. It's getting kind of crazy.
Yeah. There's also sharks hunting people near Egypt.
Yeah, exactly. There's sharks in the sand. That's crazy. Like in the deserts, the sand sharks, they're super scary.
Sand sharks? The pyramid sharks? Or what? Have they been locked for a millennium?
Well, that's why they made the pyramids to escape the sand sharks.
Yeah, you know how those super story plots go, right? Like there's always something buried inside a pyramid somewhere.
It's the sand shark.
The world-ending sand shark.
Why did they make the pyramids? It's just like a giant gravestone, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it for the gods, Egyptian gods?
No, it's just for the pharaohs, I think.
Yeah,
Was it for the pharaohs?
No,
it's both, probably, right? Like, it's a tomb and also like to celebrate the gods or something. I don't know.
Wait, quick before the action starts. Have you guys ever played God of War?
No.
No.
Okay, GG. No discussion with this panel.
All right.
I'm out.
Yeah. Back to Dota, plebs.
Yeah, keeping it on. keep it on track. Me and Lizard making sure we don't go to any other titles, upset our overlords, not us.
Yeah. You know nothing, Jon Snow.
You're just a crew. Alright, so this Tiny here has been pretty damn effective, to be honest. This has been one of the highest impact picks of the region. Just generally being annoying. He doesn't even seem to need a Blink Dagger, you know, just running at heroes, tossing them back, and then when he does get the Blink Dagger, it just gets crazy. TK is going to be playing it once again here for Aster Aries. Great track record on that hero for him so far.
You know who's just as effective and doesn't need a Blink Dagger? It's Marcy.
I'm not sure she's just as effective. I think
She's even more effective.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like buffing up her teammates, she does that much better. But then, of course, in terms of actually catching people out, if she doesn't need a Blink Dagger to do it. But when Tiny has a Blink Dagger, I'd say he's much more effective at doing it. That's what I would say.
I respectfully disagree. No,
Well,
he is. He's fine. Tiny is the toss back is always a problem, but Marcy, she catches you from where you don't expect. I think that's her strength. Like Blink Dagger 8 lance, and you're just getting caught across, like, I don't know, across the map, from tier 2 to the river.
Yeah.
She just catches you.
Also, it's got a very satisfying noise, Marcy. You know, like the sound of the and like the sounds which rebound makes. It's just.
I
Unleash.
thought you meant about whistling.
The whistling? Yeah, the whistling's good too.
I like voice lines though. Because Dota voice lines are just the best in the game, I think.
Yeah.
Quality-wise.
The best in the game.
Who do we have? We have
in the gaming industry.
There we go.
We have
Thank you.
Marcy, Io, and Phoenix, right? Without the voices. And Spectre, kinda, but Spectre does say things.
Especially with the Arcana, she's got like an alternative voice, doesn't she, where she literally talks normally.
Really?
Yeah.
Not normally, but ghostly.
No, she's not like, hello everybody, my name is Spectre, how do you do? But you can tell what she's saying.
She's more.
Yeah. You can make it out though.
Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah. It would be difficult for her to have a job interview, I think.
I mean, she talks backwards though, so in a way, it's one of those like reverse psychology things where she's also kind of like testing the interviewer, which they might respect.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're testing me? Naruhodo.
Yeah. So, you know, if you've got a job interview today, noble viewer, then try talking backwards on it. You know, it might be the key to success.
Unless it's the job you really want, then you probably shouldn't do that.
Do it, and blame it on Nomad.
Yeah, guys have been to like one job interview. No, that's not true. I've been to a ton of job interviews when I was a younger lad.
Yeah. Now he's trying to talk himself up.
Look at you, Mr. A lot of job interviews.
Yeah, you know,
excuse me.
Cards, shops, and pub kitchens. Oh yeah, I was queuing up for the best jobs around.
So Brew and Zeus actually pretty much same CS, same net worth. But it's so much easier to have impact on the map as Zeus, right? You just press one button. You don't need to be there. Do you guys like the change on Zeus, by the way, that they made like quite a while ago? More ult damage and more cooldown?
Yeah, I always like that kind of thing. As a top lane, the toss back comes in, we'll get very low. Well, Victoria is going to be okay.
You got baited.
Yeah.
Ulu, bottom lane?
Classic Enchantress.
He'll be fine, right?
No, don't do it again. I'm not getting double debated.
XM mid lane?
Oh my god.
Oh! Almost.
Oh, close.
Well, what do you think about absolutely no lightning bolt on mid lane?
That's what everybody does nowadays, and it's just a greedy way to play it. Like you're just planning on getting your farm up fast. I mean, you can also rotate with it if you get like a lucky rune. But yeah, your main goal is just get high farms, high level farms, get high levels. And
Rotation baby. From Zhao, the hero is going to be enough to bring down Yi before he hits the level 6. Look at how close he is as well. Oh my god.
It's not only about how close it was, Nomad. It's the fact that every single team is doing the same move. If you get level 6 before him, fortify the creep wave and rotate in. Because he's going to be a bit greedier, right? Like the player is always gonna be a bit greedier to get that 6. Yeah, it's annoying. It's really annoying.
Yeah,
I got the big R button.
that was a tricky move. Literally 8 XP away from level 6 there. So really on the precipice.
On the precipice of glory, he
Almost
fell.
be careful. 225 is the magic number, guys.
225, level 1 ulti, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If Morph is below that, you're gonna see that R button.
Are we gonna see some R from Prime? Oh, no.
Nice jump up.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to mess that jump up, to be honest. Like, if you just stand still for a millisecond, it doesn't work.
Dude, this...
You know what they should do?
Uh-huh.
They should get a ward behind the tower, so when Morph's down to 1 HP, just ult him.
Yeah, because he does have raindrops. How much does that help?
That's like minus 120. So if you morph on 1, you're just dead anyways.
Yeah, on 1, of course.
Yeah.
Do you think... we might even see that, right? You know what I like doing even more than killing Morphling with Zeus?
What's that?
Killing Morphling with the
Morphling with
clockwork. With the rocket.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's...
Sunstrike is also great. Or Prophet ult.
I mean, as a Spectre player, you know, getting an early Ags and then just using the very first one to kill
He looks pretty dead.
Yes, Erica, he's got that Jingu coming off, and I don't think this Death Prophet's going to be able to escape here. Shinxi running to the trees, but the
Secured.
Lightning Bolt finishes the job, and now the move over towards a Tiny as well. TK will fall, making it 2 dead in the top lane for VG Gaming.
Brewmaster did TP in, but...
Yeah.
What do you do?
3 of me? No.
I mean, he does have the ultimate. He's got a soul ring, so don't be fooled by his lack of mana. At the same time, also no teammates. So yeah,
You see Ange with the wand, Fairy Fire, and Nature's Tendons. You just don't want to go on that.
Yeah, this is where it's awkward to have your mid Brewmaster. Like, it's so much harder to have impact than it is for Zeus to have impact on the side lanes.
true. And it's like it's the double whammy of like also having a really long cooldown. And that also means you're much more afraid to use that ability, right? So you can't kind of, you know, you have to be sure you're going to get something for it, which makes it then harder to...
Or the Centaur.
Screw you,
nice.
Centaur.
Debated. And it's not only him, by the way. Like, it's not only Brew. Who will use his split now? He has Arcane Rune, right? But DP...
They're just running up through vision, so they don't care that they see them. They just want to get this tower.
But there's a Centaur following them, literally. Like...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, here we go. First Exorcism of the game being used to take down top tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, towards the middle lane, the counter push, it's slowly coming in, but it's just no charge. It's not really going to get much done.
Looking for Morph, but he's too tanky.
That could be good. Let's see what they can do here. I don't know.
Not that much.
Yeah. He's, they don't have the control to bring him down, so it's literally just going to be a top tower. They can't find any way to punish this on VG Gaming right now. They'll just let it fall and get on with life.
Yeah. No Bruce, but yet still. He's going for Blink Dagger next, which seems to be coming back into the meta, which I quite like. Oh, they're looking for Enge.
Chartress, yeah, moving into the danger
so
zone
tanky
here,
now.
but she's going to TP herself away, and there is nothing they can do about that. Goodbye, little pony. Well, little deer.
I wonder if popping Arcane Rune plus ult there would have been okay or not, because they could have pressured the mid tower a lot with it too.
Yeah,
Probably gonna still do it, right? Like, once the rune is up. Just run
Yeah,
straight
it's just the
mid.
thing, like, if Enge TP's out, you do split, kill her, and then pressure mid tower, like, you know there won't be any Enge.
DK with the toss back onto the Marcy here. Jama thrown into a... well, they don't really care. They just don't have the lockdown. They don't have the damage.
Who has more impact now? Nomad?
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely Marcy winning the impact wars at the moment. But, you know, when that Blink Dagger comes out, or if at this stage, yeah. Jama really is just face tanking there. Might be biting off a bit more than he can chew here as the Brewmaster comes through, thinking he's using that split, but cancelling it once again. And the Marcy gets away
Still
with
no
it.
split. I'm really thinking he's falling into that trap of, oh my god, my cooldown is so long I can never use it.
Yeah.
Like, he could have already used like 2 splits at this point.
Yeah. And that Arcane Rune went by. Gone with the
I think
wind.
it got dispelled by Ench, actually.
Was it?
Yeah, I mean, he deserved that too. Like, you don't kill me with it, I'll just dispel it, bro. That's what you get for that.
Bottom lane, they're moving into Ulu, but that's not going to be a kill which can actually happen. Although I say that,
Here comes the impact.
They have the Centaur as well. Strength Morph is coming. Is it going to be enough to keep Ulu alive? Looks like it is. Now the split comes through. Xiaoma going to get a rock thrown at his face and gets taken out by the Death Prophet as she comes in as well. Exism also being committed for this one. 3 heroes caught out in the bottom lane. Can they scoop them all up? It looks like they might be able to. Victoria trying to run away. Not going to escape here. It's a double kill for Xingxi on the Death Prophet here as they finally use its ultimates and to a great avail.
It's Artie as well, and look at that. They're gonna take the tower, 99%. Zeus ulti did nothing. Did you see Panda split, by the way? He killed the Anch, instantly cycloned the Razor. Nicely done by him.
Yeah, he definitely has his micro buttons down. And yeah, Zeus ult actually came down because he tried to snipe the Morphling, who he thought would morph to 1 HP. But he didn't. So, that was also wasted.
It was an attempt, I see.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I see at least, because all the other heroes were full health.
Can you please check what Morphling just purchased?
Soul Ring.
Yeah.
Interesting. And we see Soul Ring more and more on these carry heroes that buy Morbid Mask and have good init HP region.
Yeah, I watch a lot of MMR games, and it's definitely been like the flavor of the month for the carry heroes at the moment. That's why then, unfortunately, just getting beaten down on the wrong side of the map.
And for Morphling, this is my first. Like, I have to admit that I
it's kind of like Slark and... Is there more heroes even?
Yes, Pudge,
Slark,
but he was always the one.
Pudge maybe, yeah.
Spectre,
But it makes sense on Morph because like you do want to spam that waveform, right? But most of the time you just don't have the mana to do it. So with the Soul Ring, it aligns quite nicely with the cooldowns and the waves coming in.
Okay, why doesn't Ocean Heart always give Morphling a region?
It's a good question. Should.
River water is different from ocean water, it's less salty.
So he's an oceany kind of a guy.
Yeah.
I see.
All right,
Do we know that for a fact, that he's made out of ocean? Okay. Maybe...
Oh, we don't. We're just guessing.
I mean,
But
he
yeah,
talks
that's
a
what
lot
it's
about
meant.
the tides and stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's because he likes Tide Hunter.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Who doesn't? He's a nice guy. Looking through
watermelon boy.
recent pub games of Morphling, by the way, and I can't see a single Soul Ring, so this is pretty next level from Ulu. This isn't a common thing, but...
Yeah. I like it though. Like it's the same reason why you buy it on Slack. It just accelerates your farm down the line.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more
RC?
question? Tiny...
Always, my friend.
Tiny has a possessed mask. Morphling has a trusty shovel.
Oh, you think they should swap it, perhaps?
I mean, even with the morbid mask, I'd rather have Ocean Heart than trusty shovel. I feel like.
But it's trusty.
Yeah, it's very trusty. It's the lucky trusty shovel. I see.
Yeah. He also still has an Ironwood branch he never used, but he's not selling it because.
It's lucky.
I'll sell it.
No. Like branch is a different thing. You never sell that branch. Mid lane.
Can you destroy it though?
Xtreme could be in some trouble. They've got the double damage. Brewmaster coming on in here. He does use the heavenly jump to try and get away. Now Erica throwing down the Wukong's command. They're trying to bring down XM, but he gets off the ultimate in time. I don't think he's going to fall. Finally drops to the Brewlings. And now in comes that ultimate from Red Panda from the high ground. That's going to take out Xiaoma. Yi getting kind of low on his Brewlings here. Has to be a little bit careful, but Erica unable to really get much done here as they turn it around. Brewmaster comes back into regular form. That TK coming through along with Ulu here, trying to bring down the Enchantress next. They will be able to do exactly that. A very interesting looking link here as it arches across the map. And it is Ulu who gets the double kill, stealing that Razor form and taking him down with it. Beautifully done from Aster Aries.
I have to admit, I am impressed by the way they played that team fight. Everything more or less was on point. Cold Embrace on the DPL.
They tried. And now Monkey King is dead for his troubles. Oh, he missed the stomp actually.
Turning and fighting into this. TK's actually be the one who falls here. They do get the tower, but they're also going to be able to get themselves an exit kill onto TK for Vici. So,
He missed the Cinder Brew and clap on him. I feel like there should have been a monkey kill. But probably tossed over it just barely. But yeah, small misplay like this, and now suddenly Monkey King is pretty damn happy in this game again.
Yep. A team fight that went completely in their favor. rebounded a little bit there, but I still feel like carries are fine if they continue fighting like that. The problem is they won't be able to fight like that. Razor almost has that BKB completed, and then
that's where your boy Morphling comes into play, right? Like, I like that he's going into a fast BKB, because if you just link the Razor, he can just never fight you. You out-damage him super much, and you outrange him suddenly. It's a very strong counter. So he will be dealing with the Razor, and then hopefully his teammates deal with the Monkey King somehow.
And what do you think of this Echo Saber build on the Monkey King? He's going back to basics, you know, not being greedy and going for the Battle Fury or anything like that?
Are you a fan, Lizard? I personally don't like it super much this game, because I feel like he will have a lot of space to farm, but now nobody can really.
he went full fighting mode. I guess you do have Zeus, so as long as you frontline, you won't be lacking any damage.
Yeah, but even Zeus is going like full fighting mode, and you will already have the Razor who will frontline for the Zeus pretty early on.
Yeah, that's
I feel like you could have gotten away with more greed, because you can outscale the Morphling for sure.
Yeah, I agree completely. I can't say I don't, but we'll see. Maybe it works out for them in these next fights. The only question is, like, even when you go for this early item build on VG Gaming, right? On Monkey, on Razor. On Razor it's kind of standard, but whatever. Do you win the fights? Because I'm not sure you do. You're playing versus DP ult, Panda ult.
Yeah.
It will depend on whether they can protect the Zeus, right? If they can, like, he'll deal all the damage that you need. But if the Brewmaster can find a jump on him again, like in the last fight, he will just die again.
And then it begs the question, you know, if they can only win fights when the ultimates are down, then
Enchantress?
Would Echo Saber
He's so tanky.
Come on, Sprite.
Curse him.
Wow.
She's still gonna... the Tiny will kill her in the end, I guess.
2 seconds until that toss is available. Ava, toss, Tiki grabs a kill. Aster will hit the
Base
showers.
created. Now BKB up on Razor. This Axe timing on Zeus is also going to be very, very strong against Brewmaster. Like, if you jump in next to the Zeus, he gets Heavenly Jump Off. He did it last fight, actually. You saw how slow the split was, right?
Yeah.
Like, if he gets a Nimbus on top of that, and then a Lightning Bolt...
Maybe you kill him.
Yeah, super weird, like, Brewmaster panic moments, you know? Like, oh no!
Jama. Yeah, trying to use the Unleash to get the slow off him, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Still going to end up going down here. But did get the regen runes, so who's the real winner?
level 2 for Roche. It's an easy one.
She also has a BKB, by the way. So
yeah, Manta's also done a morph. Like, pieces are coming together. Like, VG had, like, what, a 4k lead? That's gone. Erika has his BKB now. They want to fight the Roche, but it's a little bit too late.
I mean, they can still fight afterwards, right? There's no curse. 14 seconds. Never mind.
Nope, they just turn it a full 180 and run themselves away. Erika, though, he's still hanging around. I mean, he disassembled the Echo Saber to get himself the early BKB, but then they don't contest Roche. I feel like that hurts a little bit. To go for this early build with the Monkey King and then not contest that Roshan is a bit of a kick in the teeth.
Yeah. And this is where the itemization like this can really hurt your team and your game. Because now he won't be able to farm fast at all.
Problematic.
Is it a problematic situation, Nomad?
Oh, Selma again.
Once more.
Greedy. So greedy.
Fight me.
He might be... Maybe...
Easy, never doubted it.
What about Yang, though?
XM go for the TP. That's not going to happen, my friend. That's going to be another hero going down. Split used, but absolutely worth it for the kill onto the Zeus. And now they look over towards their little fawny friend as she's going to get taken out by TK. That magic burst coming in clutch once again. 3 heroes suddenly dead on the side of each game. I mean, what happened to the Razor? I didn't even see that.
He just got linked by Morph and
what
dog leashed.
To Vici overall, like, they're being crushed by the overwhelming team fight of Ares, and when
I didn't see how XM died. Did he just?
Yeah, XM basically died because of the Marcy.
Yeah.
Ah,
Came over to
Thank
help
you.
out, and then just got split upon, and the old rock in the face.
He was there. He was there for Shoma to use rebound off of, right?
Yeah.
And because of
and
that,
then
Marcy.
Brooklyn on top of him.
Yeah. And Marcy escapes, but Zeus gets caught in the end. So
Yeah, classic.
classic savior support situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing that I have to say, Vici Gaming with all their early game items are not taking fights when ultis of Ares are down. Like,
Yeah.
come on, guys.
And
Step it up.
Monkey hasn't joined a single fight yet.
Yeah.
Either.
They tried with that first smoke, right? Like he disassembled the Echo Saber, he bought the BKB, but they were still too late for Roche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is.
I bet he wishes he had a Battlefield right now. Or Maelstrom.
Anything to farm with, right?
Yeah.
Vici, they
Master into his axe already. And he's rich as well.
Yeah, that one's coming out.
It's very tough now as Razor. Like this Morphling is just a complete counter pick. You can see the Razor is going instantly Lincoln Sphere just to be able to prevent that leash on him. Or the static link rather.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
How does it feel now, Razor, eh? How does it feel?
But I've said this last series as well. Like, I feel Razor is way too highly valued in China.
You reckon?
Yeah, I just feel like an offlaner that doesn't offer utility.
See?
As we see Xiaoma. Oh, nice dispel usage.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Ula gets on top of him. That's going to be more than enough damage to take him down.
Like no utility offlaners are so strange.
I liked Razor when he was 1 all the time, right? Like you go BKB
Yeah, 1 or 2
refresher.
is so good.
Yeah, and yeah, you can scale well, plus you're strong in the lane. But when you're off lane, nah. It's not that you're a weak hero, it's just that you're taking that position away from someone that would do more in it, right?
Yeah, and you're giving carries most of the time free farm because you pick it really early and then just pick a good carry against it, like Morphling. Or Anti-Mage, or Terror Blade, or anything really. There's so many good heroes against Razor in the lane.
Yep. Yang certainly feeling a little bit impotent this game around. Just, I mean, imagine if they had just had like some team fighter as well. You know, give them a way to take the fights with this Monkey King and Zeus. But this Razor can't even frontline. He just gets linked and then he has to run away with his whip between his legs.
And he still dies. Even while
His
running away.
whip between his legs.
Yeah, that's it.
But how do you run with the whip between your legs?
Well, that's why he hasn't been getting away very much. This is very difficult.
At least the high ground is strong, so they shouldn't be able to breach it anytime soon. And Monkey is still farming, but again, Monkey is farming with no real farming items. I feel like he could be easily 2 or 3k nepos out of the Morphling at this point.
You know why they're losing, actually? Marcy stole Bullwhip away from Razor. Oh, now she returned it. My joke is done. Never mind. It was bad anyway. But yeah, I tried.
You tried. That's all that matters. That's all that we want from you, Lizard. As long as you try your best, no one can ask for more.
That's what my mom told me as well. Actually, she didn't. Slavs don't have that. Like, we don't have that mentality as long as you try. No.
I feel like that saying in general is just so BS. My mom never said that.
Same, man.
Yeah. Does anyone's parents actually say that?
I think Americans, I think NA boys, they have these participation rewards and whatnot.
Oh, Smoke's broken. TK just immediately jumping onto the Monkey BKB up. Wukong's coming out here, giving him that armor to survive against Ulu. Now they turn around. They want to try and take down the Death Puppet, but the Cold Embrace comes through, and now the Winter's Curse on top of the Monkey King as well, meaning he cannot get off his damage, and the BKB is completely wasted. Now they'll turn around. They'll shred him down. See you later, Erica. Red Panda does die to the nuke from Xtreme.
One more spin needed.
The Enchantress, going to be the next hero to be brought down here. Nice 4-stuff up to the high ground, but not going to be enough to save her life. Another hero dead on the side of VG Gaming. A look towards Yama, but he's away to the high ground. Could have been worse, but losing the Monkey King does feel really, really bad for VG Gaming, and Aster Ares will see what they can do with the space they've just made for themselves. Yeah.
Wyvern is wrecking them a little bit. Toss back.
Oh, beautiful toss back there from TK. The impact
Hi guys, I'm
from the
tiny.
eclipsing the Marcy, as expected.
You can flame me, Nomad. Come on, talk about the impact. I'm waiting.
I just did.
Another one. Razor, toss back. Woo!
Oh
Let's go, baby.
It don't stop coming and it don't stop coming. Yang trying to hit the ground running, but he's going to get taken out by Ulu. And yeah, it's looking like a sorry state of affairs for VG Gaming here. They will get their Monkey King back, but can he do anything to stop the aggression of Aster Aries?
Looking for another one. Nah, I'm gonna go back. Overall, the impact that these two supports on Ares are having is insane. The Tiny obviously doing tiny things, but Wyvern probably winning them these fights. Cold Embrace on DP that already popped the ulti inside of the fight basically means that you can't stay in the Wukong's command, but you need to. And then as Cold Embrace ends, he uses instantly Winter's Curse for that DP to not be locked down by a monkey or anyone around. It's just well played by him.
I like this way better than when they do their weird +5 Brewmaster.
And on the other side, you have Ench and Marcy. Like, these two heroes, like, they don't do anything in teamfights. They absolutely do nothing in teamfights. Marcy, I guess she has a basic dispel and that's it. Some lifesteal from the sidekick. But they're, like, on that hexagon, I think the only thing that they have maxed out is laning and pickoffs, right, from Marcy. Everything else is, yeah, kinda not there.
I'd say they have very good damage as well, but yeah, actually getting that damage off, you know, you need those team fight spells. You need that lockdown. You need something to control up these fights.
Yang is going for a Hex, second item on Razor.
Oh god, that's worrying.
And it's not great.
Yeah.
Maybe the Scuddy changes things a little bit, right? Like, it's a very high impact item for the Monkey King versus
But
Morph.
if he gets there.
If he gets there even, yeah.
He has a tanning now on Morphing already. He is incredibly hard to bring down. TK is looking for it. Oh, he's getting pushed closer actually.
Wild Wing Ripper.
And he will have 2 splits available as well, so I'm gonna be careful with that.
Do you think they should make a new upgrade of 4-staff, which you can vector target?
Vector targeted
No.
4-staff?
Hell yeah.
So it's basically what you're doing to this game right now, Nomad, is you're adding those DLCs, you know, like
Yeah, microtransactions.
microtransactions. Yeah, pay 300 gold to give a vector, pay plus 100 gold to add 20 damage, so they can't blink or something. Yeah,
That's what I want. In fact, it's one of those
Somebody
cool
will
things
get
they
them.
added to the game like 5 years ago and have just been kind of slowly playing around with since, seeing what they can do.
what I want is visual effects once Aghanims is bought. That would be pretty
Yeah.
cool. Do you remember the Lash in Dota 1? Black.
Oh, no, XM. He is getting caught out here as he walks down to the high ground, just absolutely torn apart by the smoke of Aster Aries.
Do you remember the spikes?
Spikes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
spikes.
He'd get the spikes with tags.
Or different attack animations when you buy Crawling Blade.
Yeah.
Tidehunter
just spinning. Yeah.
It should be like Risk of Rain, where every item you buy appears on your person somehow.
Top barracks are under attack.
I want to see boots on someone like, I don't know, Puck.
Io?
Io, yeah.
One giant
Io could have just... He starts walking, you know, he gets like these 2 little booties. And...
2 little, long spindly
What a
legs.
Winter Wyvern, like on the tail.
Radiant's bottom
You know what we need, actually? We need a M&M collaboration with Io. Like sponsorship.
Yeah, if Dota ever starts selling out, that's the first one I want to see.
Add some little boots there. Cutie.
Perfect. Beauty indeed.
Easy Roche, don't even need Exo for it.
Yeah.
That should also almost complete the refresher on the Brewmaster.
Oh dear.
Where's the comeback potential here? Zeus is always a lot of damage, so that's good. But Lockdown, they got the Hex now, so maybe an instant Hex on the Brew if he's too overconfident.
Yeah,
They
Scotty.
saw the hex though.
It's slowly going on the way for the Monkey King here. He did stop off with the Skull Basher, which I have to say I'm not a big fan of. You know, like, yeah, okay, maybe like 1 in 5 times you might be able to stop a split coming off or something by bashing them at the right moment, but I really feel like he could have just run for the Scotty and I would have been much happier, but what do you guys think?
I'm gonna say this reminds me exactly of last week where he played his Weaver and went like Radiant's 3rd item or something and did absolutely nothing the entire game.
I don't think it's quite that bad, but yeah, there's definitely some...
It is getting there though, because like he completely misread the course of the game. Like if he just went for farm,
you're right.
He literally would be able to solo carry this game. No problem whatsoever.
But do you not think that Aster Aries would have changed up their game plan if they'd seen that Erica was going for a more greedy build as well?
How though?
How? They can't. They already did everything that they could have, really.
Yeah, true. There's long cooldowns.
It's just like, so far, he's 0-1-5 with a full fight build, right? That literally leaves 8-9k net worth on the table. Like, it really does. He's trying to cut waves now to get like, to his Skadi, but they're not going on the high ground. They got 4 splits. He might not even get the Skadi at the end of the game.
Let's see. Tower being blasted down. He didn't even intercept this wave even, so lets another one through. I'll have to deal with that.
He was afraid a bit with the first one. Catapult, Exorcism, 4 splits, Shiva, Satanic, everything.
Yeah.
At least they got a glyph. And the top lane is pushed out quite fast, so this wave is pretty much all they have.
There's Cold Embrace, right? They can always save the creep at least. Okay, never mind, they don't.
Alright, creep wave dead. The push could be diffused here by Vici, but the split's actually coming out already from Yi here. He's just running up the high ground. Fortification, backdoor protection, where are you? Pray to Gabe it. Alright, it's there.
They can go through it though. They got Morphling. He's very high in the strength right now though.
Hit. It's gone.
Got it.
Got him.
Extra protection is weak, man. It's so weak.
Yeah. It feels like there's been a power creep in the game somewhat, and the backdoor protection of Roshan just hasn't kept up at all.
Yeah, I saw a throne explode literally in 3 seconds yesterday at minute 28.
Wow.
It's damaging.
So there was a Beastmaster on the team and a Visage, so that's probably why, but still. In 3 seconds? 4.5k HP?
So are we saying there's some sort of damage inflation in this game?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no, Black. Don't do it. Don't let him get into it as the fight breaks down here. Tiny actually got on the front lines a little bit here. Will be kept alive a little bit longer, but does still fall to XM. The magic damage takes him out. Meanwhile, Yi, his Earth's Panda, is going to die, but of course, it's Brewmaster with an axe. There's always one just running away in the backline somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first kind of really botched initiation from Aster Aries we've seen, though.
Black, he interrupted you. You were about to say something about damage inflation.
I love inflation.
Well, boy, you must be really
must be very happy right now, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Everything's getting more expensive. Just like all these devs are getting more expensive for areas.
Although the BKB and Exorcism just coming out immediately from the Death Prophet here. This is a big move from her, and they're going to be able to turn around and take down Zhama. Now the Woods Curse comes out, wasting once again the BKB of the Monkey King, and they just turn around and tear him to shreds. Erica gone once again. Yang's going to fall as well.
That's GG.
Oh my god, there it is.
You could tell it was GG. Erica didn't even hit after the curse. He was just done. He just stood there.
Man.
Yeah. Well played by Eric. I did not expect him to run over VG like this at all.
No, I don't think anybody would have. They would have been crazy if someone had told me that they were expecting VG to just get crushed in the first game like this. This is a twist and a half, but Aster Aries, very well played from them. They managed to play around their ultimates very nicely. I still feel like they were a little bit slow to get going at the beginning, but once they had it in gear, they just flew through this game.
Where would you put your blame? Like, okay, Aster Aries, geez, you played really well. All is good, but 2 supports on the side of Vici Gaming. I'm not about the players. They're very capable of doing well. I just feel that post-laning stage, they do very little. That would be my first maybe issue. Then afterwards, I'd blame the monkey with the build, and the least or the last one would be perhaps the Razor pick itself, right? That's it.
Yeah, lots of things to be desired from the draft for sure. Execution wasn't really quite there. Like XM also made a lot of mistakes that he usually doesn't make. He got caught out of position quite a lot on his Zeus. Just overall, it's just Aster Aries outplaying them, right? Like you can't really take anything away from them. Pure outclass in this game, which is strange to say. Yeah. They're gonna outclass VG to this degree.
Do you feel like VG
but they still have a chance, right, at the top 4? Aster Aries does, I mean?
Yes, they do have a chance at top 4. Yes, they do.
Okay. Well, if they win this one, it might get a little spicy up there.
Yeah, they're going to even up if they win, right? It's 2-3 for it's 3-2 for Vici and 2-3 for Aster Aries. So if they win,
and 3-2 for Aster too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting very, very close. It's getting very close indeed. So they would both be on 3-3, and again, always looking at the way of this top 4 positions and see that there's still plenty of opportunity. 4-3 is usually the score you want to be able to secure yourself top 4. That is the sweet spot. So if they can make it to that number, that blessed number, then it will look very close indeed. But do you feel like Vici Gaming got baited by the Marcy Razor combo a little bit?
Yeah, but it's an opener, right? Like you can still switch things up a little bit afterwards. It's not. I wouldn't say it's only Marcy Razor. It's how you continue your draft. Like that's your 1-2. What do you do afterwards is the question. And I don't think that it complemented them as much. Brewmaster in hindsight looked amazing. He didn't use his split early on. That's true, but also Vici Gaming never pressured when the ultis were off early enough.
Yeah, they just farmed, despite all itemizing for early game, which is really strange. But as you said, Brewmaster early on very hesitant, but it felt like after his first split, he was kind of like, oh yeah, let's go. And then all of his splits were like pretty much spot on. And again, I'm going to keep saying this, Paparazzi said he is one of the hardest players to play against in the mid lane. And from someone like Paparazzi, it's big praise. And he definitely showed up this game.
Yeah, absolutely. He had, in terms of actual laning, it wasn't that impressive, but it never is. I don't think I've been impressed by anyone's laning for like this entire patch because...
Yeah, it's impossible to impress Nomad. Nomad, as you all know, is...
Dude, when Nomad plays mid lane on his Dazzle, like, you just can't recover.
You just run away. You just run away.
Anyway.
After you lose to Nomad on his mid lane Dazzle, you just want to uninstall or shut down the PC for a couple of days.
I mean, if you do lose by mid Dazzle, you probably should, yes. That part is true, but the rest of it, maybe not so much. But at the same time, just laning a mid is just not that important at the moment. It's more about what you do in the early mid game with that XP and gold advantage. And we were worried about the Brewmaster at first. He was running around the map. He was kind of holding onto that ultimate for a while. It looked like this wasn't going to work out at all. And then all of a sudden, those towers started falling. And my God, they took the first 3 towers. I think all 3 of them were down by about the kind of 17-minute mark-ish. That's pretty difficult. I mean, how hard does your game get when you lose all 3 of those tier 1 towers? What difference does that make?
How hard, Lizard? 1 to 10?
3.5.
Oh, so it's not that hard to play when all your tier 1 towers are dead. Easy.
It depends if you are taking tier 1 towers as well. I think that's more important. It's not about if you're only losing them and you're not trading, then it's pretty trash game for you. But you also have Monkey King. Depends on your carry who can get space for himself. But at the same time, the same Monkey King didn't itemize to farm, something that Black was very critical of, and I can definitely see why in the end.
It's just like this entire game boiled down to him cutting waves the entire time. And just as a whole, like VG played that way, right? Like Zeus was trying to do the same thing. Razor was trying to cut waves too. If you play that style, you really got to itemize for it, because otherwise, with even gold, like you're not going to cut it. Morphling will outscale a Monkey King if you itemize like this. And that's what happened. Morphling was pretty much unstoppable with all the support he had from the Brewmaster as well and the Winter Wyvern. Yeah, It's a rough one for VG, but they like to do this kind of thing every now and then. So don't write them off just yet. It's just something that happens for them every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah, they do a bit of trolling. You know, there were a lot of yawns coming out in the post. I mean, what time is it? It's still like what? Like,
It's
like 12 p.m.,
3:50.
right? Oh, 3:50. Okay.
Yeah. Which is way past gamer wake-up hours. Usually, gamers wake up around noon, so 3 hours should be enough time to get settled in. No more excuses now.
No more excuses, indeed. Yeah, it's and I don't know what those yawns were about. You know, Jaume just who knows? But who would our MVP be for this first game? You know, Morphling going 7-0 and 6, always tempting, but Yi on that unconventional mid lane brew, or even maybe TK on the tiny, getting the pretty epic tossbacks here and there. What do we think?
Maybe Red Panda on the Wyvern? Like,
I'd give it to
curses were
Panda,
clutch.
yeah. I think
Honestly, the entire team was really good. DP, of course, not very flashy, but he's 7-2 and 11. Like, he gave so much space for his team to fight. He just ran in first, trusted his Wyvern, gave so much information. It's really hard to choose one, but I think I would give it to Red Panda.
It's a thumbs
as
up
long as it's not tiny. As long as it's not tiny, anyone can have it. Just so Nomad isn't too happy.
I feel like
about
Tiny's always get it.
Yeah.
Tiny's always get it. It's like, wow, he tossed the guy back. Yeah, that's what the hero does. It's not flashy anymore. It's literally what the hero does. And there's nothing you can do about it because you're perma-stunned from Avalanche now. Woo, balance!
I mean, there's definitely a skill in tossbacks, right? Like it's not the easiest thing to do. You know, getting the wards down, getting vision.
But who plays that ward? It was Red Panda.
Sometimes. I think he did when he got into
Got
the
the vision
trees
for
behind
it.
the base. He, who bought the ward? Red Panda, of course. All right, predictions for game number 2. I mean, I really hope that I would like to see Vici getting their Treant back. Honestly, that's a hero they've had a lot of success with in the past. I'd like to see them pick up that one, take it for a ride.
Yeah, it was banned out in the last game, but not in the first phase. It was banned out like later on, so maybe they can take it for themselves. As long as they have a little bit more teamfight from their supports or overall, and some more stuns, and some more catch.
Stop off and Razor, I think. Like I casted the previous series already. The Razor won both games, but in the first one they were like 20k behind, and the second one they were 10k behind, just because the laning stage and the early team fights are almost impossible to win. So yeah, offlane Razor is a trap. It works, but it has to be like you need like a void or something that can actually stun as your carry.
Let's hope that Vici Gaming can fall into their slot in the lobby of this game number 2. Black. Subtle, right?
Please go to your own channel.
The best thing about these lobbies is Lizard, go to your slot or get kicked.
Yeah, the admins just hold a gun up to you and say, "Get in the slot or get out."
The thing is, there's a lot more respect for me there because I was in China for many, many years, you know. So they're okay, we'll give you a pass.
Okay.
But you, Lizard, get out of here.
Yeah, you Lizard, we don't care about you. Yeah. Truth be told,
You don't know our ways.
Truth be told, I didn't use my nickname. Whenever they say that, it's when I'm some random nickname. They don't. When I'm when I'm Lizzy Busy, yeah. When I'm recognized, they just kick me. They don't even write.
Yeah, that's weird actually. They asked me like this was back in like season 2. They asked me to change my name because I had it something silly, and they were like, "Oh, can you change your name to make you recognizable?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Why would you ever do that to yourself? That's my question. Right?
Well, they asked me to.
Professional players for me were always weird back in the day when they would change their nicknames all the time. It's like, dude, you're literally killing your brand. One thing that you're known for. It's like Black changed his nickname to Pink suddenly or Green. It's not the same.
Heresy.
It's heresy.
Ridiculous.
I mean, there's only one.
Talking about strong brands as well, you know, looking through the profile pictures in the lobbies, gotta say, Red Panda definitely keeping it on the mark. He's got his profile picture as an adorable little red panda. It's very, very cute. I wish you guys could see it. It's great. Everybody else, it's basically just anime across the board elsewhere.
What about TK though? He's trusting the fall.
Yes,
he's just a dot.
That doesn't surprise me. His picture's pretty good as well, actually. That's not anime. That's just like a cute little drawn guy.
Which is also anime.
No,
Dude,
not
it's
anime.
literally all animes. Get me out. I don't want to be in this lobby.
Well,
Welcome
that's
to
where
China,
the lobby
listen.
started.
Yeah. What's your
My
what's
God.
what's kind of profile picture do you look at? What scares you the most? Is it the question mark? Is it the anime profile picture? Is it something else?
Who, me?
Yeah. When you're playing a pub,
If I see an anime picture on my team, I'm scared. I know he's gonna break his items and QQ all the time. Like,
What
I
about
know for a fact.
I'm always worried by the question marks because I don't like getting smurfed.
You know what else I hate? Like, anime is the first one. The
Yep, I
second
know.
one is some cute girl. Cute girl
hate
means
cute
he's like 16 years old and he's gonna QQ as well.
Yeah, true. And when they have like Heart Stacy or something in the name as well, oof, you're in trouble.
That's fine. That's fine. You can have Heart Stacy or
Okay.
Heart whatever. M, Heart S, Heart A, Heart L. Heart Black. You can have that. I have that. I have Heart B.
I knew he was going to say that. It was so obvious. I was just waiting for it.
Alrighty, we are now into the draft for game number 2, so let's jump into it and find out exactly what's going to be going down in the second game of this series. Can Vici Gaming pull it back? It's going to be their turn with the Tiny this time around, and Aster is going to answer with a Death Prophet and the Treant Protector.
Oh, we have the trees.
Small tree man against big tree man. Usually it favors big tree man, though.
He is kind of bigger, isn't he? But Nature's
Treant
Prophet
is a mega Chad. Look at him.
Yeah, Treant is a mega Chad, but Prophet is like his old dad, so he kind of shrunk in size.
Yeah, so he's going to get clapped by Treant.
Yeah.
No, in all honesty, like, Nature's Prophet thrives on strong BKB timings, but Treant kind of nullifies BKB timings. So I'm very interested to see what they do with this Prophet. If it's going to be off lane, like Chalice, or safe lane, like Gorus Kingus.
Yeah, but also healing the towers, right? Preventing you from splitting as much.
Yeah.
Treant loves that.
It's overall like a super strong pick against Prophet, but I just pick it into it. But I like it though, which means they're thinking about amping up the pressure early on.
And they stole the Tiny. They took
Thieves.
it. Yeah, they took it for themselves. Banning out that Pudge, something you want to do versus Ares, right? But I just want to see some more teamfight now from Vici Gaming and their gold, and maybe some more global potential with this Prophet. What else is there? There's some, I don't know, Zeus, something like that. It's possible.
Yeah, I want them to have some stuns, some good disables. Clockwork could be good.
Do you realize that we only need AA back in the meta to have Zeus Prophet AA?
Yeah,
and then
Spectre.
And then we buff some Spectre. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
I agree. I wholeheartedly
especially for support players.
agree. Yeah, especially for support players.
Yeah, you like see him running around.
You fight for those smokes, like who's gonna carry one smoke to survive?
You smoke me, I smoke you, deal. Hey, what? You didn't smoke me, idiot.
You double smoke and then you die.
Yeah, that because Spectre haunts on you.
It's it's not the best thing to play against, I have to admit, but it's kind of fun for those pubs sometimes, right? Like you spam them. You spam these when 5-man stacks used to be the thing. You'd always get these heroes, and they ban out the Zeus. Actually, they don't want to have that to deal with. But what are
about Sniper, man? I want to see more Sniper. I think carry Sniper is criminally underrated.
In EU, it's played a bit. In Eastern Europe as well, a little bit.
Yeah. I feel like China this season around, or this patch around, is pretty slow on picking up some of those heroes. Like Beastmaster is finally coming into meta, but it took super long. Zeus also, like everybody plays it all the time. Now it's slowly coming here to China, but overall they're behind. Do you think it's because they weren't able to attend any majors just yet?
I I feel like there's a couple of things. That's one. The other one is maybe just the fact that they've been owning recently, so maybe they're like, yeah, we got the true meta. You plebs copy us instead.
Monkey King is the Prophet as well.
Black.
It's a really hard carry Prophet game.
Black, please go to your own channel today at 9:56 a.m. Perfect World.
Yeah. He's a hater. Sorry.
It happens. It's fine.
Channel Mental.
Do you like the
Why
monkey?
was it at 5:50? It was like 5 minutes ago. The draft started way before that.
No. Then
Do you like the monkey?
monkey
Yeah.
see, monkey do.
Monkey owns Prophet. Like, this should not be a carry Prophet anymore. It looks like a terrible core Prophet game.
You put him on offlane with Tiny.
Maybe. It's just so weird. Like, if you give him any sort of farm priority, he shouldn't really be able to do a whole lot. Like, Treant owns him, Monkey owns him. Even DP doesn't have the worst matchup against him.
So what do? We relegate into position 5 then, Black.
Maybe something like that, honestly.
I
Like,
mean,
wouldn't
it's
mind at this
doable,
point.
right? It's doable on 5. You can play him,
Yeah.
but it doesn't sound great.
No, that's a Warlock. But towards the offlane Prophet in the face. Alrighty.
Warlock. Not a lot of damage in that chrono so far.
Fatal Bonds plus Prophet ult.
That sounds good.
Everyone explodes.
Yeah. That's 100-0 right there.
Yeah, but that's
5
not
heroes.
your chrono. That's like whenever, Oh, that's a big juicy yawn. Yeah. Aster Aries.
Who was that? Was it Selma again?
No, it was Aries now. So
Oh my
they're
god.
gonna lose.
so they're
We got a
gonna lose.
1-1.
That was it's gonna make me yawn as well. Oh no. Oh, I got that as well.
I'm 12, by the way, guys.
Don't flame us, Black. Oh man.
I thought I'm the kid here.
It's just
Working
empathy,
together.
man. It's empathy. If you see someone yawn, you yawn back. It's like you're a man of culture if you do that, It's also how
polite
you can check
subcultures.
if a girl is checking you out at the gym, guys. Just yawn and then stare at her profusely. She yawns back.
Just stare at her yawning over and over again. She's like,
That-
uncomfortable.
Sounds a
Keeps
little.
yawning at me. I don't know what to do.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I was just joking. Don't do it.
Just joking, guys.
Yeah. I never do that.
Ever.
Uh-huh. What about the Doom? We have some ways of killing that void now as well.
Yeah, Doom is like a pretty regular answer to just countering out the Faces Void. I like it. It's good. It's solid. And Void Warlock also can't really pressure Doom, so he's going to be free farming.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
So DP mid,
lemon squeezy.
DP mid, Monkey safe, Doom +1
Yeah.
offlane. They need a position 4 last, yeah.
They could
Or
do a
offlane.
DP support as well. Like, we have seen Thunder run some 4 DPs to pretty good success. Could be a 5 DP as well. China teams did that for quite a while. But they have the last pick anyway, so they can do whatever the hell they want. They could even choose another carry.
And what do you do on Witchy Gaming? Do you go for some Lina, maybe?
You need damage. Good damage.
Lina Invoker in that chrono?
Lina is
I don't know.
good. How about some Leshrac?
Okay. I can see that.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Flash Track into Monkey Treant. I feel like that's hard.
I feel like it's hard for almost every hero, though.
Yeah. Just something more backlines, I think, would make me happier. But I'm a pleb. I just see
Who's
big
gonna
scary
frontline then
spells.
for
I'm
you?
like, yeah, just run away.
Like, Void doesn't want to frontline for you. Prophet can't really do it. Maybe Tiny a little bit.
Warlock. Just heal yourself and run in. Buy 5 braces.
Oh, the classic, of course.
It's really strong. Yeah.
How about Exort Invoker? Give me that Cataclysm.
Yeah, that's what Elizabeth was suggesting. Could be very interesting. I'd be here for it. Let's see.
Invoker. I gotta say though, XM doesn't really
Yeah,
strike me as an Invoker player.
definitely doesn't seem that way. So they will go for the Lina. The initial suggestion, sometimes simplest is best. As Liz
I'm
knows.
simple, so I get
Yeah.
simple suggestions. Simple. Name of the game.
You know what would be really good here? A nice support clockwork. Like a 4 clock right now would make VG's
And it's
life hell.
very simple. I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like an Enigma, actually.
Enigma.
Yeah, like very simple Enigma. Come on, man.
It's simple.
I won't mind seeing it, but I don't think we will. Now it's gonna get picked because I said that. It's always like it. No. Clockwork makes a ton of sense. Like you can mess with the Lina early on with the Warlock, not necessarily with the Prophet.
Well, they swap up
Oh,
and go for
support monkey.
Carry. Yeah, I mean, we said this was an option, and yeah, I don't know. What do we think about the Spectre pick here? I mean, it's good things, bad things.
Yang is happy about it. So.
Oh, he's chuckling. Oh, that's a scary chuckle. Oh no, you never want to see Yang happy if you're drafting against him. That's a bad sign.
I think it's because the Prophet game just got a whole lot easier since you're not playing against the core monkey.
Yeah.
You can actually itemize against the Spectre. Both Lina and Prophet can go for Silver Edge if they want to.
Yeah.
It's a good Spectre game though if he gets fat, right? Which he should. Like Prophet Tiny shouldn't be able to pressure Spectre too much.
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna do some Blade Mail Vessel Chalice build on offlane Prophet, right? And then you just pressure the Spectre that way. Not sure. That's how I see it going, at least.
Yeah.
You like it though?
I like that Spectre has multiple like these squishies to jump on. You have the Warlock, you have the Lina. The squish is there, yeah. If she gets
and
big...
Doom Spectre also is perfect, right?
Yeah.
Usually you Doom a target, he's like, I'm walking away. But Spectre just says, no.
All the problems in my life, I'm running away.
Oh, yeah. But then Spectre comes as another problem. I can't run away anymore because I'm slowed by my past sins. Wait, what?
My life, I'm running away. Oh, only me? Okay.
I was loving it. I was loving the
stop.
passion, the enthusiasm. You know, give me real Justin Timberlake vibes there, Lizard. It was.
I'd sing better, but we'll get taken down. DMCA, you know, all that stuff. So I don't wanna ruin the channel.
No. Thank you very much. I'm sure Perfect World are very appreciative of that. But yeah, as a avid Spectre player, I would say it definitely feels like a good Spectre game. You know, it's fun just to go and sit on people, pop that ultimate, just run around a little bit. But yeah, the break is always scary as well, especially the Chronosphere. But it's a lot of commitment to killing the Spectre, and I do feel like they've got other ways of winning the game beyond just the Spectre getting super fat. You know, you've got this juicy mid lane Death Prophet who's going to put tons of pressure early on. You've got the Doom options as well. So yeah, I don't know, feeling pretty good. I'm definitely leaning away of Aster Aries this game too. I think we're heading for a clean 2-0 sweep. But Happy Yang is making me a little bit scared. What are you guys thinking?
Could be false happiness. What do you think, Lizard? Like, you know you're about to die and then you start laughing. You know, like,
is that a thing?
I'm so dead. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen many people die, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. All the time.
You just deal with the depression that way, right? Like you just laugh in the face of danger.
Yeah. He's like, why? I see a Spectre, Monkey King, and what else? Treant. Oh, so funny. I'm so dead.
Like the
why did you draft me this?
Oh, Fenrir, come here, bro.
I mean, look what they drafted me.
Look what they did to my draft,
dude. That's funny, bro.
But he can do a lot this game. I feel like if he gets big, we'll see. My problem is they don't really have that that front line that Black was talking about. So he has to go for this buff build, right? Like he has to be the...
Yeah, he teleports literally in the middle of 5 heroes and is like, take me!
Yeah, with the Blade Mail or something, Power Treads, and just, yeah.
Yep. I think it's the only way to play for him as well. Yep. Especially playing into so many counters, right?
Become the sponge. Become the damage sponge. It's always a good way to play the game, you know. If you're unsure about what to do, just go in. Just use your body. You know, it's fine. Everything can be a resource if you want it to be in Dota. It's wise words. You know, if your lane's looking hard, carry players getting pummeled, just run at them. You know, see what happens. If you die, all right, well, leave the lane. We know it's not worth it. If you don't die, then congratulations, you won your lane just by clicking. Especially Ogre Magi players. I don't know what it's about Ogre Magi players. They just like to sit behind you and cast Ignite. Like
and steal your experience.
Yeah, just go hit them, bro. Like you're massive. You know, you're basically
you're not playing with the right Ogre Magi players, man.
I'm really not.
You really aren't, because there is nothing more fun than running up to someone's face and clobbering them as Ogre.
Yeah,
it just awakes some primal instinct that I have, you know.
It's because of the sound, though. Like there's like this like wind sound.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds brutal.
It awakens the other half of caveman in me. I just turn into full caveman mode. You know what?
Yeah.
Like, I'll tell you this. Like, different regions have different ways of playing, obviously. And back in the day, I remember, like, Russians, Slavs, that is, like all the CIS countries, all the Eastern Europe, would always play these stupid heroes better. Like, your Undying, your Spirit Breaker, your Ogre. Like, they have this mindset. They're like, let's go. You know, like, there's no messing around. You just go in and you don't think. You just hit. And
Just
it works.
until MVP Phoenix came around, and there's a big Spirit Breaker every game and Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are you guys doing? It's impossible. Oh, we won anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a good logic, you know. Just that. Yeah, full divide Dota. A click down a lane and see what happens. I'm always into that kind of mentality. I mean, what are the other regions like? What are the Southeast Asian players accelerate at Black?
Well, I mean, nowadays it's a pretty big mix. Like everyone just does what's best for the meta, right? But back then they were definitely the super throwy kind. Like they're mega individually skilled, but they just have no idea how to close out a game, so they would just run in by themselves and die. Then you have China, who just runs around as 5 the entire game, and then the carry farms.
Yeah.
Tidehunter offlane, mid Magnus, safe lane anti-mage, something like that. Did Europeans ever have like a
I'm
style?
I'm trying to like think of it and
or NA?
I mean, NA was bad. There's that. But when it comes
you're just bad. Like your style is bad. Okay.
I mean,
that.
I think NA had like the highest influx of like carry mid people trying to carry from the mid lane. That's what I definitely think of when I think of NA. Like,
oh yeah, mid SFs and whatnot.
Yeah, and like the Lena's just kind of putting the whole team on their shoulders and going, all right, in we go. Leshrac as well, super common in that region. But the game is now unpaused. That's right, seamless. I know you guys didn't even realize, but the game was paused for this entire time. We weren't just talking over the first 10 minutes of the game, but it is now unpaused, ready to go. So let's jump into it and find out exactly what's going to happen in game number 2 of Aster Aries versus Vici Gaming. Game number 2.
Can you make that announcement again?
No, I can only hit that note once a week. Then I have to rest my voice again.
I was sitting with my friend the other day. We were drinking a little bit for his birthday, and he hit the Keck W note pitch perfect. Like the whole pub lost their shit. Like everyone was like, "Come on, do it again." That was great.
Never, of course, second time around.
He couldn't. He did manage to repeat it once more, and that's it. Like once more, and everyone was like, "Way,
way."
No, I can't. There's no way that was just screeching.
I didn't even hear anything. It was too high for Discord to pick up. There's a bit of fighting down at bottom. 3
Triple
runes
bounty
for
rune.
Aries.
Triple bounty rune and a tree devoured before the lane even starts. That's free gold.
That is a huge, staggering net worth advantage to start off this game. My god.
Yeah.
But Panda wants to go here. He wants to, you know.
Oh, Prophet might be dead. Oh my god, he's just running away. He's not dead, in fact.
Debated.
I mean, they have no Orb of Venom. What Treant doesn't buy Orb of Venom anymore? Red Panda, you're really behind.
He started with a Ring of Protection. This is some tree that's all into protecting. Living Armor, Ring of Protection.
Treant Protector myself.
Treant Protector, like he's cosplaying. But it does make sense, right? Like Treant Protector with the Ring of Protection. Like,
yeah.
Checks out.
Because of Law of Friendliness, he gets +3 armor instead of 2.
Imagine if they did that. They released a hero where items were more effective on them compared to everyone else.
They should release elements again.
No.
Yeah.
Imagine you play Morphling against Zeus and Razor last game. You're done.
Yeah. Or like Morphling versus Ember Spirit. You know, you just waveform through him and put out his Flame
Extinguish
Guard.
him.
He's like, ah, shit.
Are we turning into Pokemons here? What's happening?
Of course.
Please. It's a shake-up we need. Someone needs to make that a game mode, actually.
It probably is already.
Yeah, it probably is. There's so much in the arcade. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like,
But then
Is
every
it the rule-
arcade gets broken again.
Is that the rule 25?
yep. If you can think of it, there's a game mode of it.
Yeah.
Execute Order 66.
I remember playing every time you right-click, a random spell gets cast. That's a good game mode. All those random ones.
Is it balanced that Treant gets 40% more tangle region in trees?
No, it isn't.
Especially now
Next
with
question.
all the nerfs to region. Feels good.
It is just very weird how some heroes just have random stuff for free, like Silencer as well. Here you go, have 2 in game every time you kill someone. Oh, okay, thanks.
Well, that's not random. That's pretty, like, not random. What's not random? What's the word for something not being random?
Consistent, I guess.
That's very consistent. Thank you, Nomad.
You're welcome. Doing my job as the Englishman of the broadcast.
It's kind of random that you compliment Nomad though.
True. That's a random thing to
I
do.
would argue it's very consistent. I'm complimenting you and Nomad all the time.
Yeah, me, yes. Because of reasons. But Nomad?
There are reasons for Nomad too.
Yeah, of course.
Black's not being very wholesome today.
We
What
try our
did you-
best.
Can't always be.
Do we?
I mean, I'd hope so.
Money to burn.
Maybe Red Panda trying his best.
You know who's not maybe trying his best? It's XM on the mid lane because he's not really crushing this DP. I expected more.
But again, paparazzis. How often am I gonna say that?
What did paparazzi say about?
He said
Yi?
E is one of the hardest mid laners to play against.
Wow, what a great nugget of information. Thank you, Black.
You're welcome.
I'd like to hear that again.
Winning
Steve, if that's
DP
okay.
versus Lina, so
Yeah,
You can repeat
interestingly,
it as many times as you need.
the Lina did actually go for the.
bot lane,
enemy
he's dead, I think.
Oh, they've got the LSA down. Jammer closing the gap as well. The Avalanche is there. Toss back available as well. Yi thrown on top of XM. Gonna go for the double Spirit Siphon. Is that
Very
gonna be enough to
fire.
keep him alive? Very well,
Stun
might
in
be.
one.
Very fire available as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's actually fine.
It's not
Yeah.
fair. It's not balanced. Treant armor is a cheat.
it's not fair. It's fairy fire.
Ha ha ha.
That's a long hit.
Well, Yang though, he's in trouble, but he can just TP out anytime he wants to.
Can he though? Can he?
Get
Yes, he
punched. Jesus.
Why does your back? You know what should happen in Dota? Like your bones and stuff, get damaged as you get hit by like a tree and like that, and you get run slower.
Slow
Like,
play
yeah,
going
it's
on the
fine
top
like
lane
that,
as
and
well.
go,
Erica
"Oh."
turning it around, gets a bash onto TK. I think Erica's just gonna fall here though. He's trying to regen up, but it's not gonna
Oh,
be
Doom
enough.
gets first blood.
Yeah, it's gonna go to the Doom.
It's
was
El
really-
Problemo.
He was really hoping for the bash to work, but it never did. That was.
Now, I'm just gonna say, he was level 4 for quite a while. He just didn't skill any spell. If there was a level 2 bash, there's 4% more chance per hit.
Wow.
So the game punished him for trying to be too greedy with his item spell build. I see.
Maybe. Perhaps.
Gabe and give it.
Potentially.
Gabe and take it away.
Getting one bash with a level 1 bash already is pretty lucky though, so.
Yeah, and he did get it, so.
Exactly. Now, I'm a little worried. Spectre is free farming against the Prophet. Prophet is not farming very well. Doom just got first blood. It means his Midas is going to be super fast. E. Okay. DP ult. You're just dead on Lina or what?
Yeah, looks like an XM trying to get away. The ghost.
one more hit.
Yes, they will. Turns around, gets the kill of the DK, but does die regardless. Still fighting up, but doesn't have any more Spirit Cypher charges.
He's got one. He's fine. He's fine.
He's got another charge available. Turns it around. Yeah, trying to get away.
This guy's a beast. Ultra? Never mind.
He's fine. He's gonna die to the region.
No way.
No way, man. This guy. And he's gonna heal up, obviously, from the spirits.
Well, guys, in case you didn't know,
What is
paparazzi.
paparazzi?
What did paparazzi say? Oh, and a bottle refill as well.
Oh, look at this.
runs in like that.
Galma, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's another log on the
actually
fire.
You see though? You see though? He is. Big.
The log rolls dangerously close to the fire, but does not ignite, thankfully.
And Spectre has been farming the entire time.
This is kind of a disaster for Richie Gaming, giving away triple to the Dead Prophet. Also,
But he was there all by himself, right? I guess Monkey was there.
Monkey was there with him, yeah.
Oh, now get the D-Ward 2 juicy.
And there's also Treant armor, obviously, right? From distance.
Yeah. Yeah. Level 2 also. Yeah. Without that, he dies there for sure.
But it's all these small items that he's having in his inventory all the time. Like the wand, the fairy fire, he had the raindrop, that whole engagement. Everything coming into play.
And next time around, they'll have a haunt as well to rely on.
Top lane, Doom comes out onto the Faceless Void. Red Panda coming out of the tree as well. TK moving in. Everyone suddenly on top of this Void. And he can do nothing but stand still and wait for the sweet release of death.
Suddenly it's a lifeless Void.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Nomad, come on, man.
That was good. That was good.
Uh-huh. That was great.
A swing and a hit.
He doesn't swing very often, but when he does...
And sometimes he hits. They still got a haunt available too. But his threats are just now flying out. Probably wants to wait with using the haunt until that's ready. And Tiny hasn't really found his place on the map yet, which is strange. We always see those Tinies run around everywhere, kill everything.
Yeah.
Not this time around.
So, what are the biggest timings in this game then? What are you looking for these teams to take advantage of?
It's like a game where you don't... You have a Spectre that's gonna scale infinitely, right? DP with the BKB is big. What the hell was that? Exorcism, okay. They're going in.
Really forcing this one, that's for sure. Using the
XM is dead though.
Horn and X-No to get on top of XM. Oh, does get a kill onto TK on the way out, but will certainly go down here regardless. As Xiaoma actually getting pretty close there as those ghosts start to gang up on
Top lane, they're trying for the Doom. They have Chrono. Should be able to kill him here, right? Even without it, maybe.
Just trying to greed it out.
Oh, Prophet just forced a Chrono, I feel like.
Yang, we got our words, bud.
Right? Like, without the Sprout, they don't have to Chrono, because they're not cut off.
I mean, Time Walk was also coming off cooldown. Maybe they got a little excited there.
Yeah.
Chrono is a long cooldown.
Nice skill, by the way, on XM mid. I didn't even see it. Monkey was approaching, and the Exorcism...
Monkey's always there when you don't expect a lizard.
Yeah, always. Monkeys are always watching.
Oh my god, there's a haste rune on DP. Is there any better rune in the game for DP? Probably not.
I like Arcane on DP.
Okay, yeah, but that's kind of like a would you rather have Arcane get a double kill or haste and an ultra kill?
Arcane and the double kill, because then I can get a double kill later on as well. Sooner.
Yeah, but that means there's a possibility where they have like 2 minutes of time where they could get more items. So if you get the ultra kill straight away with the haste rune, it's a bigger lead.
Yeah, but they come back quicker, and you won't have your exorcism available as quickly, so you can put less pressure on the map.
But if you get an ultra kill, you get the refresher because of that.
But if you get the Arcane Rune, then you can also use Spirit Siphons quicker as well, and Crypt Swarms to get more money.
And that's what XM is doing right now, he's trying to get more money.
He definitely is. As the bottom lane tower starting to fall, Red Panda moving across. Doesn't have the mana for an overgrowth, though.
The haste without exorcism. Super impactful. Let's go.
Running down Yang. Let's see what he can do. The golem gets dropped. Throwing it down.
Okay. What is happening with the spell usage here of BG?
I expected like some golem into LSA into Laguna, perhaps.
Yeah, like if you drop the golem, you turn around for sure. But he's just like, oh.
The farming golem. Let's go. Where? Yep. Taking
The
and taking
problem
out
is,
that
like,
small camp.
The problem is you're not taking the full tower against the tree, and he has level 3 armor. He's gonna be healing that up quite heavily. Haunt is in 20 seconds. You won't have rock. Next time you fight, you might just even lose this team fight around the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane.
Yeah, very possibly.
And Doom is just farming away, right? He has his fast Midas. Going to BKB.
Maybe
And
Victoria was
this is
just
the good part
lonely.
of Spectre. Who's
Maybe-
lonely?
Victoria. He just wanted a big golem friend, and now he's got one.
Yeah, but he had 2 other heroes there. I mean, maybe they're not his best friends, you know, but it's some company.
You never know, you know. Sometimes you still feel lonely in some people's company.
Yeah, or maybe they even bullied him before, you know?
Yeah.
Like when Yang was laughing before the game started, maybe it was at Victoria. Haha, your cosmetics are so bad, bro.
Yeah, he's like, fine, I'm just going to pick Waller. Oh, they jump forward onto the Monkey King here. He does get the bouncy rune, though. So who's the real winner? The question. I think
Well,
it's
let's do the math. They got more gold. No, they didn't, because it's 500, so they got less gold. Monkey's the winner.
There you go. The maths checks out.
3 and level 7, so level 4 armor. Great. Not really using it on the tower, though.
Using it on the Spectre all the time, so she farms.
Yeah.
And that's what he's doing. It's quite
Plus
effective.
12 armor on a Spectre is so strong, man. Like, she becomes so survivable. It's actually kind of insane.
Plus you got the possessed masks. He's just farming away. Top lane.
Ian wound at the pub. He actually turns around and uses the Doom onto the faces for it, and now throw that through with a Haunt as well, and they're going to get the kill. What a trade from Aster Ares here. Wow.
It's actually him that got the kill as well, so super worth it.
Speedy Boy versus Speedy Boy. Or
What
girls
boy?
in this case.
Both girls.
Yeah, but the players are male.
Alright, alright. Bottom lane, the tower is going to fall to Yang and XM. No amount of living armor going to keep this guy alive. As they bring it down, those boots of travel on XM, meaning it just move across the map. One thing I would say about the Spectre build is that if you have like this kind of free healing from the Xtreme Protector, I really feel like you should go for the Soul Ring. It just increases your farming speed a lot.
Yeah, instead of one Wraith Band, I'd agree.
Yeah.
I don't generally like double Wraith Band plus Magic Wand. It's like too many small items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like the Soul Ring as well. Usually you get something, right, for mana on her.
Yeah.
It
Whatever.
makes sense though, because like Spectre doesn't really have a soul anymore, you know?
So you need to get
So
the
you
ring.
need the Soul Ring, yeah.
No. Well, what does soul ring actually do? What's the lore behind the item? Does it draws on your soul to give you mana, right? But if you have no soul,
It doesn't
use
draw anything away. You
The
can't
ring
use
that
it. It
feeds
doesn't
on the
damage.
soul of those who wear it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it
true.
means
that's true.
you literally just lose health. I like how Yang is always like walking. He's like, yeah, maybe if I do the sprout now, he don't want. He did it. And he went for the Maelstrom. He's going for a right-click profit against this lineup. That's brave, especially with the start he's had.
I guess he's getting Atos instantly after with the shard, right? And that's probably
Yeah,
gonna be
but
next.
you're free food against Spectre. And Doom.
Yeah.
And DP.
And Monkey. And
And-
Treant.
Treant.
Yeah. Probably.
There's a
not.
happy ending to the story, don't worry, guys.
Yang TPing in with his team, looking to put pressure on the middle tier 1 tower here. VG Gaming.
Warlock versus Tree. Oh,
wow,
let's go.
look at Warlock. He's so far forward. Kamabi,
VP?
bro. Let's see it. Chronosphere comes on down here. That should give them the damage they need to finish off the Death Prophet. There comes Golem as well. It's being thrown onto
Give
Red
more back.
Panda. Man, I hate this
Doom
guy.
is here.
XM is
That's
dead
Doom.
too.
That's Indeed, and is going to drop it onto the Nature's
doomed.
Prophet. Prophet going to fall as well. Nothing the Warlock can do about this one. He's going to try and get himself away. No stun available from the Doom to stun.
The Doom, yeah.
So he's going to get away.
Why does he Tiny? Is he fine? There's Monkey to jump on top, right? Maybe? Never mind,
Going
this
to
is
the
Rosh.
pit? Oh, they still have they didn't use Exorcism. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So that makes the buyback pretty worth it then if they get this.
Yeah. There's no Chrono, there is no Prophet ulti, no Lin ulti, no Golem. Why does Doom still have the mana burn item?
I don't know. Because it's very comfortable.
Ah, it's comfortable. Okay.
Yeah. The region, you know, never out of mana.
Ah, he follows Spectre around because she doesn't have Soul Ring.
Whoa, Warlock actually walks into Monkey. And now Warlock says goodbye to Monkey.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bye-bye, Monkey.
Hi.
Yeah, Warlock going to fall. No Golem available. Normally would have
It feels
used
so
there
good to
anyway.
have a decent game on a +4 Monkey.
Yeah.
If this can be considered that.
Yeah.
Trian
got
also
that.
though, he's rich.
Yeah.
He always has Blink Dagger.
Monkey has 2 crowns as well. He really is the king this game.
Yeah. This is one of the main reasons why I don't like Lina in games like these. Like if this Trian actually gets up to his Blink Dagger, you have to preemptively pop BKB on Lina. If you get Overgrowth, you're just dead. Haunt on top of you, you're gone.
Mid lane, Shama.
Yeah, they're looking at him, but the
Ooh.
tossback is there.
It was not melee range.
He almost has that blink, by the way, so maybe that will change things a bit for Vici Gaming. They'll have a way of actually initiating and not just TPing back with the Prophet.
He has an Orb of Corrosion queued up right now on Void. I really hope he bought it at minute 18. What?
Huh? Really?
Yeah, he just finished the whole item.
Alright, well, Warlock getting beaten. We're down once again in the jungle. TK just leaving him for dead as he knows that he's going to finish the job here. This Deathbot running through the Laguna Blade, the Aegis DPC. They just want to take that away, but she's still got the Spirit Cipher, not going to die here.
He's out.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
Black. Hey,
Yeah.
Black.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Orb of Corrosion that you just completed 18 minutes in.
Yeah.
But the Shard?
Shot is good. I like Shot.
Really?
Yeah, it might be a little too early. Like generally, I want to have a BKB before I do Shard.
Exactly.
Shard
you-
is a great item on Void. I don't know why he bought it this early.
No, it's,
Yeah,
I like
like
this Shard
Shard.
as well, but it's... Like, he just wasted 2,000 gold. Plus.
At least there's like some like sense behind it. Like you jump further, you farm faster, but Orb of Corrosion?
No, that's what you're missing, you guys. He jumps in, he applies the Orb of Corrosion, and then he gets out with the Shard.
Right.
Right?
I've never seen that. I've never seen an Orb of Corrosion
There
post
might be
landing
a
phase.
reason for that. Yeah, this is...
Man, what's up with Erika and his itemization? Like in so many games. I gotta message Fenrir and be like, I gotta keep your eye out on this boy.
He's creative.
He's wild.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he sprouted him before hitting him. So of course Monkey's just like, alright, I'm out.
Fortified.
Thanks for the trees, bro.
Yep.
There's Atos on him now, right? On the Prophet, so he wants to work with that.
Tower is under
Aye.
attack.
It was actually on
He has his
cooldown.
BKB
so I
though,
guess
and
it
his
was-
blink is flying out. And he has a centaur creep now.
They want this. They want this fight on mid. Monkey is behind.
Tower
The knife from XM. Beautifully done.
Do you just go top lane? Tier 2? If you're Ares,
Whoever gets
what's...
doomed is just dead. There's nothing I can do. Spectral Horn on top, you're done.
They smoked up behind the DP. They actually want to fight around the triangle. I don't blame
Yeah.
them. Top lane is pushed out quite heavily.
Oh,
And
they
it-
see the void.
TK on the
Tiny
cliff,
instead.
jumping down onto the Tiny. He's not going to be getting out of this one, I'm afraid. That is going to be Jaume taking a fall. As Aster Ares clean up yet another kill here. Ah,
They're doing a really good job at out pushing lanes on the side of Vici Gaming. Like there is nothing Ares can do with this Aegis.
Oh, he daggered the Prophet though. If Doom can get in range for...
He's got Gleipnir, right?
Well, he's not TPing.
He was afraid of the Doom. He scouted him out.
But I guess he's fine anyways.
Yeah.
Doom a little bit too slow without Scorched Earth.
I mean, if he'd started TPing, I think he would have died, right?
TK bottom lane. Oh, Yang
looking
TP.
for
Yeah,
TK.
yeah.
Man, Monkey King is so stupid. Like, why is he allowed
He
to do
really
this?
is.
It's cool though, right? Should we get another hero that can do the same and then they can
No,
play
we already
around
have
the
Hoodwink
trees?
who can walk through trees.
And
Done
3 end.
trees.
Yeah, and 3 end.
I
No, no,
hate
no,
tree walkers, man.
It's okay, 3 walkers. He's a 3 jumper. Let's get another 3 jumper. Like a... I don't know. What could we get, Nomad? A Haunt, perhaps?
Panda.
On the
Big
Void.
trees. Erica's in some trouble here. Chronosphere comes down, looking to turn it around, do a bit of damage, but he just
He's
doesn't
entangled.
have it. And now they're just going to turn around and absolutely boil his potatoes. I'll be looking for more here as the Warlock tries to get himself away. The Crypt Swarm is just going to tag him
Infernal
up.
Blade into the head. Oh! Dude, it looks so violent when Doom does it. I love it.
Oh yeah, it's a big spell.
It's very satisfying. This game is looking rough again for Vici Gaming, I would. Do you guys agree? Like,
Yeah, they just use
No,
the
it's
crawl
fine.
through defensively. But, like, it's just the house is burning. Don't worry, Lizard. They can still extinguish the fire.
yeah, I'm the glass half full kind of a guy, you know. I'm hoping for some silver lining from you guys, but you're not helpful.
Well, Tiny is getting his silver lining right now. Getting burnt to crisp, even though he's a rock. Very hot fire.
Yeah, he's getting his potatoes boiled, isn't he, Nomad?
Top tower is
Yes, I
under
already did that
He's
one.
getting his crumpets buttered.
He just crumbled like a cookie, Nomad.
He did.
Tiny is kind of a... He could be a cookie, right? Like Tiny.
Yeah.
He looks that way.
Rocky Road flavor.
He looks like a cinnamon cookie for me, you know, those cinnamon boys. You know what I'm talking about, those
I
cinnamon...
mean, for Christmas?
Yeah.
Or these little men?
Yeah, exactly.
Gingerbread man.
You know what? I
Gingerbread,
as a kid, I
yeah,
was super afraid
gingerbread.
of them.
God damn, that's the name.
Gingerbread man, yeah. I was super afraid as a kid that like I thought they were real people and they were cursed, so they became gingerbread.
Is that what your parents told you? If you're naughty, you'll be turned into gingerbread?
They did.
Monkey should die here.
Monkey should be dead for the Shadow Word.
Yeah, he gets turned into
Never Doom
gingerbread.
though. You are. Oh, they missed the
Oh.
overgrowth.
Yeah, he did use it.
They didn't BKB. The Doom is
Oh,
dead.
the Doom getting taken down here. Not even going to pop the BKB. Recognizes he's dead. Just
Oh, the
wants to
tree
get away.
just walks through the sprout. No problem.
Cool spell, bro. Just
TP
get
in.
through it.
Yeah,
Sprout?
BKB still. Didn't
He can
BKB
use
also.
it, but he's just not using it. Does use it eventually, but it's too late. Vici Gaming are turning this one around. 3 heroes dead. They'll move towards a tree as well. He's trying to run away from his problems, trying to get through the trees, but no trees will save you as XM gets himself the triple kill on Melina. Oh dear.
You see, guys, there's always some silver lining. I was waiting for you, two true analysts, to tell me how this is gonna happen.
Hey, like if you say that was well played by VG, I agree.
I'm
But
kidding. yeah, I know. I
Aries
know.
literally just didn't press their buttons.
They just fed one after another.
Yeah,
Chain
like,
feed.
oh,
a
you're
little
dead.
bit.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, you're dead. Oh, we're dead. 7k lead gone. Dota 2, baby. Wait, what you played really well for 24 minutes? Well, that doesn't matter.
And I'm worried
Yeah.
because Lina is a hero which can deal with the Spectre. You know, she's going to get the Silver Edge, and then you think, oh, I'll just haunt on this leader, no problem. She just turns around and just turns you into mincemeat.
It's not super simple still. Like, there's still an overgrowth to contend with, which is why he's going for the Satanic. But yeah, there's definitely ways to deal with the Spectra.
I'm a little.
Now smoke up, Rock is up too, Chrono, everything is up. Actually,
I
they
like
didn't
this.
use anything.
No,
Yeah.
mid lane again. Oh,
So quick.
Inferno.
Oh, and this
blade.
time?
Stun.
Yeah.
Rock.
Smack him. Okay, alright. Once
DP
again.
ult.
What's up with these rocks?
Oh no, he didn't blink before overgrowthing.
Oh dear, another overgrowth completely whiffed, but the Tiny is still going to go down, and in comes the Chronosphere
Nice
out onto
BKB.
the Doom, hits him twice and runs away. Classic. Now, they just want to get themselves out.
Nice
Oh,
two-man
nice
stun from
try.
TK. That
Nice
is beautiful.
Oh my god, it's all fallen apart for Vici now as they get a little overconfident, and Ares put them right back in their place.
I read Panda needs to chill though. That's the second overgrowth in a row that's not allowed. It's illegal. I think I'll have to send him to Lizard's basement.
Oh,
No one wants to end up there.
what do you mean? You enjoyed it?
Yeah.
Yang?
Does Yang enjoy this death though?
Boy just coming on the sidelines, but not going to change anything. Yang's still going to go down.
He's ticking down 2 time dilation. It deals a lot of damage, but not enough.
Not quite enough. I do love it when Faceless Voids do. They just like time walk in, cast time dilation, run away again. She's like, I'll save you. Just kidding, I can't really do anything.
These fights are very wonky from both sides. Like, we can't call this a game in which everything was perfectly executed.
No, definitely not.
By any stretch, yeah. Also, the
but
Chronos...
that's the potential of the Radiant, though, last fight. If that Overgrowth actually hits, they're all just, like, they can do nothing to salvage that fight.
He got Fatal Bonded. Like, Fatal Bond's damage stopped him, I think, right?
Yep, it did.
Yeah,
and
this
you
is
gotta be on the lookout for that. You know?
Red Panda?
Gets away. Yeah, it's not a clean game, that's for sure. This isn't like a nice clean match. This is dirty backstreet Dota, and I love it.
This is more like
You're looking for the void again?
This isn't your Michelin 2-star restaurant. It's more of a kebab on the street, right,
Hawker
Nomad?
food.
But it's still very tasty. It doesn't matter.
I actually had African stall food the other day.
Yang?
It was
He's fine, no BKB, but he's probably gonna be okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, of course.
Probably... he didn't want to, like, continue to suffer anyways.
Yeah.
Done.
What's
I want to go for the monkey, though, it's a lot.
TP'd
Monkey
in.
is almost into his Gleipnir, and then the support monkey suddenly deals a lot of damage.
Yeah. He TP'd in on the Prophet on top of Doom, and then Doom blinked into the trees, like, away from him, even though the Prophet was alone. I guess he thought maybe Lina is around with Shadowblade.
Yeah, but then why would you TP right on top of him?
It was strange, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Shiva's got almost up on Doom, so more Vision. Skadi up on Spectre, into Basher, so it's going for a single target burst build. And game is suddenly looking rough again for VG.
It is.
I'm just waiting for Faceless Void to actually be more than his Chrono. So far he's just the Chrono, right?
Soon.
Oh.
Has his
TM.
Chrono even done anything?
TM.
Yeah.
Lina on the front lines. Oh.
BKB's out. She's gonna get herself back. They didn't want to Doom it, and now the Chronosphere comes down. They want to try and take down the Doom, but do they have the damage? That's a question. XM
No.
It's not enough, and now in comes the Overgrowth, holding them still. Aaron's got top of the Lina, and she's gonna go down. No BKB, no life. Jama gonna follow him to the grave. 3 dead on VG Gaming, and once again,
That Chrono should not happen.
They could have just disengaged, and Erika was like, let's go, boys. Completely baited his own team in.
he didn't even commit to his Chrono.
But how can he? He has no damage.
Yeah.
Like, look at his net worth.
I don't want to, Black. I don't want to.
Do it.
Do it.
Well,
you
there's
must.
Shard and Aegis now once more for the Spectre. Oh man. Now, Erika mega debated his own team. I love that.
Who's got the shard? They actually give it to the
Sees the Prophet. No BKB on Prophet still. He can actually solo kill him here.
Oh my god, TK just trying to beat him down. The Faceless Void comes through though, saving the day.
He
And now
can't
he's looking for the
fight
turnaround.
either.
Be careful, Yag. Be careful.
Oh, no.
Here comes the Doom.
Get into the monkey.
Never mind. Here comes the tree.
They all come into poison together.
Gleipnir.
There's no way he can get out.
Oh, Yag. He's been horrifically baited.
Are they just baiting each other the entire time right now? I feel like it's Erika, man. Again, he comes in. He's just mega baiting his own team the entire time. I love it.
Wonder what the comms are like. Get him! Get him! Go!
I'm here, go. Oh, I'm out.
Just JK, guys.
Didn't you just say go? Yeah. But I'm out.
I've credited him. Kill him. No, I'm just kidding.
They still have Doom, by the way. They never used it.
Well, they will now. Doom comes down onto the Lina. Good
They're
night.
gonna call it.
She's
Discontinuous.
sitting here waiting for death. Does try to turn around and do some right clicks, but that's got them gonna do anything.
Oh, the Overgrowth.
The high ground to get off the Overgrowth. BKB out from Erika just to run away inside his own base. My god, I've got tears streaming down my face as I watch this. A horrible, horrible game from VG Gaming here. They are just melting.
Is this a call, Black?
No
What do you think?
DP ult. Yeah, they want to push bottom, so they have like another avenue of going high ground after. But now they're like, nah, never mind, screw that. Yeah, very... one of my new favorite words, discombobulated by VG.
Discombobulated? Yeah, it's a very nice one. It's in the meta.
They saw the Prophet TP. Pawn, he's just dead. He can't get out. He's gonna get bashed. Yeah.
Oh, bash straight away, but he will fall.
I mean, I can't believe that they still went for a core Prophet after seeing his chat. I mean, just call it 2-0, man.
And the
Aries
Chrono.
is actually making a comeback. They're 3-3 now. VG is 3-3. So Aries is now in the top 4.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. They're tied for top 4 at the moment. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Aster Aries get a hell of a turnaround here in the China DPC as currently a bottom runner team suddenly, over the course of like 3 series, just suddenly run up the standings and are now tied for a place in the top 4 qualification slots. I mean, this is nuts, but I mean, I have to ask the question, what happened to Vici this series? Because this is a team which has been on an upwards trend. They've been looking better and better each time we've seen them. And now Aster Aries just come through and they just completely demolished them. What happened?
This was just not good from them. Not good performance coming from everything. The draft, perhaps it's not the best. Perhaps. There are some issues with it. But there are always some issues with the draft. At least you have to itemize. It's playable. At least you have to itemize properly. But the way Nature's Prophet plus Void itemized for me is, I don't know. I didn't like. Black was talking about the shard. I didn't like it at all. Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah, I mean, I
it was too early.
Especially with a start like that. Yeah. Like, it's a snowball shard, right? Like, you're snowballing, you get it after your melts from BKB. Yep. You kind of just play with the enemies. But if you have no damage and no items, playing with the enemy doesn't help you at all. And then there's Orb of Corrosion too. I don't know what's up with Erika, but like now 3 out of 4 games, his item build was really subpar. And it can't happen in a tier 1 game. It can't.
He bought the Orb of Corrosion 18 minutes, 30 seconds in.
Yeah. Like, if we have stats, that is definitely the latest Orb of Corrosion ever.
Ever bought, yeah.
I can check, actually. I will do that. I don't...
Yeah, please do that. Okay. That was shocking to me. I saw it in his quick buy, probably. I was like, yeah, maybe a misclick. And he purchased all the pieces. I was like, no way.
That was nuts.
And Yang too, we said they need a frontliner. He goes Maelstrom first item after having an atrocious laning phase. Like, everything just feels like they're not really communicating well together. And
then the team fights. Right, the team fights on top of that, we're not looking that great.
Yeah.
The amount of rocks that were thrown for no reason.
Yeah, same with the Chronos too.
Yeah, the Chronos. Yeah.
Erika baited his teammates in so much during that later portion of the game. It was quite wild.
Do you agree though that Ares' draft was easier to play, right?
Oh, way easier. That's why I went for them too.
Yeah.
It's such a good draft, honestly. It really is. Like, DP, Doom, Spectre, really solid. You have a Treant on top of that.
And it's like they're good versus all of them. Spectre versus the Lina versus the Prophet versus the Void even. And then you get the Doom to follow. And that Doom was always on Void, I feel like. Well, not always, but quite a few times it was there early on when it was needed.
Yeah. I really gotta say that I question the decision hard to put this Prophet still in a core position after they literally counter him with 4 heroes. Like, why? Why?
That is the question, Black. Why indeed?
And who are we gonna get in the interview? It's gonna be not Y, it's gonna be Yi. Never mind, it's pronounced differently.
Oh well. Swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss. It's another one of these.
One of those days.
Nothing new.
This is like the only good sequence we have seen from VG this game, actually.
Yeah.
It was very well played. They got like 4 pickoffs. And I actually thought they're quite in a decent position again. The game was down to 1k gold lead, right?
Yeah.
But then the next team fight...
This is how they had to play. They had to be like aggro all the time. But also this fight was on Ares. They didn't use anything. They could have cut their losses. But these kind of plays too, like from Vici. They use their smoke and then nothing happens. Rock gets dropped.
All right, cool. Nice golem.
Yeah. Red Panda.
Run away. Now suddenly the Void jumps in and does like a random Chrono with no follow-up. He's like, yep, I got the Doom, but
look
where's
at that
the
damage?
Ah, yes. 2 right clicks, run away.
It's like there's no communication, you know. Great stun by the monkey, of course, but it just feels like it's one of my other favorite words that I'm using a lot lately. Deflated. VG looks deflated.
They do. They absolutely do. Yeah. How do they inflate themselves again?
I think what's it's necessary for them is some of this. I heard it on TV. Nomad stagflation. They need some stagflation. They need to constantly be.
What's even the issue? they were so good.
Yeah, they look great in their last series. I don't. What is stagflation, Lizard?
Yeah, I was also wondering. I was hoping he was going to explain it, but he just started like.
No, you took over. You guys took over.
Please explain to us.
You get some like constant inflation, but your economy is still slowing down, something like that.
Oh, so basically America right now. Well, let's not get into that.
Yeah. But how does it translate to the game? You don't understand. In the game, you constantly get better, stronger, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure something out, but you aren't getting worn out by the games or something.
I don't know where you went with that one, dude. That was.
It's a reach. It's a reach.
I think I dug a really good hole for myself, and I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Nomad. Yeah, help.
Yeah. You went fishing for sharks with a tiny little cracking
sharks. Don't talk about sharks, man. Egypt sharks are dangerous.
Yeah, sand sharks are dangerous. Yeah. Super dangerous.
And Aster Aries with the Sharks in this series, they'll take down Vici and a 2-0. Very convincing indeed. And the standings after that one are looking pretty damn spicy. I mean, for everyone,
right?
Yeah. We got a lot of 3-3s coming out. We have a lot of teams sitting in that middle group wrestling for those qualification slots. One of which is PSG LGD. Crazily enough, like it is ridiculous at the moment. Who do we think out of these middle runners then is going to put their heads above the water? We got Aster Aries, we got Aster themselves, we got Vici, and we got LGD all sitting in the middle right now. Who are the two teams which are going to qualify?
It's hard to go against LGD and Aster still, right? Just the pure caliber and ceiling they have that we know they can have. But with how things looked lately, like maybe LGD won't make the cut this time around. Would be very good for the China region itself, but obviously for LGD, like they need some international like gameplay too, just to get more ideas and stuff.
Yeah. Still worth mentioning as well that the threat of elimination is not gone yet for pretty much any of these teams. You need to get 4 wins to clear yourself.
LGD is Div 2 suddenly.
It could happen.
IG and LGD Div 2. Let's go.
And they just stayed there for like the next 3 seasons. Everyone's like, what's happening there?
I mean, how's that even going to work? Having a Div 2 team at TI? Well, I guess it would just be the case.
They're just Div 2 and at TI. No problem.
All right, no problem. But like we joke about it, but it's not out of the question. Like LGD's final matches are against RNG and against Aster.
If they lost to eHome.
Yes, they did. So if they lose both their games and eHome play against Dandelion, so they one of those teams has to win. That means we got some serious issues, so we got to keep an eye on that. But that is tomorrow's story. Today's story is that Aster Aries are absolute bosses, and we get to talk to the most bossing bosser of this bossing team. And it is Yi on the line for us today to talk to him. So you know what? Unconventionally, I'm going to throw it to Black to ask the first question because I reckon you've got a question to ask about the mid lane. Am I right?
First of all, congratulations for your win. Looked amazing the way you guys played. But Paparazzi said in a recent interview that he thinks that you are one of the best, if not the best, Chinese mid laner. After him, of course. What are your thoughts on that?
首先恭喜你们能获得这场比赛的胜利。然后撅者前2天采访的时候说，他觉得你是国内现在最强的中单选手之一。然后你对这个有什么想说的吗？
没有，感觉大家实力都很接近，感觉他在捧杀我。我们只是关系比较好，然后随便说说吧。
Yeah, I think we are all on the with other mid laner as well. We are all on the same page. We are all have a similar skill level, and I think because he and I is a good friend, I think he's a little bit he's trying to overcompliment me a little bit.
Oh, these are good friends. I understand. All right, Nomad, take it away, my friend.
Thank you. So Vici, they were looking pretty off their game today. Is that because you had them figured out? Like, did you believe that you had the answer to them when you started the series today?
今天感觉 VG 发挥挺失常的，是因为你们对他们的准备做的特别到位吗？
对，是的，就感觉我们准备的挺好，然后阵容我们打起来都比较舒服，然后就正常发挥了。
Yeah, I think we figured them out quite well, and I think all the lineup we drafted is very comfortable for us to play, and we played all right as we planned.
Definitely played more than all right. I mean, it's 2 series in a row now for you guys. Have you got your eyes on that top 4 slot? Are you looking to break into the top 4 and that qualification?
2连胜了之后，现在看看积分榜有没有就是想过要去争取一下前4，去打 Major 这方面的想法？
感觉还是先不想了，不用给自己太大的心理压力，然后就好好打就行。
I tend to not thinking about that. I don't want to give myself too much pressure. I just want to have a good performance throughout.
And what's been the key to your success recently? You know, is there anything you think you guys have improved on recently, which has led to this vast improvement in your performance?
你觉得最近队伍整体发挥特别好的原因是哪些呢？就是有没有想过为什么最近突然一下战绩变得好？你觉得哪方面队伍在提升？
我想想，可能我们的 BP 我们这2天 BP 都做的比较好，然后包括大家就胜利可能会给我们带来一些自信，然后我们就越来越好。
I feel like our draft is getting much better. Also, winning one series will boost your confidence. I think that's probably why, you win and you have more confidence and you play better.
And who are the main voices in the draft? You know, who are making the calls? Is it everyone or is it just a few people?
那 BP 的时候一般是谁说了算呢？就是大家一起讨论，还是说有1-2个人的话语权会比较大一些？
主要是小熊猫还有乌鲁，就我们5号位还有1号位，都会比较多一点。
So it's Red Panda and Ulu makes the most decision. 你说？
没有，就这样吧。没有。
All right, Lizard, you got yourself a question?
Yeah. I congrats on the win once again. I'm interested if you can elaborate a little bit more on this friendship with Paparazzi. Do you guys play 1v1 a lot? Do you go out for some maybe hot pots, some cocktails after games? Like what kind of situations are we talking about here?
比较好奇，你之前跟你说那个你跟 Raz 关系比较好嘛？就是你们平时会抓着一起练练中路对线吗？或者说还是会线下吃个饭、喝点酒什么的？你能稍微展开一下吗？
对，就有的时候会练一些对线吧，就是不 drink， 这天对线。
Yeah, we only practice one-on-one mid. We don't drink too much. We don't drink. No drinking.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, that's cool. And how in the I guess in the practice it kind of goes 50-50. But I'm wondering as well is you're playing Brewmaster mid. Like, is that something specific for the last game, or is it something that you like to do regardless? And what do you think about other micro heroes on mid lane, such as Arkward and Meepo, things like that, the cheesy ones?
就是也看了你打那个中单9线嘛，就是你觉得这种多操英雄怎么样呢？包括像是电狗啊，包括像米波这种可能偏大招一点的，你对这些多操英雄会怎么看呢？
就有的时候会发挥一些奇效吧，就是中单有的时候能玩这些东西，有的时候会比较有用，然后玩起来还挺爽，就打路人的时候。
Yeah, I think as a mid laner, it's good if you have those heroes in your pocket. Like sometimes it will change the game for sure, and for pub games, it's really nice if you know how to play these heroes. It's very good. Feels very good playing in pubs.
Of course, in pubs it's the best. Thank you very much. That's all I've got.
Yeah.
All right.
One quick question from me.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about since you're one of the really good mid laners in China as well. How would you change the mid lane? Because right now a lot of pro players also think it's not a great lane at all.
之前也说了，就是大家都觉得你是非常强势的这个国内的中单嘛。那作为中单选手的话，你对现在的中路有什么想要改变的东西，就是想法吗？因为现在其实有很多中单选手，包括国外的也在说，就职业选手说中路可能不是一个特别有意思的对线一个情况。
我没有想过这个，我主要是就按照版本去适应它，没想过怎么去改变它，这个不关我的事。
Well, I don't think the way I don't think like that. I'm just a player. I don't think about the patches. I just adapt the patches. I don't think I don't think about the composition of the mid lane.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Very healthy way. Yeah, very healthy way of thinking. Yeah.
Just play the game that's given to you. I like that. My final question then is going to be this. On the international stage, who would you most like to play against in the mid lane from across the world?
如果有机会在这个国际舞台上去打比赛的话，你最想跟哪个中路的选手去交锋？
我想就是OG 还有那个酒神。然后 OG 的中单还有酒神，然后还有苏梅尔，这样。
Yeah, mid laner from OG, 9 from Tundra, and Smell.
Wow, a lot of respect for the European region there. Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us and taking the time to answer our questions. And of course, best of luck at the rest of the DPC. Thank you.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面好运。
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
All right,
yeah.
Stuff.
You see,
so
like it's not only the humbleness, it's this attitude that I actually forgot even existed. I love this so much. Can you pro players stop queuing already and just play the goddamn game and be better?
Oh, my mid lane is so bad.
Like, just play the game. Shut up.
Yeah. Deal with it. Yeah. I mean, he's a badass. He doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, well, I'll play the game that's given to me. I don't really think about these things, which, you're absolutely right. It's refreshing. That's for sure. Very, very nice interview. And again, the humbleness there. I mean, part of me almost wants one of these guys just come on the interview and just like throw down some BM, just be like, yeah, I'm the best in the region and what, but that's not really the Chinese way, is it, Black?
No, it isn't. As I just dropped something I was fiddling with. But yeah, most of them are really, really humble. Even when you speak to players like Paparazzi that are super highly regarded worldwide, right? They're like, yeah, I'm actually not that good. I'm a terrible carry player. That's why I went to mid. It's definitely something that comes from his country. Like I feel like most pro players, if not all pro players, are like that. I don't even know. Is there anyone that's like really BM and straight in your face? I don't think I remember
Emo.
one. Oh yeah, emo, right? Emo, yeah. I'm the best. I'm the god. He said. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and God King as well, right? Like his name is God King. Yet every interview, he's just super humble as well. He's like, I deserve to be kicked from RNG. I wasn't playing well enough. It's just like, wow, like
which is crazy. You interview a European, he's like, why are they kicking me? Yeah, maybe my damage numbers are a bit low, but I bring this like hero versatility to the pool, man. What do you bring, bro?
It was the quality of the damage. It wasn't the damage done. The quality, it's not the same.
Yeah.
My damage numbers look like this, so that Somnuses could look like this, right?
It's my high impact damage. You don't understand.
Yeah. It's it was a reach. It's a reach, but at the same time, yeah, it's so much humbleness, such good vibes as well coming out from these guys. But yeah, I don't know. It's too wholesome. It's too wholesome. Let's shake it up. But hopefully we get a bit of a shake up in the next series, which is just around the corner, and it's another really, really big one. Of course, coming down to the final weeks where we've saved all of these amazing games for, and this next one is such an important matchup. It's the battle of the top. It's Xtreme Gaming versus Team Aster. Aster, of course, have been a bit hot and cold so far. Xtreme Gaming have been pulling out some pretty damn good performances so far. Who's going to take it in this series? I don't really know. I do want to ask you though, Black, since you won't be here for the next series. So which way are you leaning for this one? Who would you predict to win this?
After Xtreme's last series and like after the interview of Paparazzi, I feel like their game understanding has gotten quite a bit better over the months, I guess you could say. And yeah, just overall, as I said last time also, their weaknesses sort of turn their strengths. Like Lou is performing very well now. Their drafts are very on point. They're never really outdrafted. Like even at worst, which is a very good quality to have. And yeah, I do think they're going to take it. Probably 2-1, because Aster is still Aster. They're very, very strong. But I think they will come out on top.
Alrighty, well, let's throw it over to a break then, and then we will be back, guys. It's going to be a bit of a wait. It's going to be about 50 minutes until that series is live. So, go do something which takes 50 minutes. I don't know, read a bit of a book or have a long bath or something. I don't know, but make sure you join us in 50 minutes time. Watch some anime. Xtreme Gaming versus Aster coming up soon. We'll see you after this break.
为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
It is time for the final series of the day, and we are ending on an absolute banger. This one is going to knock it out of the park, I'm pretty sure. We've got Xtreme Gaming versus Aster. Aster have been on a journey, that is for sure, taking some big wins and some surprise losses along the way. Meanwhile, the side of Xtreme, they've been looking a little bit more steady so far, only dropping a series to, in fact, Aster Aries so far. And joining me to break down this series, I've got my lovely panelists, Lizard and B-Kyop, to dive into this game. How's it fun? How's your sunbathing, Lizard? You enjoying your weather?
Oh yeah, I'm stuck here between swing and a miss and buttering my crumpets. We have the sports
Your
references.
dream, right?
We have the culinary references. Yeah, it's
Best
my
kind
dream. Dream to be stuck between you two fine gentlemen, fine beasts. I love my sunbathing. Thanks for asking me very much. But I've been here before. What about you, B-Cop? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little jealous because first you're gonna have the muscles, then you're gonna have the tan, and it's just like I can't compete with that. I'm gonna start wearing just a brown bag above my head, as I don't know if I can.
With two eye holes cut out? Actually, you don't need the eye holes, do you? Just need the mouth hole, right? Just cut the mouth hole out.
Just the microphone right here. And it's just got to be the brown bag cover.
You're gorgeous, Ben. You're gorgeous.
You're gorgeous.
You're gorgeous.
You too, Nomad, by the way.
Oh,
You're
thank you.
gorgeous.
And not so much, but you, Ben.
All right, no, screw you, Lizard. Screw you, man. We got a series and a half coming up for us right now. Xtreme Gaming, these guys have been looking pretty damn smooth. I feel like the X factor has been Lou, the one guy without that much experience on the team, but they've lifted him up. They've made it work, kind of like the antithesis of what we saw from RNG with God King, where they were kind of at odds with each other, but it's a complete opposite here. Xtreme have just kind of made things work with Lou, and it looks buttery smooth, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think it shows the maturity of the other players. I think that's the point that I would really draw out of that. When you're a team that's kind of established, but your players aren't that mature, getting a new unknown player always leads to him just being the scapegoat, and then everyone just piles all their issues on him, and he's the one that gets crushed even sometimes. And just I've seen so many super talents come into the scene, go into a team such as that one, not perform that greatly because of them and because of himself, right? Some emotions, and then completely drop out of the scene. And I'm really happy that didn't happen to Lou or to God King. God King managed to land on his feet. And Lou actually, I don't think that he ever had an issue here. They all seem very, very supportive, and that's how they go about it. It's very respectful, I would say.
Yeah, I love Lou. I think he's a lot more reliable these days. I definitely think that he's really grown into the role, right?
Yeah, definitely has. And look at these match results for them as well. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. That is exactly what you want to be seeing. And what I love about this team as well is that they're so adaptable and interesting, right? Like, you see here their Visage, 5 games of Visage, yet last series, they didn't touch it. They didn't play it once. They just played whatever the hell they wanted. And I mean, that's kind of like a tribute to like how adaptable these guys are, right? Like, and it wasn't banned against me either. So they were literally just like, we just want to play something else. We recognize this hero is not as strong against this team, or this team have proven they can answer it. Whatever that conversation is, that is just a really good sign. They're not just going back to a hero they've been winning with, but they've been swapping it up even when they're ahead, and just not locking themselves down to one strategy. I think that's a really good sign for Xtreme Gaming. Aster, meanwhile, they have been a little bit more unstable, shall we say. What's happened in the series where they've lost? Listen, what's been their downfalls?
Fly too close to the sun and you get burned. That's Aster. That's a star, I believe, as well. Sun is a star. Fly too close to the man. I'm on fire. Anyway, some drafts weren't as great. There were some drafting issues. I believe that would, in my opinion, that would be their downfall. Aster is a team that if they have a normal draft, they're winning, but they love to experiment. They just adore experimentation. They have the craziest position 4 in the scene. Who wouldn't love to experiment with that guy, right? Sometimes it backfires.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you can see here, a couple of weird heroes poking their heads up here. You know, some Sven coming out for Aster. What's that about? They've been picking the Pudge. It's been pretty spicy for them. They really do like to, as you say, experiment and pull out some twists here and there. Also, I like the way that the Warlock icon here is basically just the golem. I feel like that's pretty accurate, though.
You can just kind of make out Warlock in the bottom right corner of the picture, but it's all about the golem, I guess.
Yeah,
they should just change the name of the hero.
Probably
it's not Warlock.
Yeah, Golem Daddy instead. I mean, I feel like when Warlock's players pick Warlock, you know, they're not really thinking about Warlock himself. They are just thinking about the Golem. So, yeah, definitely checks out. But anything interesting here you guys seeing, you know, other than the Sven and the Pudge, you know, what do you think about these highly contested heroes?
The highly contested ones like the Enigma scream old 11 at me. I'm not surprised. I'm actually surprised that Beastmaster is not on that list a little bit more. I feel like China's kind of taking hold of this hero a little bit, especially with guys like old 11 who love these micro heroes that go from like Visage to old 11 or Visage to old 11, Visage to Beastmaster to Enigma. Maybe like a Lycan would come out for old 11. I'd love to see him play Brood, but I don't know if that hero is even viable these days.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We haven't really seen that much of Brood recently. But yeah, Beastmaster, you know, you're absolutely right. It's got a 69% contest rate outside of the China region. In the China region itself, you're going to have to go looking down that list a little bit further because he's only at 54. But to be fair, he's past the 50 mark from the last time we talked about him. So people are picking and banning it a little bit more. That's for sure. They're starting to gain some respect for the hero. Do you feel like China are kind of like catching up with the rest of the world, or do you reckon they've just got like a different read on the meta which makes this kind of zoo hard push mentality not work as well as it?
I feel that any kind of mentality can work at this point. You know, it all comes down to the way you execute the draft and how you go about it. Like, I've seen teams that finish games in 20 minutes. I've seen teams that take full late game and still win with it. I feel that it all comes down to understanding and adjusting your mentality to the draft itself, right? Like, you can't have a mentality. Remember the last series, we had the Monkey King that went full early on, even though their lineup was never able to fight early skirmishes, right?
Yeah.
So if you are going to have a late game mentality, better make sure that you have a late game draft as well. If you're going to have a mentality that goes early and wants to just skirmish and crush the lane and post laning stage, better make sure that you have heroes that excel at doing that. Like B-Cop excels at baseball. I've heard stories that his balls, like when he swings and hits, you cannot catch that. It's a home run every single time.
These are facts, by the way. Not
true facts. There are stats. Benjamin Kopilov, you Google it. Google stats Benjamin Kopilov. Home runs, 100%.
You actually find a photographer from Australia when you Google my name. Or at least you used to. Yeah.
Interesting. I've never heard of anyone called Kopilov before, so that's a new one for me.
And we became Facebook friends. It was a whole thing in my life when I was like 16.
Adorable.
When I was Googling myself. I had nothing better to do.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, there is no one else in the world called Jared Bagina or anything close. It's very lonely out here for us, but you know, we make do. Another big difference between the China region and the rest of the world, in the biggest difference by a mile actually, is the Death Prophet hero. It's the third most contested hero of the Chinese region at 81% contestation rate. Meanwhile, in the rest of the world, they just don't care about this hero. This hero is being picked like 37% of the time elsewhere. So almost like a double increase, or over a double increase, in fact, in the rate of death profits being picked up in the China region. I mean, are they just not got over the last patch, or is there something different about the death profit in this region, or do we just have a lot of good death profit players?
It seems like they're still liking that combo because it does kind of get paired up with like that death profit that we were seeing, like death profit Tusk or something similar that you could play aggressive in the lane with.
Yeah.
They just kind of held on to that, and something that works, that still works through a patch. You don't really want to let it go, especially when you were making it work so well. Why not? It does well against some of these combos that we're seeing in the bottom lane or in the safe lane, I guess, with like kind of a killable support that heals and these cores that are very reliant on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. The hero just gives you a lot of utility and a very popular one in this region. But we do now have the draft available, so let's start talking about that as we have our openings out and in our faces. And so far, we've got a Tiny and a Winter Wyvern going the way of Aster. Meanwhile, Xtreme Gaming, they're going to grab themselves a Puck and the Treant Protector. I gotta say, I think I prefer Xtreme's opening, but both very good, I would say. Listen, which way are you leaning?
Which way am I leaning? I actually do love the Wyvern as a hero to pick against Puck. It's like it's strange, right? Like why Lizards? Why does it do anything to the Puck? Well, you have that Winter's Curse to set things up on the Puck, right? Like it's not your job to kill him in the curse, but you can follow up with some Doom or some stun or some avalanche combo, right? Like there are some nice things there. And overall, I think Wyvern is, well, she's picked a bit, but I just want to share love for the Ice Lady Dragon. I just want to say that I always love playing her, and I think she's in a good spot. I want to see more of her.
All right.
Do you
what
like
about you
5?
guys? Yeah, 5. I mid, sure, it's fun, but no, I actually what the hero brings on mid, I don't think it's as good as what it brings on 5.
Okay.
Fair
I'm
enough.
just wondering if it'll be good enough.
I think Nomad will elaborate why that is. Right, Nomad?
Yes, because I'm here for my my hero knowledge. That's definitely why I'm here.
Hey, I watched the Nomad Nuggets. You are very knowledgeable when it comes to how to play heroes. I use that Tusk build.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good build. Yeah, I'm good at discovering stuff before anybody else does, but that's about it. But no, Wyvern in the 5 position. I mean, the annoying thing is you have to go and kill her because you can't just let her survive through a team fight because you can't play a team fight not going anywhere near your carry. That just doesn't really work. But at the same time, overextending to try and kill a Wyvern, like she's got such high range abilities. She's got the ability to just float over terrain. It makes it super, super annoying to play into. So, already, yes, you have the option to try and catch her out with the Puck, but as you say, that you can just turn around and get the curse off onto the Puck, then you are having trouble. It's a awkward situation. I think it does benefit the Wyvern, as Elizabeth was saying.
Mm-hmm. And all the tangos, right? Like the tangos, you max out the Cold Embrace in the lane. I've seen 1-1-3 being very popular build at the moment. Just max out that Cold Embrace in fights. You make sure that your heroes are live and healthy, and also like in the lane, it's quite decent. It's not the strongest laners. Perhaps that's one of the weakest points of the Ice Lady bird. And what do we need here for XG? They have catch. They have a ton of catch. I want to see a ton of damage now coming into that catch. Mortimer, perhaps. More.
Ooh.
They go with more catch instead.
Alrighty. They have themselves a shaman.
They have themselves catch galore.
They really do. They really do. But, this is the PYW shaman. Big up. That's a famous one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of the shaman in the Chinese region. There used to be this guy, James, who me and Mofar used to fawn over, who played Shadow Shaman all the time for CDC. But I like it in the Chinese region. It feels like there's a lot of prominent players with Shadow Shaman. Though I also feel like this hero isn't exactly that difficult to execute. But I think it's very strong. We'll see how they use it, because we haven't seen a lot of the shaman recently.
No, we haven't. I mean, I would kind of disagree. I think any support hero with small range automatically becomes quite difficult to play. I think, oh my god, it's definitely hard to play now. You're playing it into tiny Visage Monkey King. All right, good luck, buddy. Good luck.
It is PYW, right? So I guess if anyone can do it, it's gonna be him. But this game looks terrible for a Shadow Shaman.
Yeah,
I love the Visage pick. I just adore it from Aster. Like this should be XXS. I think Visage position 4 tiny on that Baboka, Monkey plus Wyvern safe lane. Everything looking so good for them. Okay, you get a counter, right?
I haven't really seen the Viper do a lot.
Well,
I don't know. The
yeah.
last Viper games I've seen, it feels like it's really fallen behind. Like it doesn't focus on the farming aspect. Like I want to say there's a couple of Viper games that I saw that Viper took more in the Nether Toxin, more in the farming priority, and then it did okay by getting a little bit of farm. But then there's like Viper games I see where it focuses on the poison attack, and it's just like, all right, well, you're not farming that well anymore. You do some damage, but you fall off really hard after the mid game.
So how I see it here is, I might be stretching, but how I see it is, Nether Toxin is amazing versus the Monkey versus the Visage, right? That's good. Poison attack is really good versus Wyvern and Cold Embrace. You can stack it up still and still dish out damage. The lane should be decent versus Monkey. This should be your offlane Viper. And you have the tree to protect you, to put that living armor on you. Plus the shard, you can even push. I mean, one problem that I see with the Monkey is that as I'm saying it, I realize that this isn't 9 to 5 Viper. This is all day, 2 shifts in a row, overworking yourself. It's not gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
There's a lot of fires to put out and only 1 bucket of water.
Only 1 bucket of acid. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit of an issue. A big difference as well amongst the this is another hero which the China region aren't picking so much. Only 39% versus the 56% of the rest of the world. So again, it's something which China have been ignoring a bit. But Xtreme Gaming and they've been looking around the world and they say, hey, that looks all right. We can give that a try.
Yeah, Viper's definitely taking a lot more priority in the last week of competitive play in China. I think it's definitely shown its head a lot more.
Yeah, you're right.
I like that Bristle ban. God, that Bristle in the 1 position has just been so difficult. Like they just don't have the lockdown on Aster, and it looks like they have a lot of lockdown, but they just don't have the Bristle lockdown. I feel like there's lockdown, and then there's Bristleback specific lockdown you need.
Yeah. The ways of dealing with him. Visage doesn't do anything to the hero, right?
It's such a bad matchup.
And then everyone else, you'd have some Arctic Burn, I guess, with the passive. Yeah. Monkey isn't that terrible, but no one is amazing when he buys eggs. The guy buys eggs and hits you for 1,000 damage, literally, right? Freaking 1,000.
Yeah,
and he gets 25 fast. Yeah, he gets that 25 extra on the Warpath stacks. It's pretty disgusting.
Yep. And an interesting thing about Aster as well is that they don't like dying. They really don't like dying. XXS and Monet are the 2 lowest death heroes in the China region. Two lowest death players are in the China region.
Oh, damn.
It's crazy. Ooh. Now they pick up the Alchemist. So
is that offlane Alch?
Looks like it.
It could be. It could be offlane. It could be mid as well.
Could be mid Wyvern.
I think the last 3 picks of Aster are their cores.
Yeah.
I think you put the Alchemist mid now after the Ursa pick, right?
Got picked by Monet and mid Tiny.
Mid Tiny. So I was okay. So mid Tiny versus the Puck.
That's
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So we're traveling back in time. 4 position Monkey King for Bobica.
Oh, a classic. A classic.
It was placed. It was played. Sorry, not placed. It was played last game on 4. And when you think about it, it's Bobica. Like if anyone is gonna play that for Monkey, it's gonna be him.
I mean, he made it look so broken when he was originally doing that in DAC. Granted, that hero at the time was also way more broken.
It was ridiculous. It was basically busted.
It
Yeah,
was.
completely.
But I actually love this swap up, actually. I really like it. I think, this stun from the trees is going to really help them out, versus both PYW on the Shaman, cancelling those shackles and just catching him out first. You need the vision and you need the stuns. A carry Monkey King, it's too risky to put him too far forward and have him, trying to scout the backlines. It doesn't work. You put that on a pos 4, and that actually can work for you. You have that stun from the trees for the puck as well. I really like this. I do like this swap here. I was initially going to go for Xtreme, but I think that change has actually swayed me towards going for Aster. I mean, I'm just really happy though. I mean, about two things. One is that the last drafts were like quite kind of ignoring each other and just picking 5 heroes which were good with each other. This is complete opposite. They're just trying to answer each other. Really feels like a battle between these two teams to get the better counts picks, to get the outdraft. So I think that's really cool. And secondly, there's just so much comfort here. There's so many signature heroes coming out that I'm not even going to go through and list them because we'd be here all day. It's just going to be a super exciting matchup. And I think I'm going to go for Aster for this game at number 1. Lizard, you look like you're contemplating.
I'm just split down the middle. I can definitely see how both of these teams can take the game. I still feel that Ursa is decent, but they need to really press the tempo and win that early game. Can they win it versus Visage? Hard to say. I'm going to go with Aster as well, with Monet's Alchemist. I feel that they should be able to create enough space for him, and then eventually he just takes over.
Yeah, and it's another classic as well. Monet has a long history of playing this out. B-Cup, which way are you leaning?
I'm actually leaning a little bit on Xtreme. I think that Paparazzi's on a really showstopper hero. We've seen him really just have these exciting games where he controls tempos, and I think if he gets off to the right start, he's in a potential spot to really get away with things. So it'll be exciting to watch. But I do think it's really close, like 55-45.
Yeah. I'm just 50-50 as well, to be honest. I'm just going the build, the team which looks nicer, right? The team which just like I can kind of see winning. I can visualize their team fights, but I really have no idea.
That's good.
I'm very exciting. Yeah. So are we ready to get into it? I think we are.
Let's go.
All right, B Couple, take it away for game number 1 of Aster versus Xtreme Gaming.
Bicop, I feel that what Nomad just said about just feeling what looks nicer, I don't know if it's good for everyone, but for a pro player, I've actually had this discussion many times. You just intuitively kind of know what draft is better. You can't really put it into words, right? But you kind of feel, you kind of see what's going to happen. I disagree with Nomad for this game, at least, because I don't feel anything. I need to wait and see it played through,
Well, I think it's also the visualization that we've been covering this region for so long, and you do kind of get that feeling from these like teams and players.
Teams?
Yeah. You get that like, we've seen this before, we've seen that. Like, Monet's a very reliable one on a very farmy one, and the Alchemist is exactly that. Like, we used to see Monet on different things like Razor, and I wasn't as confident when he would play things like that. But when he's on these very farmy ones, I feel like the team's very well suited at making the game easier for him.
The only thing that I'm like thinking as well, there's this overgrowth with Nether Toxin versus Visage versus Monkey versus Alchemist. All of them are gonna suffer if Viper has a good game, which he should, right? Like, how do you actually contest him on top lane? I don't think that that's doable. Contesting him versus like what, Alchemist and the Wyvern, he can literally solo lane here.
Yeah, level 1 doesn't exactly look that pretty when all you've got is that unstable concoction. Like, cool, you threw that out. What did that accomplish for you? Like, it just leaves old 11 to either right-click you and put some damage on the Alchemist or farm pretty reliably. PYW might actually be in trouble. He's kind of caught in a weird position, but he plays the trees perfectly. Like, that was really well done to avoid that stun.
Was that sentry just planted? I think he tried to get a glimmer of vision there. With the sentry for the stun, didn't really work. But that's what we see very often. Unstable concussion, level 1, then acid spray, then later on only do they get Grievous Greed.
Why do that with a hero that's designed to be a heavy gold accumulator? Like, what's the point? I don't really...
I think so the point is like if you don't go for it, you won't be able to last it anyway in the lane, maybe, you know. And you need to do well in the lane in order to actually put yourself in a position in which level 2, 3 you can actually do something top.
Yeah, throwing these right clicks on a pick you, and it's getting the stack still. Let's see.
Yeah.
He should still have first blood. And PYW not even looking to steal it, and he could, having that high a damage this early in the game with that second highest base damage in the game.
I think it's good because they need an earlier vessel on Old 11. Like, this vessel is going to be a game changer. You buy it. It's good versus Alchemist, versus Cold Embrace, versus Visage. Amazing versus Tiny. Like, super high value item.
And he's got the urn already. Like, it's flying out to him. Yeah. He's done a good job this early on into the game. And it's this series, like, you do have great mids in Ori and Paparazzi. Like, that's a classic matchup in terms of two players. What draws me into this matchup the most, honestly, is XXS against Old 11. I think that's like two very old guard offlaners, and it's exciting.
I must be very old if XXS is old guard, but
he's played a long time. He has that record of him and Bobica together. So
no, of course, he's very young though. Like,
yeah,
he's very, very young player, but he just started when he was like what, 15 or something. I think his first minor in Kiev or Bucharest was when he was like 15, 16.
And XXS is only 22. That's wild. His career's been so like
good already, right?
Yeah, it's flourished so much at 22.
Yeah. Like last year, he was considered the best like player in the whole region. He was the MVP of the region overall, not only the offlaners.
In that perfect world ceremony, right?
Yeah, exactly. When it comes to the mid lane that you mentioned, the CS is even and so is Network. Like, Puck is doing pretty damn well versus the Tiny. Good job so far from him.
22 and 6 for both of them. Like, I can definitely see Paparazzi doing more. Like, the whole, going back to the Nomad having the feeling, when you kind of can visualize it more. Like, I can visualize Paparazzi doing way more with this puck than I can Ori doing the same with the Tiny.
Yeah, it's like you have to. You just see the Tiny and you're thinking, who are his targets? He's a mid Tiny, so this is your Blink Dagger builder. It's not your carry, right? So who are his targets? Who is he jumping on? The only hero that I see is Shadow Shaman. Everyone else is going to be a difficult nut to break, to crack, right? So.
And even Shaman might be difficult if, PYW is quick with the fingers, gets a quick hex out when you blink in on top of him.
But he has some positive sides, though. This Tiny sometimes finds it difficult to get on top of heroes, but when you have... This is going to be a stretch now, but stay with me. When you have someone like Visage, who always wants to pressure towers, right? It actually makes the game for someone like Tiny very easy, as Visage is always showing himself and showing the enemy heroes who need to defend, and then your job as a Tiny is just to stop them from defending. Jump the backlines and make that dive actually happen, right?
Okay,
and,
so I see what you're saying. Like, XXS forces a response, he forces you to come into their vision, and then Tiny's there to jump on it.
Yeah. It's pretty much very easy for him to cut the backlines and get those pickoffs that are needed.
So I like that way of looking at it. I wonder what other heroes are kind of like that. I feel like anybody who's like a significant pusher who's got like that extra vision.
Yeah.
Especially like Beastmaster fits that bill, where it's like you have the Hawk, you give that extra vision, you know what you're pulling into the affair.
It doesn't even have to be one hero. It can be like a combination of 4. We used to have that problem in some teams. Like, we would try to find ways how to push with push strats. Something was always missing. Then we realized, it's not about getting that 5th pusher. It's just getting the thing that deals with our usual shortcomings, and that's pickoffs, stopping them from actually defending. Tiny is great for them.
Open lane. Oh my god. He's one creep away from level 6.
Who, Viper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old 11, he's just like on it.
Yeah. He's got it now. And Tiny is coming in with haste, so this might be, let's see, instant
It's
save
just
on
right
Old
into the
11 maybe.
shackle. You'll have the avalanche, you'll have the toss, they'll get the kill into PYW. Going after Old 11 is not as simple, though. He's got that magic wand, he's got 17 charges, and you don't want your out to run in too far.
And he's got Puck rotating in. Paparazzi is already top. They might go and dive this Alchemist.
Monet needs to be careful.
They know though, right? There is no Puck on mid lane.
He's still going. And they TP the Tiny back up, and there's the stun into Old 11. They
What the boss?
should have... Oh, he doesn't have the mana for the Avalanche, so he has just a toss, which is forced Ori into a bad position. Old 11's just free to right-click. They use the Dream Coil to keep Ori vulnerable.
Monet? He didn't TP out. He needs to do it now.
Yeah, while Bobica is getting a kill and a DY over bottom, they're going to jump back up towards top. They TP out and pick you. He's got TP. He just needs to find an escape. It's a lot more difficult for him, though.
Yeah, the Wyvern is just dead. Let me ask you one thing. They're pressuring bottom lane. Let's see if they can get low first.
He's not level 6 yet. He does have DY to come and help. It's only level 1 in the living armor. Bobica taking a lot of damage, but XXS here with the familiar, stunning him up, gets the soul assumption out, but Bobica taking a lot of damage and eventually run down by Lou. They wanted the Ursa. Real bad.
I mean, they wanted him, but they were never getting him. That was really greedy. But yeah, my question was, what do you think on that top lane? Who would you rather have killed, Tiny or the Alchemist?
I think Tiny at the moment. I think he's the one who's going to get something started, and you're also enabling Paparazzi by getting that kill. And also, again, the mindset I had with the Viper, right? Like, he kind of has to have that good start to stay relevant through that mid game.
Yeah, no, I agree completely with you. I think that's the right way of thinking.
And they've
Shadow Shaman
found Monet, kind of, but PYW gets turned on by Ori. And now Monet's got that level 6. He didn't have that before. He was only level 4
Old
when
11
they
is
made
coming.
that move top. Still with Monkey King, though. They need to be careful, because they'll just throw a Boundless Strike and an Unstable Concoction. And that's exactly what they do. Paparazzi just running away, and Old 11 dying is not what you want at all. We were just talking about relevancy, and the slower his game gets, the worse that is.
It's not only relevancy, my dear friend. They're feeding this Alchemist. They're invading the jungle and giving him kills. This is the worst case scenario that you can have. You pressured him in the lane, that's true, but this is not good.
You gotta keep the pressure up.
At least the pressure, at least don't feed him. They were way too cocky there.
There was that time where we were seeing Luna a lot in these games where, like, the enemy team would lose track of Luna. They'd go back to pull some stacks and get some gold, and all of a sudden you're like, how did Luna get this farm? Monet backing up into the jungle is something that I think Xtreme, to find themselves in a decent spot of victory, have to, like, be aware of Monet and his movements and not feed him, obviously. Like, I just don't think Alchemist is one of those heroes that you kind of allow to have free reign of the jungle.
Yeah, that's usually how you don't want to play against Alchemist. You don't want to let him...
Do they have these heroes to invade, though? Like, does Ursa really feel that comfortable in this lineup to go for that?
I think what they can do is they can take an extremely early Rosh and then play off of that. You see the scan, just as I mentioned. Just as I said Rosh, they scan it. It's like, and it's 11 minutes in. I think they do have this lineup with the Shadow Shaman with the Ursa. You take Rosh and then you slowly snowball. You take over the map. But like we talked during the draft, this lineup of Aster is ready to fight even right now.
Do you like Radiance for Alchemist?
Yeah, I think it's solid. Also versus the Ursa makes sense.
Okay. I'm watching Monet. I'm seeing the stacks that he wants and what he wants to accomplish with this. They dropped the Dream Coil down, but there's the Winter's Curse. That's the lockdown that they have that really can make Puck's game very difficult. Or he might trade himself here, but they've got the Unstable Concoction. Monet coming into the fight again. He's not too afraid of joining in when needed, but with Old 11 and DY coming over with PYW, I don't know how much you want to fight into this. Wukongs Boundless Strike, Overgrowth coming out. DY still chasing with the help of Wu. They've gotten the Avalanche and the Cold Embrace to keep Ori healthy. One more shot would have been enough, but he's able to get away with the toss. They've got Monet now hitting away at Avalanche. And another Avalanche locks down this Ursa enough where Ori gets the kill. Monet's involved in that. Gank isn't really that successful for the side of Xtreme Gaming. They lose 3 heroes.
And 3 cores they lost.
Yeah.
It's not successful at all. Far from it. That was another disaster. Plus, the worst thing about it is Monet didn't even lose any time farming. He was just in the neighborhood, right? And he sees this fight happening. He's like, okay, I'll join. I'll get some bonus experience, some bonus gold, and move back into the jungle farming. This is like... One thing needs to be said though, it was very close to being really good for Xtreme, right? The way they were fighting,
killing Ori.
Yeah, exactly. They had some situations in which it could have ended, much better for them. Sadly, they didn't, and you might think, is it really the right call to go on the Wyvern like that? Perhaps not.
And it's only going to get tougher, right? Like, especially once this Wraith pack comes out for XXS. You're not going to have the feeling of oomph in your fights for a little while. Obiko was set up pretty well as in that exchange there. Boundless Strike, Wukong's, he's set to just make the arena. Not that that arena for him is doing that much damage, but it sets the boundaries for where Aster want to fight.
It's chaos, right? They go into the pits, but so far they were really good at scouting this on Aster. Can they make it in time? I think they can. Look at this. Blink Dagger, Tiny. He should know. Oh, okay. Okay.
Cutting it really close and not going for it.
What happened? I wonder what was on what his thought process was, because the smoke broke obviously from the pit. It didn't break from the high ground. He still went on the high ground instead. But okay, it's not the biggest loss. It definitely does give this breath of fresh air to Xtreme Gaming. Makes it a bit easier for them to go about the next couple of minutes.
I worry that this Aegis is almost like, if it's used to farm, it could be this double-edged sword, right? Yes, we've got this Aegis, we feel comfortable farming and conceding a little bit of time, but conceding that time is double-edged against an Alchemist lineup and what they've got going for Aster.
Yeah, I see your point. I can see that as well, but I don't think that they will farm with it.
Yeah, I think they desperately need to fight.
Yeah. At least pressure, right? At least use that Aegis to pressure a bit.
Leave is coming out for Visage, yeah. This timing might work out for Aster. Now you might get too much confidence from the Aegis, and all of a sudden, Wraith Pact comes in, and that fight gets way harder.
Wraith Pact and Radiance completed, so...
Yeah, just jumping in with a couple of stats. Hold the phone here.
Winter's
We got
Curse.
a little bit of fun with the Wyvern, yeah.
Pick you on the run. Actually, a lot of damage being done to Paparazzi just by the Shadow Shaman.
Top lane, Old 11 as well.
Yeah, if they can get Old 11, this is a good kill to get. Again, they've got that Wraith Pact. They'll have Bobika going with the Wukong's command. Soul Assumption's there. Viper Strike thrown out, but they've got more than enough damage to handle Old 11, and they get another kill on the Viper, and that's concerning with Viper falling into obscurity.
Now, Mr. Statsman, Nomad. What's your
All right, I'm ready. This is my window. Tiny, and this is in pub games, by the way, but Tiny and Visage have a 6% win rate together, which for pubs is, considering we're looking at thousands of games, that's pretty significant. So,
yeah.
They committed the Serpent Wards. Yeah. There's no Roche to take with it.
But yeah, Tiny and Visage are the third most powerful duo in pubs being played together. So, yeah, that's.
I think overall it's really strong. Like this duo on offlane as well. You play Visage plus Tiny, like your pubbers are gonna be feeding 100%. Toss Avalanche plus Soul Assumption, you're dead. It's to be expected, I'd assume. Interesting that Ursa is going for Battle Fury, by the way, so he wants to be able to scale against the Alchemist, which he can do fairly well. But there is this one point in the game in which Alchemist has 3 items and you still have 1.5. And that time is coming very, very shortly.
Is it enough though? Like Radiant's BKB Blink, is that 3 items that really outmark the Ursa if he goes into the Battle Fury?
I think it gives a timing for Aster to take over. Right? You have this Visage, you have the Tiny from the mid lane, and you're able to jump in. So it's time for you to start taking some objectives once that happens. I think at least that is good enough. I like the Yules on Babuka, who's just been caught.
Yeah. It's caught. Viper coming over. Ori's nearby. Wukong's again. Boundless Strike. And PYW's here. They're going to try and get a quick kill on the Babuka. He's doing a lot of damage, though. PYW dies to the avalanche of Ori while trying to get the kill here on the Monkey King.
Wait, what happened to PYW? Did he just get that low from the Wukongs?
I think so. I mean, there's nothing else that would have done that.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was already low tipping in. I scratched my eye and he died. I literally closed my eye for a second. Okay.
And he took 889 damage from Wukong's command.
Yeah.
And then just an avalanche more was enough. So Alkaz BKB, Ursa doesn't have Battle Fury yet. But he also went Orb of Corrosion and bought a Morbid Mask.
Yep.
So this wasn't like straight into the Battle Fury.
Yeah, it was some early rush, right? With that Morbid Mask. But like you said, they didn't use the... They didn't really use the rush advantage to take anything away. They just continued farming. He will complete his Battle Fury uncontested at least, so... I mean, overall in the late game, Ursa can be strong. Versus the Alchemist. It's not that horrible, it's just that you need to get there.
I guess the Aegis is a bit of a deterrent against Aster fighting them, and it does give Lu time to like farm up, but that Aegis is only going to be so much of a deterrent for so long.
I love the Shard on Visage, I love them converging on mid lane, I love the smoke. Very standard stuff from all of them. Go straight into the triangle. They're looking for Ursa, but maybe it's PYW that will get caught instead. Yeah, he breaks the smoke.
Breaks the smoke and is allowed to just run.
Nicely done. I think they didn't expect the smoke to be broken from the left anyway. They expected it from the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This is typical Alchemist gaming now, where like the net worth lead is not really as accurate of a game state monitor.
Yeah, it's just 8k ahead, and out of that 8k, the difference on the Alchemist, what, 5k? He's getting 4 or 5k, so... But the state of the game is also that it's not like Aster is defending. It's not like they're hiding and securing this filthy position oneers, Alchemist. No, they're just controlling the map completely. XXS.
He sees DY, but does he get the kill? Paparazzi's in with the silence. This isn't exactly
the
easy kill to get. Winter's Curse locks up Old 11, and he hasn't really felt effective in the last few minutes. They're going to get a quick kill on the Viper. They throw down the Overgrowth. Lu wants to fight this. Serpent Ward's committed again, and these are just cleaned up easily.
That was just so textbook. I can't believe Xtreme even took the bait and went for the Visage. That was just textbook gaming. You're going on a Visage who has a Wyvern on his side. They will turn with the ulti. It looked like a bait from a mile away, right?
Yeah. It's like if fish could tell what a minnow on a hook looked like. They still went for it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. You still go grab it.
This does look like just a fisherman's line to me. I wonder if I should grab a bite.
No, just have a taste. Just have a bite.
Grab myself a slice.
What do you what do you think overall about the Visage Shard? I think it's insanely good. Like, if you couldn't go on Visage before, right? Like if he was a hard kill before, with the Shard he basically becomes impossible. You just don't have that time. And
yeah, how do you kill the Visage, especially like you're not that, and combined with the Wraith Pact, I feel like Visage by himself is unkillable, but then you've also got the Winter Wyvern.
I just have to say one thing. It's not the same in pubs. Like in pubs, this Shard is good, but it's not nearly as good as in pro games. Because in pro games, those 3 seconds that you're on the ground, right? Like that you're actually placed on the ground, those seconds mean that you're not dying and your teammates are doing something around you. They're setting up time for your teammates. Meanwhile, in pubs, yeah, you drop down on the ground, they wait around you, no one is there to help you. You still die afterwards.
They're running.
It's like inverse. I feel like it's inverse. Aghanims is better than Shard in pubs.
They're going to try and go on XXS again. It's so difficult for them to make this move, and they've already found PYW. They go after Blue, they'll get the kill on the Ursa. Ursa doesn't have anything to defend against this, as he hasn't finished a BKB. Old 11 dies again, and we felt this Viper since the second death not be able to really accomplish much in this game, and Old 11 has just become food at this point.
Yep. This just feels like a stomp. With or without the Alchemist, it feels like it's completely out of reach for Xtreme.
The movements are so good from Aster. They know exactly what they're capable of.
So with the to Alchemist matchup, I think when I'm looking at Alchemist, I'm always looking at damage per gold, because I think that's really important for him. He's got really crappy damage to gold ratio, obviously, because he has so much gold every game.
Ton of gold, yeah.
Yeah. So he's like 0.7 basically, and the S is at 1.0, so it's a pretty easy conversion. Basically, the S should have about, if the Alchemist is sitting on 18.5k, then the S needs about 12k gold to be able to output the same amount of damage, roughly, generally speaking. Much more complicated than that, obviously, but it's a good base mark, so you can tell at the S, even taking into account the fact that Alchemist does naturally farm faster, he is still about 2.5k gold behind where he should be in this matchup.
So Alk has low damage to gold, is what you're saying?
Yeah, of course. 0.7 damage per gold. Meanwhile, Aster is 0.0.
Just like the God King situation, Aster should kick Monet.
For picking Alchemist, yeah, that's it.
Because I remember we had that conversation about God King not having good gold to damage ratio and then getting kicked up.
Yeah, he said that in the interview, didn't he? He said that, and that's the reason he was kicked. Part of it, anyway. Or is oh no, it was a social media post. That was it. Anyway, I'll fade away into the night as it looks like a fight's about to break out.
If they catch him, XXS's familiar is searching.
Here comes Tiny.
Oh! He didn't get the jaunt off. He's dead.
Got him.
Avalanche kept him close, or he gets another kill. I was worried about this Tiny, and I did say it earlier in the game that I thought Paparazzi had a more playmaker hero, but Ori's just been enabled so much.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why in pubs, Tiny is one of the best counters to Puck in the middle lane. You just saw it. That's why.
But the lane itself is also good for him. And then later on, you just crush. But yeah, he's not the only problem for this Puck. The problem is they just can't take a fight. It's so difficult to take any fights. They need to... Oh, BKB, Alchemist.
Yeah, going in for PYW again. Almost starting to feel bad for the Shadow Shaman at this point, but they do get the Hex off on Ori. I don't know if that's going to hold him out from getting any of these kills. Monet actually gets credit for the kill onto the Shadow Shaman.
Monet going in.
Charged up the Unstable Concoction. The BKB is popped with the Viper Strike thrown over onto Monet. He's got an Aegis, nothing to worry about.
Yeah. I just love the way he says, uh-oh, before he stuns himself. But yeah, how do you defend this? 26 minutes in, your Ursa is not ready.
Oh, that tower took a big chunk of damage. Yeah, they're not going to defend it. They want Lu to get the gold for this BKB, so they're committing
at
to
least
concede.
Like, yeah, it's at least the BKB. I don't even think that they're ready to fight once he gets it. but it's better than fighting without it, right? So
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look at where Lou is. Like, he's in a completely off area right now. Like, he went all the way around behind the tier 2 mid to get to the triangle on the Dire side while he's losing a second set of racks. Like, they're so desperate for him to get a BKB, so desperate to find some sort of, like, survival item here. Quick shackle.
he's got it.
Yeah. Now the question is that even, like, make it viable for you to defend?
Oh, look, what's gonna happen now is they're gonna smoke. If they have a smoke, do they? They don't. On the career, yeah. They're gonna smoke. This is that last-ditch effort. You go in, you try to use the BKB on Ursa. Wish them luck, because if this doesn't work, the game is... Yeah, it's GG. Let's go. Monet,
It's
up
fighting
front.
the Aegis, too. This is so difficult. There's the blink in with the Hex coming under Monet, but the Boundless Strike, they've got the Serpent Wards, BKB. 2 right clicks from Ori, takes out PYW. Lou's going to try and fight this. They've got the buyback coming out from the Shadow Shaman as well. Lou over to the side. He's fighting basically 3v1. DY is there for the overgrowth. Paparazzi behind them, looking for the Winter Wyvern. There's the Dream Coil down, snapping on Monet. The Cold Embrace is out from Piggy, and they get PYW again. They'll take out Old 11. They end up losing Bobica, but that's it. All you've lost is the Monkey King. That doesn't really matter. DY kind of caught no man's land. They still almost get this Winter Wyvern, but Piggy survives it all. And Avalanche comes out from Ori onto Paparazzi. The toss up, the 2 clicks, the damage, and now the Winter's Curse that locks them both away. Ori doesn't have the Avalanche to follow it up just yet. Monet's got a kill on the DY while all this is going on over bottom, and they'll call GG. They just don't have the damage to get anything. They end up losing Lou, Paparazzi low, and the game goes for Aster in this first one.
That was just GG, really. Just very well played, executed by Team Aster. Can't take anything away from their execution. They played the Alchemist lineup to the T.
Yeah.
Visage just doing his things, like XXS being on point once again.
Yeah.
Felt so good for them. Their execution, like you said, just top to bottom was perfect. Never
Beautifully
really felt
done.
like they fumbled.
Beautifully done indeed, yes. Aster do take game number 1 off the back of their Alchemist, and a lack of pressure and lack of control, basically, coming out for Xtreme Gaming, putting them on the back foot, and eventually there was nothing they could do to come back into this game. Yeah, it was a tough one, but at the same time, you know, I do feel like there was a few missteps which Xtreme made, and when you're playing against an Alchemist especially, it feels so punishing. You know, if you lose one fight, it becomes so hard to come back into the game. Ursa as well, you know, a hero which really, really likes playing from ahead. Do you feel as if like they misused the Aegis in this game?
I think they had problems already before the Aegis. Aegis came, but the Aegis was irrelevant. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. So
and if you want, the problems were they were invading, but those invasive movements always backfired.
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky against the Alchemist. You know, you want to go put pressure on him, but obviously, whilst you're doing that, you're giving up your own farm, and I feel like that's the that's the kind of crux of the matter, right? If you're invading, you're giving up your own farm, you're pushing him further ahead, and then you go through this Battle Fury on the Ursa. I mean, do you feel like that was the right choice in the end? Now that we've seen the game play out, B-Cup?
I almost feel like they were at such a point in the game where they committed to the Orb of Corrosion and the Morbid Mask. The next item just didn't even matter. Like, Aster was just so far ahead at that point that Ursa could have gotten Divine Rapier and they still wouldn't have had the damage or the wherewithal in that game to get anything done. Like, it felt like Aster not only drafted well, but they outplayed them in their movements too. Like, it felt like everything was so calculated from Aster, where Monet was farming when they were fighting top. Like, that's a calculation where Monet now gets involved and gets that little bit of a boost up, where he's now getting that much more as an Alchemist. And it's like, that was set from the get-go. That was what they wanted, and they had everybody there ready to go. And it was just honestly perfect from Aster in that situation.
So the Battle Fury is more of like a last-ditch comeback effort, you know, like maybe we win this if it goes late. You know, the only way we can really actually fight this is if we have like a 6-slotted Aster in like 50 minutes or something, right?
Yeah. I think it was the right approach, because you were already not going to fight them at that point. You were hoping to outplay them a little bit and perhaps get a couple of good defenses. going for you. You still had another Toxin, Dream Coil. You had some ways of playing around the Visage and everyone else, but trying to kill success in that triangle was just a death sentence. That was that one point in which you were kind of okay. This is for me. It was done already. Yeah, just. Do you fish, by the way, B-Cop? Have you done that?
I've fished before, but I haven't fished in a while.
Same. We should go fishing. Crack a couple of cold ones.
Cheers fishing with the boys.
Yeah.
You strike me as a fisherman, Lizard. You go fishing in those Bosnian lakes?
I used to as well when I was a kid, but then I started feeling sad for the fishes.
Same here. Yeah. It was a big fan.
Now I hunt bears.
Yeah, where are they?
My bare hands.
Actually, when we were fishing it, it's sad because if you manage to hook a crayfish, if they were the certain type of crayfish, which were the invasive species,
you have to kill it.
You have to kill it. Yeah, it was brutal. Like you'd just be like, "Oh, sorry, little buddy, you're just gonna have to like." And they're pretty hard to kill as well. You had to like jump on them. It was pretty traumatic. Yeah.
You're stomping out fish over here by jumping on them?
you had to.
Use a knife. What's going on?
I didn't have a knife. What? Actually, I did have a knife, but I didn't want to stab the guy. It was easy.
B-Cop, it's so invasive, you have to torture it first. You know, you
poor little guy. You like me jumping on you?
I wasn't evil, I swear. It's what you had to do. Yeah, it was a bad time, and I kind of feel like that's also what kind of happened to Team XG in this game one.
Yeah,
best thing I ever caught that was never caught on camera, and T Governor never talked about it. I'll remind him of this. Thank you, T Governor, for never spreading the most Chad thing I ever did in my life. We're sitting on TI and that couch, right? There's a couch, and I'm on the the sofa right next to it.
Me and B-Cop don't know. You're saying you guys know the same. We don't know, but listen, we weren't there.
Anyway,
Thanks,
there's a fly flying around, annoying everyone, right? And my hand is like this. The fly lands here. T-Gov is staring at it. I'm staring at it, and I do this, and I catch it, and it was in my hand. Just as this game was in the hand of Aster from the get-go. Wayo!
Just a little Karate Kid moment there for
dude. Like I can't believe I caught. Like I switched the hand and I caught the fly.
But allegedly, flies. They believe that flies experience time slower than we do. So you must have been like giga fast to catch a fly like that. You know, like to be fast for a fly is like.
I don't know what happened there. I've never done anything like that in my life, but it was.
You're trying to impress T Governor, which is acceptable.
That's true.
I would do the
true.
same.
Yeah. So we finally get into the highlight reel of the game. What was your? This team fight as well really hurt XG. Every fight that they took on their own, right? Hurt them in the end.
Yeah, it feels bad, and like there's this thing with Ursa against Wyvern, and Wyvern's really, really good against Ursa for sure, right? And if you're like mauling someone as that teddy bear, and then they get like cold embraced, like it's so tempting to just sit there and hit them and be like, haha, I'm building up these overpower stacks, you know, it's gonna hurt so much when they come out the other side. But the reality of the situation is you're basically doing no damage to that side, and the damage increase of the stacks is nowhere near enough to justify just sitting there and attacking them. But going on another target is not really an option because you're not going to have that overpower of cooldown again, so it just becomes a little bit awkward, a little bit tricky. And yeah, that's the reason why Wyvern is so good against us. Fights like that just become awful, you know.
This fight was really split up as well.
This was the final hurrah.
QIW had no fun on this Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and you know what? Lou actually did an amazing job in this fight. I want to give credit to him here because he holds the BKB for a really long time. Like, he allows some stuff to get tossed because he's managing his resource very, very nicely. And he keeps on waiting, and he manages to stagger the BKB and the ulti by so much time, just playing with both the Alchemist and the Tiny in the backlines, just hoping beyond hope that his team can get something done whilst he's got these two big cores occupied. But unfortunately, the Visage is still very, very powerful. Doesn't really need the Tiny or the Alk at this point. They just throw down the Wukongs, the Visage throws down his spells, and they can still win the fights, which, they're just at that point in the game where it doesn't really matter anymore, no matter what the Ursa can do. So credit to Lou, but wasn't enough in the end. Didn't have enough in the tank.
Yeah, he was very far behind at that point. We saw that combination of the Visage Monkey King early, like just getting kills on its own.
Yeah,
it was really difficult for Xtreme to get anything going in that game.
Yeah, it really was. And I'm kind of surprised at the fact that Visage doesn't have a higher win rate in the China regions. I feel like the amount of times I see this hero just absolutely destroy, and the amount of teams which are having such good runs with it, it should be really high up, but I don't think it is. It's it's a bit trippy.
Yeah, I think it's seen a couple bans, the Visage, or getting a lot more bans against specific teams. Like, it feels like that Enigma. Like, if you're playing Enigma a lot in this region, you're probably a good Visage player too.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Well, it's been picked 15 times, and it's only got a 53% win rate. So just like 7 and 6, I guess. Yeah, it's it's 8 and 7. It would be. So yeah, it's pretty underwhelming win rate, but that looked like another really awesome Visage game there, that's for sure. So hopefully we see more of it. What do you guys want to see out of the unpicked heroes? Because we've got a ton of unpicked heroes in the regions. We haven't seen any Techies, any Gyro, haven't seen any Chen, haven't seen any Witch Doctor, Axe, SF,
Tinker,
Dark Willow even. That's a great... No, not Tinker, Biko. Come on.
Yes. At least from Nothing to Say. I mean, that's his go-to. Right. Or not his go-to, but like, it's definitely one of his like... Meepo... Is Meepo good at all?
Meepo...
Can you even play Meepo these days? Is that a hero that works?
Give me some Meepo. I don't want Meepo. I don't think
you have to make a sacrifice.
I have to make a sacrifice to Ice Frog.
Yeah,
Ice Fraud more likely ruining me and my hero. Fraud.
Get to rank 1.
Like
yeah, I gotta get to the rank 1 Meepo. See if you can pull it off, right? Like, play 8 heroes at one time, Wizard. You have to play all 5 heroes on one team and get your MMR up at least 500 for Ice Frog to consider buffing Meepo.
Do you know that I actually played the TI qualifier with all 5 heroes and won the first game?
The Lizards. Is that the name of the team?
I think it was Sugar Babies or something like that. I can't remember. It was a stupid name, but
very impressive.
It worked.
How did you
I wasn't buying everything though. My like the guys that shared controls, they were buying items. I was saying what to buy.
That's kind of a good idea.
The hardest thing that you have when you're playing multiple heroes at the same time is having to purchase stuff. Like it's so difficult to play it.
Yeah, I guess. Were you playing in the days when people didn't have their own couriers as well?
Yeah.
Oh god,
that was back then. Oh my god, man! Like it's so difficult. But we have a game. We have a draft. So I'm ready.
Oh my goodness! Holy goodness gracious!
I'm ready. Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Now we do.
Okay.
You have the power lizard. You shouldn't doubt yourself.
You hold it in your fly-killing hand. That power.
If you remember Lacoste with his finger snap as well and black.
Oh yeah, good time.
And then it doesn't work. Yeah.
It's only for some, that power.
Oh, a bit of despair on the right-hand side. That's not good to see.
That's actually interesting. I don't know if we've ever seen Lou kind of like that. Just hiding from the camera.
I don't feel so good. My Ursa game was rubbish. Feels bad, man. Ah, there we go. Here's a happier chappy.
Mr. Stark, paparazzi. I don't feel so good. I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Paparazzi's looking all right, though. I mean, I don't know what else you could do in that game. You're playing Puck, and they've got like loads of catch, and you kind of just didn't have much of a lane because that Tiny shredded you. And look at XG as well. They're just like, we don't want healing. Get that healing out of it. We don't want to give anyone a free lane. That is kind of like a pseudo answer to the, these greedy carries as well, right? Like the Alchemist and the Spectres and things like that. They really like it when you pair them up with something who can heal them because it means they have to spend less money on regen, which means they can get those farming items online a little bit quicker, which is really nice.
Or they go like those early bracers or something like that.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Wow, picking Old 11's Enigma.
Wowie.
That is interesting. And then Rubik Puck.
Wow,
that's an
that was
opening.
quick. Jesus, look at that! Look at that face on the left-hand side. That's a face of a man who's ready to.
XXS.
Yeah, yeah.
Did we just pick that? We did that. Oh my
That is
god!
so close. Look at that! Look at that magnification. A wide boy.
This is what peak performance looks like.
It really is. It really is. Yeah. The closer the camera, the better the performance.
It's so crazy. He's only 22. He's been in the scene for so long. Like, longer than us.
Yeah.
It's so nuts.
I don't even remember what I was
2015
doing
with
when I was
DK.
22.
Gosh. Yeah, what was I doing when I was 22? Nothing. Nothing
Wasting
useful,
my
that's for
life.
sure.
I think I was in
Yeah,
Canada.
seriously.
Yeah.
I should have been getting into Dota when I was 22. 8 years ago? Oh, yeah.
I was definitely playing. I just wasn't casting. Well, I was like casting amateurs stuff.
I think
you know,
I
having some fun.
What, 2015? Yeah, I was just getting there. I just started casting in 2015.
Nice. Nice.
You guys were casting me, right? Like in Join Dota.
Yeah,
leagues.
I was
yeah.
all the time.
Yellow Submarine, Scary Faces,
Elements, pro gaming, baby.
Yeah, EPG, Friends,
Yeah. Good times.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, I remember like every time I got to cast you, I was excited. You know, I was like, oh my god, this is somebody in the Join Dota League. You know, I can't wait. It was you guys in Alliance and Wagger's stacks. You know, those are the ones which were like the big money.
Screen Squad, BZZ.
Yeah.
We were the ones aiming to be top 2, top 3.
Yeah.
And then you start playing versus tier 1 teams and get whacked. Good times.
So they put that schedule out for JDL. You're like, I got the Alliance game. Whoa, this is crazy.
Alliance versus Elements. Hell yeah, baby.
My career is going up. And then those games are like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Back when average game time was like 50 something as well.
Thank you, Lizard, for feeding.
Mom, I hit 1K viewers.
Get the camera.
Mom, look. Not a waste of space, I swear. Lizard, which of these openings do you
It's
prefer?
a real job.
Oh, let's talk more about that. Good times. Golden times. Which one do I like more? I actually like XGs, but this Enigma is heavily countered, so we will not see some Enigma with most likely not first item Blink BKB. It's going to be rate packed or something like that. And it works. A lot of players adapt to it like that. Because of that, I think the XG has a decent opener. I don't mind it.
Oh.
Okay, this is something new.
Something
Out there.
a little bit different.
Yeah.
Not a healing support.
So definitely out there, right?
Yeah. I thought the Enigma first pick was kind of out there. But that is a lot more out there. And now going into Pango.
Yeah. Wait,
why not,
Pango
right?
into
Like
the puck already. You don't even have to counter it.
Well, you could if you wanted to. If you want to throw Monkey King
Is
in a different area. But they've already got Rubik. I think that's got to be the 4.
Is Puck still really good against Pango, considering that you can't get the eggs anymore?
Ah, that's true, actually. Yeah, I guess it's a bit better now for the Pango, right?
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Well, I was really expecting a Grimstroke there, but they end up going for Le Phoenix. Fair enough. My favorite black hole counter, as long as you can predict it by like 4 seconds in advance, and he's still going to go in and cast it. You can
Isn't
cancel
black hole?
Wow.
Isn't black hole still stronger than the sun? Like, it should.
Yeah,
the sun should collapse into the black hole, right?
Yes, it should absolutely do that. You're right.
Past the event horizon.
Black hole, sun. Won't you come?
Aggressive.
I sang that on karaoke last night.
No.
/ like this same day for me. Because I haven't slept yet.
Animal Beakup. Animal.
Had some fun.
What did you sing? Black Hole, Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun, anything else?
I sang a lot of songs. We picked a lot. We had a couple 90s hits in there. Oh, of course. Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
Yeah.
I had to put that on.
I know you.
I don't know.
I know you.
I got to stop putting it on though. It's a long song.
Any Guns N' Roses? Any Eminem?
I don't know if I can hit that. I'd want to, but you know, it's the crowd I'm with. We sang some Weezer.
Oh
well.
yeah, I'm down for that.
99 red balloons.
99 Luftballon.
Yeah, that was the version we sang.
Oh, really? You sang the German
yeah.
one? Nice.
Yeah.
It's better. It's much better. Anyway, a Jug banned out, something that's decent versus the Phoenix, right? Do they ban out anything else that's good versus him, like a Life Stealer or something like that? Maybe. I don't know.
No,
I don't think you have to focus on the
yeah.
right?
If they pick Life Stealer on Xtreme, I think they have massive damage issues.
Okay.
I'd be concerned.
Ember and Pango do not satisfy your damage needs, I see. You like to hoard the damage.
Oh, I do. Yeah. More damage, less problems. That's my mantra. Buy a Dagon. Dagon's got to be like one of the least popular items of the patch.
Oh, Ursa was the third one, right? They banned Ursa.
That makes sense. All right, XG. Blow me away. I'm ready. Show me the pick.
Stealer. No, I don't think that's the
I will leave.
best pick. Especially into the monkey.
Phantom
what else is there?
Lancer.
Possible. Kind of difficult versus the Puck versus the Ruby. There's a lot of damage against him, but possible. What other carries are in? There's some Alchemist that's still in the pool. Actually banned out very early on. I came back late to the draft. TB still in the pool. Not great as well.
It's got a Luna. Come on.
Doable. Yeah. I can see that happening.
What do you think in Peacock?
Spectre instead. A hero that's whose stonks are rising.
Yeah, it is, and I think this is probably like the most stable pick, right? You've got this Pango and this Ember to dance around the fights, and now you've just got a Spectre to like plonk in the middle and be very annoying. Your backliners are no longer safe. This Rubik is not going to be able to play the game he wants. He's pretty miserable already. Yeah, I do like it.
Yeah, it's solid. You can put this monkey on 1. You can also put him on 4 and follow up with something that's decent against her, but like the PL that you mentioned earlier, it's kind of difficult to pull him off on both sides, even though it would be decent versus the spec. Underlord. Yeah. Okay. So monkey 1. Nothing crazy.
Yep. It'll do. I mean, it's a reasonable lane against... Oh, the Enigma is going as the POS 3, and it'll be PRW on the Pangler. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I think they still have slight Enigma issues in the safe lane, but it shouldn't be like a hard loss or anything like that. I think these drafts, once again, could be called even. Although we said that last game, we were all pretty down the middle, but of course, once that Alchemist starts going, it does look very convincing all of a sudden, but that's just the nature of the hero. Which way are we leaning this time? Because once again, I'm feeling like no team has a huge advantage over the other. So what are we thinking?
I'm leaning Monkey King's way a little bit.
Same.
Underlord Phoenix seems like an easier team fight to pull off against Pango plus Enigma. It's just simpler. It's way simpler for them to play.
Right.
That's how I feel. Maybe we'll see some PYW magic. With Enigma as well, but yeah.
PYW's on the Pango. It's odd 11 on the Enigma.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Cool. All right.
Position 4 Pango, right?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. B-Cop, which way are you leaning?
Aster. I like Ori on this Puck, and I kind of am worried about this Xtreme lineup. I don't know. I think Spectre maybe has a little bit of trouble getting off the ground, and if that's the case, that could be just continual slapdown on Spectre. I just think Ori, he's gonna have a great game on Puck. The same reason I gave game 1 to Xtreme, and then they lost. So whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, like I feel like they do have answers for the Puck with the Disruptor, the Enigma. They have lockdown options, which I think is good. I'm just wondering how strong this support duo is going to be on the side of Aster. Like this Rubik has a great Rubik game ahead of him if he doesn't get jumped and killed every single fight. And you're playing against Spectre, Pangolier, Ember Spirit. I mean, even Enigma is going to be able to get on top of him with the Blink Dagger. Like, I just feel like that's not going to happen. So I am worried. But then if they overcommit, there's also the Supernova and the Wukong's command deck. There's a lot of options for Aster here. I feel like there's a lot of options for them to take these fights, and not so many for Xtreme. So I think it just looks easier for them. I don't think Xtreme will be able to pull off this kind of complicated way they have to win the game. So I think I'm going Aster as well. And with that, we can lead into the second game in this match. Of course, Aster 1 game ahead. Let's move into game number 2. It's Aster versus Xtreme Gaming here at the China DPC with Beakup and Lizard.
Thank you very much. Take a look.
Thank
we'll
you.
See.
Thank you very much indeed, Nomad.
You're
Beautiful
welcome.
intro, as always.
Gorgeous.
Stop talking now. It's our time. Enough.
You just continue talking to delay the game even longer.
Yeah.
Something.
He always does that.
Comment about host and game times that are, completely separate of each other.
Always does that. Like, even the players were writing, Nomad, please, can you wrap it up? There's one guy in chat, he's like, yeah, I fucking knew it.
I knew Nomad holds the game hostage. It's like, you're not going to start this game until I end my spiel.
Suffer through my words, through my endless wisdom. Enigma actually moving all the way back. Is old 11 gonna... He looked like he was about to, and he does. Okay, he hits the creep. It's something that I have noticed some Enigma players stopping or not doing at all because of the long cooldown on the conversion, right? But because what happens is you use the conversion, you get to the lane, and then they disappear, and you have no Eidolons to work with. So instead you just convert in the lanes. But okay, this also works, I guess.
Got 10 seconds to use those Eidolons. Good luck.
Yeah, they're not gonna do a lot anyway, right? But yeah, you get the equilibrium back, which is the most important thing.
And then that next demonic conversion is the one where you start to get things done. I'm really interested to see DY on this disruptor. I feel like last year when we were doing SEA in China, DY's go-to support was this disruptor.
Mm-hmm. And it was good, right? It was really, really damn good. My only problem for this game on the disruptor is you might not be that team that's having an advantage early on. You might be that team that's actually just waiting for Spectre to come online, and then half of your toolkit is kind of useless on this. Like, the glimpse, it kind of feels really bad when you're only using it defensively.
Right. Maybe sending Uri back, or if the Monkey King jumps in. You kind of wanted to get these pulls, but we'll see how easy that is to get those glimpse pulls and have the kinetic field there, and how DY is going to really play this game, because we don't see Disruptor much anymore.
Yep. Used to be one of my favorite sports, just very, very easy to make plays with and change the course of team fights, really. Later on, you have good scaling potential with that. Aghanim's, like, there's only one AoE Doom in the game, so it's from this guy. Kind of ridiculous when you think about it, how strong that is.
And Ember's got a lot of CS. Paparazzi's
doubling,
destroying right now.
Yeah. Pretty much doubling, and yeah, the net worth heavily in his favor, so it's not a small camp, it's the real CS, the real deal. No discount CS there.
Yeah, really looking good at the moment.
What do you think? Which lane draws first blood?
Hold on. maybe top. Actually, I want to say bottom. Maybe they just catch the Phoenix out a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Malphite, Swashbuckle.
Yeah. Probably the most damage on both sides is at the bottom lane. I agree. Probably the most volatile.
Up too much. He could get killed, like especially if he's without the Icarus dive, which he's got right now, obviously. But if they find him past that, he's very vulnerable. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the game stays relatively quiet as well. Just like harassment and no kills for like the first 7 minutes or so.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of these. Like on both sides, the heroes are heavily teamfight oriented, right? Mid laners are truly the ones that can shape the post laning stage. You have two extremely versatile and agile mid laners, so it's on them.
Which wasn't entirely the case last game with the Tiny, but Tiny still got things done, still moved, and was still like a presence in the late laning stage.
Yeah, he was. It's just that with the Puck and the Ember, you don't need anything. You just need levels, and then you start rotating around.
Yeah.
You can if you want to. That is Ember even better than Puck. So because of that, I would say that yeah, maybe it's a bit better this time around. But overall, Tiny is good too. What are they buying so far?
River Corrosion on the Monkey King.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting because we'll see if the Monkey King wants to go like the Ame Classic where you're going Battle Fury Ags. Orb of Corrosion, obviously you're adding an item to that timeline, and a pretty expensive one at that.
Yeah, there was one pretty, well, not greedy at all build on Monkey last game we watched. He went for Echo Saber BKB and just could never scale afterwards.
Do you like that Echo Saber on Monkey King?
It's good when you want to fight ASAP, right? When you want to fight from the get-go, but you always risk not being able to farm when you go for that build, and you can fall off very quickly. You just have to have a really good read on the game, what needs to be done.
Right. I feel like that's very like dangerous when Monkey King is a very proven Battle Fury kind of carry and very farm like
or Maelstrom,
dependent.
right? Like
yeah,
like whatever. As long as you get that one first item that buffs you up, allows you to.
Paparazzi's here top. XXS is in trouble. They've got a double damage, so it's looking like First Blood's in the top lane, and it will be there for Paparazzi, who just easily makes that walkover. Not like he needed much more, but bottom lane this time, Bobica's here. They've got the telekinesis, and Malphite on a Bobica, but PYW wants to fight this with the help of the Eidolons, and they'll get a trade. The Eidolon damage is no joke, and Paparazzi still has a double damage. Eidolon's there to block him, Sunray to heal him, and now Moni needs to find his way out of this, but can't. Shield crash just on the edge with the sleight of fist that landed from Paparazzi was enough to get the kill on a Monet.
And what does he get? He gets his bottle refilled. He's done so much with December. Like we were talking about the volatility of the two mid laners, and Paparazzi definitely coming out ahead post laning stage, making a kill on. Yeah, making a kill on Uberlord and also on bottom lane. Meanwhile, Ori chilling.
Surprisingly chilling too, because he was just hitting the tower and he wasn't really doing much to it. So it's a little bit of a surprise that like he's so willing to stay very patient, I would say. But also the lane didn't go well for him, or not as well as he would have hoped. And now he's behind by a lot.
It kind of snowballs, right? Like you miss a couple of last hits, you're a level behind. Ember gets 6 first, you can't contest the rune because of that. He gets a good rune, he rotates with the good rune. It's just this snowballing effect really from the mid lane.
Searing Chains, Kinetic Field, they've got the Glimpse that pushes the puck back. Bobica taking some damage and PYW's back with a shield crash. And they rotate both supports over mid and they get another kill here for the side of Xtreme.
Nicely played from Xtreme so far, 4-1. Their early game
rotations are definitely working out. However, the most volatility comes in team fights. Phoenix Egg, Dream Coil on the other side, Disruptor ulti, Black Hole. Like, I'm really looking forward to this 12 to 15 minute mark when whole hell breaks loose. Who do you think has better team fight, by the way?
That's a hard question. I'm looking at it and I kind of think Xtreme does.
Mm-hmm.
It's more controlling of the entire battlefield.
Yeah. Do they have more circles though? They have Black Hole, Disruptor
Static
ulti.
Storm. Technically, you're a sphere when you're in the Rolling Thunder.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, if Rubik steals it, he's gonna be a cube, right? So, not the same, really. Dream Coil?
Dream Coil. And quick kill on the PYW. But it's 4 heroes bottom. Like, I get that that's a kill for Ori. But the map's pretty open for Xtreme at the moment.
And for Aster too, but they're not utilizing it. They're rotating to get these small kills. Meanwhile, Phoenix is still level 5. When like 2 waves were wasted on mid lane. Yeah, I can see your point. I can definitely see it.
Another bottle refill there for Paparazzi, who's surprisingly behind now in experience to Ori. But I guess Ori stayed and got solo experience mid. He did go over and get that kill. I don't know. I'm a little shocked considering Paparazzi was a part of 3 kills in the moment.
Yeah, you can get a lot just by farming creep waves this early on. Especially if Paparazzi is rotating, he's also trading the experience with like 3 heroes, right? And wasting a ton of his time. Phoenix not 6 yet.
Rubik is,
Tango
though.
is.
He's got Slight. Bottom lane, Rolling Thunder looking for it. Icarus dive away. Wukong's is out, but you're not really holding anybody still. They go to the haunt. Lu comes in, gets a kill on a Picayune. They've committed. Static Storm. Black Hole was started, I believe, and immediately taken away. Oka dies to Lu. Lu's got the double kill. The Searing Chains are there. They brought over the Underlord. Ori comes in, and he wants to help. He wants to get something,
No
but
mana.
there's all these heroes here to make sure that Ori dies after killing Lu. A 3 for 1.
Couldn't Lu just move away a little bit and he lives? I felt like, yeah, he was Dream Coil, but still, Puck was stuck. I guess he just wanted to make sure Puck dies, which is noble from him. But what chaos, man. This is exactly what I wanted to see this mid-game. It's just full chaos.
Maybe a little surprised the Underlord didn't stay. I feel he could have added a, like, especially with that Dream Coil with those heroes low, but that's a bang call. Like, you either hold it and you potentially give up everybody.
Yeah, maybe cutting their losses is fine as well, right? Like, you don't want to let the Spectre snowball completely this early on. Black Hole was cancelled, by the way, you were right. I'm not sure if it was cancelled by anything or he just right-clicked afterwards. But it was like one of those insta black holes into insta cancel.
Yeah, I wonder if the Rubik stopped it before he died. Top lane XXS. He's just farming this Wraith Pact. Is anybody getting that on? Yeah, it's Enigma getting it, so he's going more the Aura build.
Phoenix.
For utility. Sunray and bye.
Will he die? Oh, it was because TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't channel it the moment Sunray started. So I was waiting to see if they will kill him after the Sunray ends. But it was fast enough.
Very balanced, and the Sunray off the map.
It's one of those things, you know, like, I know it's not balanced, but at the same time, I kind of like that it is in the game.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
It's fun. I don't know. It's just one of those interactions that are fun.
Smoke from both teams.
Yeah. They're setting up on the Pango mid. Both teams.
And XXS might get caught. Although, is he killable at this point? Yeah, if you're bringing everybody over, yeah. Glimpse, Static Storm, Old 11, he's here. No Black Hole, not needed. And
literally,
5 heroes to get
literally
XXS.
5 heroes, yeah.
Type that in all chat.
This is the moment where you question mark type all chat. Nerds. Ember.
Coil. And they are going to use those remnants to blow up Paparazzi. They were stolen over, but now Monkey King's in trouble. Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle, Monet's dead again. That is not what you want after getting Paparazzi.
Yeah, it was a nice kill on the Ember, but then they committed a bit too hard.
They still want to go. POW is going to burn out here.
Or
get stolen by XXS.
Yeah, what a Fiend's Gate. He gets glimpsed. Never mind, I'm coming back in.
Yeah, do that again. Paparazzi Remnant back, and there's the Wraith Pack being activated.
Wraith Pack looks like something out of Castlevania, you know? Like...
Yeah, I was saying the skull looks like Doom or something.
Yeah. Doesn't strike me like, I don't know, like Dota thing. But, yeah, they do take the tier 1 mid after losing Monkey. Still, I think it's very important for this Monkey to finally find his farm. And they have a perfect ward on him again.
Yeah, they really need him to get this Battle Fury.
Ember is rotating in.
Oh!
Damn,
wow.
that was wow indeed. Monet on point.
That was really close. He gets the Battle Fury. Things can kind of pick up for him, but he's behind by a lot right now. Wu just about has this Manta.
Occult mid. Ember.
Static Storm, and see you later.
Yeah, beautiful Static Storm.
Just didn't turn into anything, but it is saving Paparazzi.
Yeah, exactly. It was a rescuing one. They used the coil, they had lift, they had Pit of Malice. Pretty much, he would be dead for sure. DY being in the right position. Both of these teams are kind of satisfied with just farming up, right? But Monkey King is a bit behind, and that definitely hurts Aster. He's not that close to the Battle Fury 16 minutes in. A couple of those deaths, he's 0-3-4, so no wonder.
Yeah, and then now they smoked on Aster.
Do you think that they're feeling the pressure a bit more?
I think they feel like they need to make sure the Spectre slows down a little bit. Waning Rift, Pit of Malice, and there's no Static Storm, but the Rolling Thunder comes out. I feel like they could have committed heavily onto that kill, but chose not to. And they don't get Paparazzi.
They did have Haunt, but he had no mana. So if he haunted in, that would be it. Plus no Static Storm, obviously. I just have to say that I'm impressed. DY.
There's the Dream Coil, but this time it's only on this Disruptor who throws down the Static Storm, so Dream Coil ends up being a waste. Paparazzi comes in, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, there's the Haunt, they go for Ori. Ori just gets away! And Paparazzi wanted to slight, he won't be able to get it. Now XXS, he doesn't die either. Does cause Supernova to get used.
Yeah. Carry on one side is actually able to join these fights, on the other hand, Monkey isn't. Oh, Uberlord coming in. Zero lift.
Fiend's Gate, Pit of Malice, there's the Waning Rift, and the Remnants from Bobica. But a Black Hole on a 2. No follow-up, not a lot of damage from that one. Old 11 getting run down. Illusory Orb hits, they'll jaunt over. They've got Lu over to the side, but there's nothing he can do. Bobica does die, though.
Monkey is coming as well.
Alice strike. Nope. But he's back. Rolling thunder.
Got stuck a bit, but should be. Where does he want? Does he want to go in? Okay. This guy is just on point. Overall, that fight went much better for Aster than I thought it. Was, right? Because of the Spectre joining the fight early on with Haunt, Monkey King not being able to do the same, obviously. However, XXS getting pucked back into the fight with Zulber really turned things around.
Hmm. 2K lead now for Aster. It feels like they've kind of weaved through the early game of Xtreme.
Yeah, but it's good. The lead for them is definitely solid. It's not that huge, and you can deal with it. Your Spectre has a Manta. Their Battle Fury completed, there is. Okay, so at least Monkey King is finally starting to pick up the pace in his farm.
They found DY again. And this time they stole the kinetic field.
Level 1 kinetic field. PogChamp. Game changer.
Yeah, I guess, it's not the level 3 that I thought it might be, or level
Dream
4.
Coil?
Dream Coil getting rafted onto Paparazzi. And they've got the Rolling Thunder. Ori in trouble, but Sunray is there to kind of help him out. He's getting stuck a little bit. Only ends up stealing the shield crash, though.
I'm impressed by how well they defend their cores on both sides. Like, their supports are always nearby to prevent any aggression on the Ember, on the Puck, on the Spectre.
Right.
Like, they really cover each other so well. Positioning is top-notch this game.
Do you think Xtreme's kind of put themselves in a little bit of trouble with the fact that they didn't take advantage of the lead they had, or are they just relying on the Spectre Ultra late now? Because Paparazzi's fallen off. Like, he had quite a lead over Ori, and that's gone.
Yeah, I definitely do think that they're not in the best spots right now. Enigma?
Right. Enigma is going to go down most likely. Midnight Pulse is on the ground, but it's not going to matter. They are starting to rotate here for the side of Xtreme. They'll go to the Haunt. Now they'll look over. They've got the Sight of Fist. They get the kill on a Monet. They've taken the Monkey King out of the fight immediately with the BKB being popped by Paparazzi. He's now just looking to run while the Supernova pops. Glimpse only pulls XXS a little bit closer over to the side of Xtreme. They've got a Dream Coil down on a 2. That locks up Paparazzi as well as PYW. Paparazzi with the Pit of Malice. They get the kill on a Paparazzi and look over at Lou. Icarus dive in, but he's into the trees right next to Ori. Ori doesn't spot him, though. Doesn't quite have the vision with the Rolling Thunder as well as the Blink. It's right on top of Bobica. They'll take out the Rubik. They've locked down Ori again with the Rolling Thunder, but Ori's got the damage to get the kill on the DY, and now Ori's dominating. Swashbuckle, Shield Crash right onto the puck. And PYW is now the one who's running. Oh, one more tick.
One tick and he would have died. Keep in mind that this whole fight happened as XG got all the items that they needed. Well, more or less, not all of them, but they had some crucial items. There was a BKB on Ember, there was also a Blink on Pango. That's why they decided to smoke up and fight, even though Enigma died. And they still didn't quite convincingly win it.
I can't believe they got Monet so quickly in that fight, and then it just didn't even go the right way.
Yeah. Did Lou die? He didn't, right?
No, he got into the trees, but DY is gonna die. Ooh, Ori, he's dead. For the DY kill, Ori falls.
That's a mega kill streak as well for Old 11.
Oh, feel the gold.
Yeah. Like you asked earlier about who's in full control. 5k ahead on Aster definitely doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to the way you execute these team fights. Some BKBs are coming up, like XXS as well.
Old 11, that drew him closer to the BKB. Now he's got the Ogre Axe, but he still needs a lot more gold to make it worthwhile. Or do you like just Wraith Pack BKB for Underlord? Like, would you have rather him go to the AC first before the BKB, or does it feel like he desperately needs that match?
I think this game is a BKB one.
Okay.
Like, it's a good BKB game on both sides. It's just that for Enigma, that this BKB, there's still Rubik against you. You know, there are still some ways to deal with Black Hole.
AQ losing his courier. Link up from PYW. What does Monet have? He's going into the BKB. He's just got this Battle Fury. It's not like he's ultra farm, but things are close. 4-man smokes for both sides. Thinking about going into the Rolling Thunder. The Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains have got the Static Storm. It's on XXS. There's the Kinetic Field as well as the Haunt going into the backlines looking for Bobica. Bobica on the run and gets the Flame Guard up to survive the onslaught that was coming in from Lu immediately, but they do finish off this Rubik, and eventually Lu, he might fall. Or he gets the kill onto the Spectre, who haunted into the fight.
That was so greedy from Xtreme Gaming. Excuse me, sir. Like, you do have everything. You have these juicy BKBs, you have Haunt, but you're going uphill against the Phoenix with a shard, and he already egged. You're still committing super hard and running straight into it. Like, 3 of their heroes got stunned just by the egg. It's just the egg dealt so much damage, plus control, and the Wukong's command on the high ground. That was exceptionally greedy from XG.
And they lose the Spectre for it. It felt like Lu was kind of having like a good game, and then things like it's not a bad game yet. I don't think anything's really kind of changed from that, but
No, he's still having a good game. Like, he has
everybody
this
else on Aster. They're equally farmed with Lu. Like, that's not the same story here for Xtreme.
Yep. He's got that ulti and I eliminate you kind of a build. Manta, Basher going into Orchid. He just wants to one-shot a hero pretty much with the ult, which isn't that bad.
He didn't get Bobica that quickly. Like, he wanted to haunt in, kill Bobica. I believe he tossed or telekinesis himself away from Lu.
Yeah, he got that shard as well very early. Shard plus 4-staff, that's his build.
Yeah, so he has ways to get away from this Spectre who comes in. And with no axe, so there's no like Shadow Step or anything. And they've got the Dream Coil down into Old 11. They're going to use that Fiend's Gate as well as the Boundless Strike. The damage from the Firestorm. XSS gets the kill there with the Sleight of Fist. The Searing Chains. This is another commitment from Monet that might cause him to die with the Swashbuckle. The Telekinesis is not going to be enough to save Monet. They were trying to throw him back, but the damage was there in time, and that is not an equal trade for Aster at all.
It's not equal, but it's a little bit on Monet. It's not like he got outplayed or anything. He just didn't pop his BKB. And greedy boy.
They have a double damage on Paparazzi for about half its duration.
Yeah. He was a greedy boy, and he got punished for it. Sometimes you just want to min-max that usage, right? Like, you want to use the BKB only when it's really necessary, and you get punished for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, XXS just clearing out. He still wants to get the AC. He picked up the early plate mail on it. POW is doing a really good job. Like, he's only died twice, and I want to say his Rolling Thunders have been enough to, like, make sure they get Monet or make sure they get Ori. Like, between the two of them, they have 7 deaths on Monet and Ori. That is a significant amount, and they still have a 5k lead. That's the surprising thing.
Yep.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Your carry running around being 057.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, third in terms of the cores for him in net worth, but he's still ahead of both Paparazzi and Old 11.
Okay, they want to force this, but I believe you can and you should contest it. Phoenix is extremely difficult to play against in the pit, but
Old 11 would have loved that BKB to get the Black Hole a little bit more reliable. But won't there at least, and they back up out of the pit.
Yeah. They just weren't convinced They were strong enough. Their rush taking isn't really that strong as well. No minus armor, nothing like that. What do you have? You have Orb of Corrosion and that's it. Look at Spectre now. Hello, Lu.
He's in on it.
Okay.
They scanned it though.
Cheeky.
Yeah, very. And that illusory orb actually spotted Lu right where he was and away from his team. Enough so that if they had jumped, I don't think they get the kill just because the rest of Aster weren't there, but...
Oh, the smoke.
You gotta worry for Lu.
The smoke.
You get the BKB? No, still waiting on the recipe. And they're gonna come over. They'll spot PYW, goes into the Rolling Thunder. That hits XXS to start. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, that locks him down. They'll go to the Haunt. They're popping up this Phoenix, but the Telekinesis again. Lu now using that Haunt to jaunt away. They've used the Wukongs, they've used the Supernova, and the rest of Xtreme have used their way back, and, well, they get the kill on a DY. There's the Black Hole. It's on Ori to get the kill on the Puck, while PYW is getting chased by Monet. XXS coming over with Pick You. Oh, didn't commit the Pit of Malice.
Damn. Why wouldn't he? What do you think? Well, he maybe thought he wasn't there. Yeah, I think this rush is gone. There's still a BKB on Monkey, so he might try to snatch it. Never mind. Yeah. Good fight overall by Xtreme Gaming. I think there's this problem with Ori overcommitting on DY's Disruptor, maybe. This is like second time that he gets completely isolated from his teammates and dies while he's attempting to kill the Disruptor.
Psychic Headband. Just pass that over to Bovica.
It's actually pretty good on Puck as well, but I think he's gonna keep the charm, right?
Yeah, because he's going into the cooldown reduction. He's going
Octarine Core, well. Yeah. So maybe he doesn't need both the charm and...
Both got Psychic Headband.
Yeah. Wait, it doesn't stack, right? Like... Octarine and the charm?
I think it does.
Okay, I might be. You've been singing karaoke all night. I've been doing nothing but sleeping, but my brain still lags, so... Maybe you're right.
No, you should have heard the karaoke. My brain was lagging.
Buck, Ori leading the charge.
Waning Rift, there's the silence, but now Ori needs to be careful. Does have a Static Storm to drop it down. It's on a Monet who pops the BKB. They've got the silence. It's onto the Puck, but they get the kill on a DY. They committed the Fiend's Gate. They all came over, and... well, they get the kill onto the Disruptor, who will have Static Storm when he's up again. Did for a while because of the buyback. Still just a 4K lead. Like I feel like Xtreme, despite the fact that Paparazzi and Old 11 aren't exactly like super farmed, they're doing all right.
Paparazzi?
Old 11 wants to find a way in, but he doesn't even have Black Hole to begin with. They get the kill to Paparazzi. They'll take the Ember to start. This Sunray trying to heal him up. The Supernova stuns up 3 heroes. They've got take out BYW. 3 heroes down to the side of Xtreme, and Monet's going to survive it all. They still want more. They still want Old 11. They want Lu. The right click's coming in from Lu. You got to be a little bit careful with this, but he'll take the kill on the Old 11 with the Waning Rift finish onto the Enigma. So
that
4
was
kills.
So clutch from Aster. That was just so well played. Monet living Icon 1 HP pretty much, being healed by the Phoenix, getting that sweet Sunray on him. Oh, he was about to die so many times there. And then in the end he also jukes, while the egg is stunning both the Pango, the Spectre, the Enigma. This teamfight should not have been Aster's. They just outplayed very, very hard. Also, Spectre has a Moon Shard. That was his build. After the Basher, instant Moon Shard, yeah.
I don't know, he's going BKB after. I don't know if I like the Moon Shard. I feel like Ags, the way he's trying to jump on the backlines, I feel like Ags is less of a commitment when he wants to do that, right?
You can kill the egg with the Moon Shard, I guess, as well, right? It gives you attack speed.
Are you the only one hitting the egg at that point?
When no one on his team actually hits egg. That's a problem that they have. Like none of
don't
these
have an
heroes.
egg scrambler.
Yeah, none of these heroes can hit egg successfully. Like, you can try to, but if you are doing that, 100% you are out of position. It's only the Spectre.
You have smoke on Aster.
They might. They're getting bigger and stronger. You have the AC now on Underlord as well. There should be a refresher on Phoenix soon. Well, a bit delayed with this death.
Yeah, not like that. Phoenix has a decent chunk of gold to have that refresher almost. Without the supernova, it might be Xtreme really looking and willing to fight.
Yeah. They can still kill off the monkey if they catch him, right? This game, it's 7k ahead for Aster, but they're not in a completely leading position. It all comes down to the way you take the fight and who you initiate on. Monkey can easily fall. He doesn't have any saves.
Crystallis going dataless for Monet. Monet's struggled at times, like he was what 057 and now he's 2510.
Not much better, but better, right?
But not worse.
Yeah. And he didn't have eggs in the last fight, so that's also a change that is very beneficial to his team fighting capabilities.
Old 11 now is the BKB. He's also going for the Lincolns.
Yep,
What does Both have stolen? Searing Chains, okay.
That's pretty much the route you have to take, right? In order to deal with Rubik, you need both the Lincolns and the BKB.
Okay, so hover over Searing Chains for Bobica, and then do the same for Paparazzi. Like the amount of like just extra range on that is so ridiculous.
Yep, and it's Rubik for you. Yeah, it's actually funny. Oh,
It's crazy
what the range
how
is.
much more that is, and now he's lost it.
Not really the spell that you want in this game.
I guess, but from so far, like I feel like it's still
good, yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Blue going Nullifier next. You don't have the vision to catch them with a blink BKB black hole just yet.
He's just committing full damage. Ooh, Rolling Thunder. Okay.
All right. Well, that'll be on cooldown.
I just love that description of stop rolling is halt. And down there is Dante Panlin stops when he pleases.
Jeez.
Dante.
Oh, I forgot Pangolier's name was Dante.
Dante Panlin.
Searing Chains, Dream Coil, Static Storm, and now they've got the Telekinesis to throw him back. So they've committed the Supernova, and I believe the Haunt has come out as well.
He has
Refresher. They've got Supernova again. Might catch Xtreme a little off guard. They have nothing to go in with, though.
Yeah, the Haunt has been expended.
Wukong's, though, down. Not exactly the longest cooldown, just 80 seconds.
What do you wait here? If you're Aster, you can fight already, but Roche might respawn in 20 seconds, so that's something that you have to prepare for. That's why PK is right now planting the wards.
Incoming.
I'm very
2.5 minutes.
I have to say that I was very disappointed that he did Shakira that way. But his Phoenix gameplay is on point.
Minute 15.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
So we'll see if they can hold this Roche area for long enough. It gives time, though, to have Haunt back up. It'll be, like, right around when Roche is. And they're going to go in with Rolling Thunder. That hits on XXS going into the backlines. Gets the silence out of Paparazzi as well as DY, who lays down this Dream Coil. They get the kill on the DY. They'll buy back on the Disruptor immediately.
Eyes on
Supernova,
Enigma.
again, it's not great. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through into XXS. You've got the dagger there that hits onto XXS. He'll be pulled back thanks to the glimpse of DY, who bought back in this fight. They get the kill to the Underlord. He drops down the Static Storm. He's got the double kill. There's the Black Hole coming through into Monet, but they get the quick kill on Old 11. Paparazzi, he'll fall. Down goes Lou. Monet surviving it all as they look over at PYW. Monet not even going to drop. He's got the Ultra kill and a full team wipe on Xtreme.
6-5-11 for Monet, and that's the Aghanim's coming into play too. Like, my eyes, that whole team fight were literally on Enigma. I wanted to see how much patience Old 11 can have, because you can't jump into the Wukong's command, you can't jump into the egg. You have Lincolns and BKB, but like, when is the right time to jump in and Black Hole? Never. And he, in the end, lost his patience. He jumped into the Wukong's command. Aghanim's clones surrounding Monet too. He died immediately, just like you said. Zero impact.
He died in 3 shots, the Enigma.
Zero impact. Black Hole was really not doing anything.
Oh, Xtreme, they're crumbling at the seams. Telekinesis, Boundless Strike. Monet just feels like he has way too much damage at this point and way too much control on this one.
Yeah, there's no tier 2s, only mid, so unless they want to finish this game right here and now, they will go back and rush.
There's a lot of time. They know there's no Pango. They're going for it. They've got the Fiend's Gate. They want to commit. Wukong's to make the commitment. They go to the haunt, they're going to look for it, the Supernova comes out, but look at Lou, there's nothing he can do, he has to go back. He's trying to fight, but the throne's going to go down. They don't have a way to stop this. Wukong's going to be over, but so is the game. Aster with a 2-up.
This was insane. This second game was completely insane. The way it just broke in half. You're waiting for this Enigma, waiting, and then in the end, nothing. Absolutely nothing from the Lincolns and the BKB. I think though, what needs to be said is that it wasn't just the mistakes or the fact that the Enigma was a difficult hero to play this game. It's the way Aster played. The tier 1 fight on the bottom, where Spectre had the Aegis, that fight was heavily just outplayed by Aster. The way they played that was phenomenal. Saving Monet, bringing him back into the game. He finishes Aghanims because of it. Then he gets the crit, the Silver Edge. All the items were there to deal with the Spectre and to deal with the Enigma. Meanwhile, Spectre, a wonky build, I would say too. I'm not saying that it was wrong. It was just something different. Silver Edge, Basher, Manta, full on one-man elimination, right? Like, you find one target, you eliminate it.
It felt very forced. Like, you felt like maybe he was forced into a position to go for that build, but I don't think it was like an awful build for Lou. But he was the only one who, at the end of the day, kind of got farm. Like, it was kind of crazy that with the start that Paparazzi had, that he fell off so hard in that game in terms of what he was getting out of the map.
It absolutely was, yeah. I mean, that build ended up not working at all. I don't know if the more conventional Spectre build would have made that game look better, or if they just felt like they ended up being in a game. I don't know. If you're going for this kind of build as Spectre, then don't you just want to pick another hero? Like, is that just not the obvious choice here? Like, get a Clinks or something?
I feel the problem that they had as well was no egg hitters, right? The bans from Aster, the last 2 bans were what? Ursa and Juggernaut. Yeah. And like, they couldn't find a hero that actually can deal with the egg, and that's why this Phoenix had such a good game. He's a position 5, he has a refresher so early on with a shard. And that's some serious farming going on for him. Like, just feels really strong to have a team fight that XG they can't initiate into. Like, Enigma is waiting for the egg to go off, egg goes off, he refreshes. Okay, another egg. Wait for it to go off, it goes off. Okay, Wukong's command.
Like Easter out here.
It's exactly like you just can't engage.
It looks so flashy from Aster though. Like, every single one of these team fights, I was just like, wow, ooh, cool. Like, you know, like I was watching a fireworks show because they had the players to do it. You know, they had the heroes to do it. The Monkey King is making some serious outplays. Orio's breaking ankles. Like, they were just playing around them super nicely, and that's exactly what you want to do when you're playing against this kind of lineup, where they have those hard commitment ultimates, like the Black Hole, like that Disruptor ultimate, even the Rolling Thunder. If you can just sidestep it and waste time, it's always going to make your fight feel way, way nicer, and that's exactly what they do. And yeah, when these fights go long, you know, it starts to feel pretty desperate. But Xtreme, the heroes get much weaker, even though you do have the Spectre and the Ember who have pretty consistent damage output. Those supports just are doing absolutely nothing later on into the game, and I think that was a huge issue for them.
How did Ember just get so underfarmed? Like, what happened? Like, where did it go? Paparazzi was involved in everything, right? Like, how did he get nothing out of the map?
Yeah, he had a really good start, but then he did die quite a few times in all of these engagements, right? He would die first. That's probably the problem. Like this fight, he dies first, and then the fight goes off of that. And even though you're trading, Paparazzi is not getting anything. Man, Monet here living. Look at that.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Like using everything he's got at his resource. Yeah.
And Pango just dying as he's trying to swashbuckle into him or something. It's funny. Yeah. Just here, look at Enigma. Look at old 11. Just circling on the. Just look at him. Just look. He's circling there, waiting.
Yeah.
He's still, look, he's just waiting around the Wukongs. Finds an opportunity to jump in right here.
Yeah, but look, like the issue here, the Aghanim's monkey has been sitting here for ages, like pooping out illusions all over the place. So you've got the Wukongs plus those soldiers from the Aghanims. It's literally like 10 monkeys just ripping you limb from limb, and you know
that was a generous 3, by the way, B-Cop. That was more like a 1, 2. That's it.
Well, the right clicks were 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I thought you were counting seconds. Yeah.
Oh no! I was counting the right clicks coming in as he just got obliterated and had no chance of surviving. Like that was really rough because you could see what he wanted, but I don't know. He tunnel visioned that one pretty hard, I guess. He's like, oh, yeah, Wukongs doesn't exist. These illusions are fine. I'm in.
I'll just black hole them, lol. No worries. But unfortunately, a power of stone is more powerful than the power of a black hole, apparently. I don't know. That has got some weird physics like that. I do want to know who made that call in the end of the game to go for the finish as well. Because I'm
pretty sure stone doesn't beat black hole, by the way. But okay, yeah.
In Dota, it does. Because you can also turn people into stone as Earth Spirit as well. So,
Keeper. Scissors.
Yeah. Black holes. It's a new version. I'd be interested to see a Dota version of that one, but then Marcy's hands would just win everything, so that doesn't really work. But yeah, that call to end at the end of the game was really, really sick from Aster. That was really, really nice. And in fact, we won't have to wait long to ask them this question because we actually have the interview ready right now. That's right, we're speeding into it, and we have got PQ on the line to chat to us about this game. So, PQ, firstly, congratulations, and I want to know who made the call at the end of the game to go for the win there?
首先恭喜你们拿下比赛。我想问一下，最后是谁做出了基地一波的决定？
是 Monet 的大胜。
Yeah, Monet with Monkey King from Monet he made the decision.
Does he do most of the shot calling in the late game then as a carry player?
作为核心选手的话 ，Monet 在后期比赛里是不是经常会去做一些比较关键性的决定？
是的，基本很多到了后面，所有的决定都是他做的。
Yes, almost all the decision was made in late game was by Monet.
That checks out. So this has been, your first proper year in Tier 1 Chinese Dota. What's the journey been like for you from the start to where you are now?
对你来说的话，可能这一整年是你在这个国内一线队里这个新的一年的这个经历嘛？你觉得从头开始，然后到现在经过1年之后的话，你觉得这一段旅程你现在感觉是怎么样的？
我觉得没到线下赛就还不算开始啊，到去了线下赛才算开始。
I think the real journey starts at the LAN event. So this is not so it's not like really started for me.
That's an interesting perspective. So is that something you're looking forward to then, playing on LAN at last?
你会期待这种在线下赛打比赛吗？
我个人肯定是非常期待的呀，很想去。
personally, I'm very looking forward to attend a LAN event. I really want to go.
That's good. That's a good mentality to have. Do you think, do you want to play in front of a crowd and hear the cheering? Is that the main thing about it?
对你来说，线下赛的魅力在哪里呢？是能够听到观众这种现场互动欢呼的声音吗？
线下赛的魅力就是有观众，然后对手之间也比较近，然后可以呐喊，然后那个氛围感觉比线上赛激情太多了。我个人是个比较激情的选手。
First, there are fans. You can hear their chanting, their chants, and the atmosphere is very different as well. You can see your opponent closely. You can shout, and me personally, I'm more of a lamp, not lamp. I tend to be more exciting when I'm playing LAN events, so I really looking forward to it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to open the floor up. Lizard and B Cup, you guys got any questions, Mr. PQ here?
Yeah, instant follow-up. Who are you most excited to beat at the LAN or to play if you want? Yeah.
如果有机会的话，你最想在线下赛里击败哪个对手，或者最想跟哪个对手去交手？
感觉应该是历届 TI 冠军吧，OG 雪碧这种。
Every TI winner, OG Team Spirit.
Of course, everyone wants to beat those guys. And how does it feel being so rich on a Phoenix, by the way, with the refresher that early on? Is it one of your favorite position 5s? And which position 5s do you value the most right now?
最后一把的话，就是凤凰很肥嘛，就是当时你觉得很早的拿到刷 N 球打一个5号位凤凰是一个什么样的感觉？然后还有就是你觉得这个版本最有价值的5号位英雄是哪些？
其实这把凤凰不是很肥，很晚才出到刷新。如果正常的话，应该25分钟左右就有刷新，然后晚了很久，所以导致后续的团战没那么好打。然后这版本厉害的5号位，感觉就是那些带奶的英雄吧，什么戴泽、术士什么的，就这些。
Actually, from my perspective, I think this Phoenix is underfarmed. Usually, I will call a good farm Phoenix to have refresher. The time is at around 25-26 minutes. So this game it was delayed by a lot. So I don't think I'm too far on Phoenix. And I think the strong position 5 hero this patch is always some hero with a healing skill like Dazzle and Warlock is more valuable.
Dazzle, very good. I actually have a follow-up question from your last one, Lizard. Regarding OG and Team Spirit, do you feel like you need to get revenge for the Chinese community for what happened the last TI and the TI2 back?
你之前也说到了这个 OG 跟那个 Team Spirit 嘛，然后你想到他们的中间有一部分理由，有没有想过就是要帮中国赛区把这个失去的冠军给夺回来？
我应该从打职业第一天就是有这个想法吧，就把这个定做最大的目标，击败他们。
Yeah, that's my ambition from the day one I turned pro. That's always a goal deep inside my mind.
Hell yeah. That's metal, dude. I love that. All right. BQ, over to you, bud.
Who do you think's been your biggest influence on the team right now in terms of your performance?
你觉得谁在这个目前的队里给了你表现上这种最大的这个影响，就是影响你最多？
从我来茶队之后，应该是国土帮助我最多吧。然后其实大家都帮助我挺多的，每个人都帮助我挺多的。
So every member has helped me out so much, but I think Lanham is the one helping me the most after I joined Aster.
Is there a specific player that you looked up to before you joined Aster, like throughout your time watching Dota?
在你还没有成长到目前的这个阶段的时候，在加入 Aster 之前的时候，有没有一些选手是你特别喜欢、特别关注的？
我没加入Aster之前是关注 DY 和 Y 队这2个选手关注的最多。之前没加入这里，我一直在向他们学习，然后现在能击败他们也挺好的。
So before I joined Aster, I mostly watch learn from DY and Y. So it feels really nice. Right now, I can win over them in real matches.
That's awesome. And what's like the go-to meal after a victory like this?
在就是获得这种比赛胜利之后，你们一般会一起吃一点什么聚餐什么来庆祝一下？
本来今天是要去的，但是今天被封了，去不了了，只能简单的点个外卖吧。
所以要吃什么呢？本
来今天应该是吃海底捞吧。海底捞。
We were about to have hot pot tonight, but due to the lockdown policy, we just gonna order some food.
Okay. Done. Fooled by the lockdown again. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Peaky. We're going to let you go, but congratulations and best of luck in the rest of the DPC.
感谢接受我们采访，希望你们后面好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。Good stuff. Good stuff, man. I mean, I don't think I've spoken to BQ before. I don't think we've interviewed him before, but that was an awesome interview. I mean, he was just heart on the sleeve, telling us all. And yeah, I mean, the takeaway from that has to be, right, like I started Pro Dota to kill OG and Team Spirit. I mean, what a vendetta. My God. I love
what an origin
I feel
story.
Like
good origin story, yeah?
He'll get to TI main stage and he'll just be standing there and just giving this move as he's just like going up against OG and Spirit. And then I thought it was really cool that he was like, oh, my influences were DY and Y. And it's like, now I get to beat them. It's like, that's a dunk and a half right there. Oh my God. He just slammed it down on them.
That's the dream, though, right?
Great.
Like that's really the dream, being able to play against your idols when you were starting up, and then also being able to beat them. That's like a dream for 99% of Dota players.
Absolutely. And it's a respect move as well, like feeling that amount of pride and being able to beat his idols like that. They'll be listening to that and they'll be like, well, sucks to lose to you, but at the same time, glad to have you in the scene. That's like a huge amount of respect sending their way. And also a huge amount of dunking going on there. That was great. And, you can see why he was in such a good mood after that incredible performance by them. It seems like Aster have managed to find their feet, at least in this series. But of course, it's been whiplash for a lot of these teams. They've been back and forth and, their performances have been less than consistent. But hopefully Aster are on the up and up now as we approach the end of the DPC season. Any closing thoughts on the series before we look at standings?
I actually, yeah. Go ahead.
No, go for it. No,
I just expected 3-game series at least. I expected this to be way, way closer than it was. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Like Aster and Xtreme Gaming, I expected Xtreme Gaming to put up. Like I love this team. I don't know why, but I'm biased towards them a bit, and I thought they would put up a better fight, but it definitely didn't look that way.
No, it did not. And
really
as you can see,
it looks like 4 and 3 might even be 3rd, 4th tiebreakers into 5th, 6th. Like that's how close it's going to be, because like Xtreme plays RNG. Theoretically, RNG is the favorite for that game, considering they're in 1st right now. If they do get that victory, Xtreme end 4 and 3, and then like LGD, if they beat RNG and Aster, obviously tough asks there. They end 4 and 3. Vici beat eHome. They're 4 and 3. If Aster Aries beat Dandelion, which looks pretty possible, they'll be 4 and 3. Like we're coming down to the wire, and
one
it feels
to 6,
so close.
It's very possible.
I think you
muted
1 to
6, right?
Yeah.
Wait, are you guys? Yeah, that's much better. Good job, good job. Now we can all hear each other. Yeah, anything is possible. It's gonna be crazy. PSG LGD down in Division 2. Let's go, baby.
that could also happen. That could also happen if Ehome pull out the bag and LGD slip up. But yeah, the amount of things that could happen in this region right now are getting pretty ridiculous. Who knows which way it's going to fall? We don't know. You don't know. And that's why you need to keep on tuning in. And our next day of action here at the China DPC is going to be July the 8th, where we're going to have RNG versus Xtreme Gaming battling it out in, I'm going to say it again because we're always saying it, a very important series. It's a very important series.
Every single one.
Yeah. Every single one means so much. I mean, if you had to call that one right now, RNG versus Xtreme, would you lean RNG's way after today's performance?
I wouldn't. Would you be, Cop? I'd be split down in the middle, 50-50.
Yeah, I think a lot of these series feel 50-50. I'm scared to talk. I don't know. I feel like I was muted on something and I couldn't hear.
No. You're good now. You're good everywhere. You're good.
It was just Lizard being a boomer. Don't worry. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, B-Cup. Don't worry.
I don't want to talk. I'm not risking it.
All right.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
All right.
It's all 50-50.
Shut up, B-Cup. Take it away, Nomad.
Global silence on B-Cup, all right. Well, make sure you guys join us on July 8th, where we'll have IG versus Shenzhen, and then moving into Xtreme Gaming versus RNG. Or if you want, you can wait until Sunday, the 10th of July, where we're going to have a hell of a day of games. We've got Magma versus IG, we've got Ehome versus Dandelion, and we've got PSG LGD versus RNG. A must-win series for LGD at that point. It's going to be hype. You're going to be there. I'm going to be there. We're all going to be there. And we're going to be watching some awesome Dota 2. But until then, we'll say cheerio, see you later, and thanks for watching.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。